here. Welcome. We are live here in Hialeah, Florida. Christina, Bob, Brian, Glenn on the ground here in a very sunny South Florida on a day where we didn't normally have a lot of Trump rallies on the middle of the week, but here we are in Florida yet again.
Yeah, this is a very specific day to have a Trump rally here in South Florida, right outside Miami. We're basically in Miami for those unfamiliar with the area. He doesn't normally do them on Wednesdays, certainly the large crowd gathering. I think it's meant to make a statement about the RNC debate that's going on tonight, also in Miami. Because it's a Wednesday, normally these big events are over the weekend where people have time to come out. They're all-day events. So I actually expected the crowd to be a little bit smaller and grow over time, you know, maybe after 5 o'clock when people get off work. It's already pretty substantial. I didn't even make it to the end of the line. I walked down the block to try to, you know, see where the line starts or ends, however you want to look at it, and I didn't find it. I had to come back because we were going live. Yeah,
I've put all the expectations of a midweek aside. When President Trump shows up anyway, it's going to be packed. But anyway, we're here. Let's unpack kind of what's going to happen over the next several hours. Obviously, as you can see behind us, the entry to the facility is right over there with the white tents. That's where all the security will go through. It is on a football field. Looks like a sizable football field as far as a high school goes, with stands and things like that. We're going to go outside here for about 2 hours. Then we're going to transition inside to do our coverage. And if I'm not mistaken, President Trump takes the stage at 7 p.m. tonight. Now, you did mention that there is a GOP debate going on right now, and we can talk a lot about what we think should be happening right now in the Republican Party, and I've got some strong takes on that. I'll save that for later. But this is a very heavily Hispanic area. This is a largely majority Hispanic area here in South Florida. And so there is a reason why President Trump specifically targeted this area for today, because not only is he leading and gaining supporters from he had the previous election, not only in the African American community, but also in the Hispanic community as well. And you said you got Latinos from Trump down there. This is a very stronghold section of Florida for President Trump.
It really is, and as you mentioned, President Trump is gaining in a lot of these key demographics, particularly here in South Florida. A lot of the Hispanic community is Catholic and have a lot of Catholic family values, and the woke principles just don't jive with Catholic values or Judeo-Christian values. And so we're seeing a lot of this shift, particularly in the Hispanic community, particularly in the Black community, and I think that's threatening. I've even seen reports from New York Times, some of the mainstream left-leaning media, saying that Donald Trump is making up ground in the Black community. Now, are they doing that to give Donald Trump the credit that he's due, or are they doing it to say Joe Biden needs to go because they're trying to, you know, they now seem to be circling the wagons on Joe Biden. It's unclear at this point, you know, what they're going to do. But certainly this is a key demographic. As you mentioned, the Latinos for Trump, the popular song that came out recently, the artists are here. They're performing down the way a little bit. And the line wraps all the way around the block. Like I said, I didn't even get to see the end of it. I expect this to grow consistently throughout the day as people get off work. And then tonight, I think it's going to be pretty fun.
Yeah, pretty fun. Of course, he takes the stage at 7 o'clock. Let me show the line real quick. I'll talk about our good friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now, you know, this whole replacement on the digital dollar is coming. And when it comes to savings, it comes to your investments. You want to make sure they are all protected. Our friends over at the Birch Gold Group want to help you do that right now for this rally. They have a very, very special offer. They want to get it over to you. So listen up. When you open up a gold IRA, for every $10,000 you spend by December 22nd, the Birch Gold Group will send you a free gold bar. Just text the words right now, Trump, to 989898. That's Trump to 989898 to claim your eligibility. Now, the Birch Gold Group can help you convert an existing ROA 401k into a gold-back ROA with no money out of pocket. And get this, you still get the gold bar right now. Text Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. As you can see, we've got a lot of people out here lined up nice and early, all getting ready. Thank you very much. Sorry, Will. How are we doing?
We're doing great. This is my second rally. First time up in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where we are intimidated by Antifa-type people.
Oh, no.
And here, it's so much more fun.
No one is going to intimidate a Trump supporter. I can tell you that. I don't care where you're at. How many people are actually skipping work today to come out here? Raise your hand. I would be skipping work as well to come out here.
Every rally, and I see most of them, and the intro before all the pregame with watching you. Most rallies, so that's great.
Sometimes this is the best part of the rally, all the pre-show. So as far as Joe Biden is concerned, like which one of his policies, what has happened in your life that's been a direct result of something he's done?
Well, I've watched my towns up where I lived up north be totally infiltrated, and so I think it's the border baby. I mean, it has to stop. You know, we have to shut the border down. So I'm just not putting American people first, and I see that, just the discouragement and just people are just sick of it. They're over it.
I think people are sick of, well, not only Joe Biden's policies, but our Congress and our Senate. We're not putting America first. I can go on a rant on that, and I will a little bit later.
You will.
I know.
Always do. Yeah. You do a great
job. But
job.
so, what do we miss about President Trump? If he was to come into office on the first day, what would you want him to do?
Just making Americans feel like this is the place where they belong, and not feeling like they're, cast-asides in their own country. I just think restoring America to what we were promised in the Constitution. He upholds everything. I just think just restoring. It's so corny, but hope, and just what we're here to do as Americans, and all we the people throughout the world. Just get us away from establishment, globalist type policies that are not putting Americans and we the people first. To me, that's what it's about. And he always says, they're coming after me because I'm standing for you. And that's what it is, we the people, in America and all over the world.
You feel confident your family, your circle of family, friends, coworkers, where you...
I don't feel like they will be protected, the dreams, the hopes of my kids, but I look at how I was raised and the opportunities I had coming out of college, and my kids don't have the same America that we had. And that just makes me sad.
Yeah, I just turned 54 a couple of days ago, and I don't feel like this is the country that I had when I was 24.
Right.
It's dramatically changed. All right, thank you so much for coming out here.
Thank you for what you do. Yeah. We love your show. You're brilliant. We love your analysis.
Yeah, she's great. Christina Bob's the best. I'll hand over to you. You've got someone you want to talk to as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I always love a Trump supporter that can wear pearls and leggings and jeans. It's amazing. Very well done. All right, we've got some folks here. What's your name and where are you guys from?
Ontario's Pitchford. I was born in Chicago, but I just moved out here from California.
Oh, you moved to Florida from California. What brought you out to Florida?
Really real estate. And when I was living in California, COVID shut down my business. So I had to come out here and focus on my real estate because I had a clothing line out in California. And Gavin Newsom, he wasn't trying to open everything up. So I had to move out here all the way from California and, open up shop here.
And how is life in Florida different, better, worse, same? How is it compared to California right now?
It's a lot better policy-wise. I don't get my car towed every single day, so yeah, it's a lot of a lot of illegal things that goes on out in California, and I think the people that run and operate California, they pretty much allow and they enable a lot of illegal activity. Even when it comes down to the drugs, living not too far from Skid Row, I was living in West Hollywood, and Skid Row was about like 10, 15 minutes away from me, and those people, they had nowhere else to go, and at a point, I was even working with the governor to actually get people housed, because in California there's a lot of abandoned malls. So we were going to convert the malls into shelters. He just got funded from Trump to actually house the people there, and he suggested that it'd be cheaper if he was to keep giving out tents. So
it wasn't quite working the way you hoped it would play out. Is that right?
Well, it's at the end of the day, it doesn't boil down to me. As much as I want to help, I'm only allowed to do what I can do.
So if I want to make sure I understand, you were trying to basically create shelters for people who needed a place to live in California, and California was making that pretty difficult to do.
Correct.
Man. And, there's talks of Gavin Newsom last minute throwing his hat in the ring for president. What do you think about that?
I personally think the guys like Patrick Bateman, sociopath, real slick talker too. The guy he's just full of shit. full of shit. So.
All right. What brought you out here today to see President Trump?
I've always been a Trump supporter. I know he has an ego like mine, and you know you're gonna have a lot of haters when you have not an ego, but when you get shit done, people gonna hate. So I understand where he's coming from.
Is there one aspect or policy of his that you like better than others, or you just like him as a whole, like his persona?
A lot of his policies. I like his ego, but I really like he's a businessman because I'm a businessman too. And I like he's for everybody, not just for the businessman. So I think with everything going on now where people are struggling, you know, the inflation with cars, groceries, he's the guy. And then even with the wars, I'm a veteran as well. So even with the wars going on, we shouldn't be having to repeat this stuff if they really cared about the people.
Well, thank you for your service. I hope you have a wonderful time at the rally today. Brian, we got a bunch of good folks, a lot of different backgrounds, and a lot of different reasons to be out supporting President Trump today.
Yeah, and you know what, guys, we're live on the air, but come on, let's take a picture real quick. And I'm going to go ahead. She says, right side.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, my
Appreciate it.
God.
Thank you
Yes,
very much.
I'm Cuban, and really, America needs to open their eyes and vote for Trump. We don't want socialism here. Okay, so America great again. Vote vote Republican.
Vote Republican. Yeah, absolutely. That fits a lot. Okay, I'm going to talk to this gentleman right over here. I walked up, and he says, you know, I've been watching you guys since you were doing it on a cell phone. Even before Liz Willis, before I was here on a cell phone, I want to thank you for coming up to and really been watching us from almost day one.
Oh, yeah. Well, it was funny because, you know, Trump used to do rallies and there'd be nobody. You'd be the only ones there. And I kept saying, does Trump know about these people? He never talked about you. He never mentioned you. And I thought, he needs to know about these people because they're covering all these rallies. And the equipment, sometimes it'd be like they'd have trouble broadcasting. They'd walk down with a little cell phone, filming with the cell phone, and then all of a sudden it would get all distorted and everything, and depending on how strong the signal was. But, I mean, it was really funny. And to see that, like, 8 years later, you guys are still here, you're still doing really strong, and Trump definitely knows who you are now.
Trump definitely knows who we are now. But we appreciate that, and we did. We started on the cell phone. It was a couple of guys, and Joe Sills, and sat in his apartment, if I'm not mistaken, and just had a computer and a cell phone and a camera. And we eventually graduated, moved on, obviously, to a lot of satellite backpacks.
You got a lot of good stuff and a lot of good equipment. Yeah, I'm glad to see that.
Yeah, well, we appreciate it. Where are you from?
Oh, sure, Miami Lakes. We live right over here, yeah.
Trump the only guy that can save this country?
The only one. You'd better believe it. Yeah, he's the only one that can do it. Sure.
You feeling pretty confident about the turnout in South Florida for president?
Turnout is good. We have to hope that they're able to get this, election under control, that it's done fairly and right. Yeah. So as long as that happens, he'll win. So let's hope for the best.
Yeah, no election discrepancies, right?
Oh, right. Exactly.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. God bless.
Oh, thank you.
There you go. All right. So. Here, Emily, why don't you talk to this gentleman? He's got a great story. He's from Venezuela. Go ahead.
He was just telling me, and we've got Angel over here as well who has a story. All right, what's your name? And I know you're from Venezuela.
Hey, how are you? My name is Fabian, and I'm from Venezuela. I'm born in Chicago, but I have to grow up in Venezuela. And I see what socialism is, and I can tell you for sure that this country is going to in that direction if we do not stop President Biden. In Venezuela, people say, oh, don't worry, in the next election we will have an opposition candidate that will win the elections, but that never happened. And we still have the same president. So I say to the people, go and vote for Trump. He's the only man that can save this country right now. And he's the only person that have the ideas to save this country and help the countries that are in a very difficult situation, such as Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, and so many of them. So vote for President Trump.
And how old are you?
I'm 17.
And how long did you live in Venezuela?
For 15 years.
15 years. And how long have you been back in the United States?
Yeah, I'm back in the United States, but I can tell you that in Venezuela the situation is horrible. We don't have electricity for 4 hours. We don't have food. We have to wait like 12 hours for put gas on our cars. And, you know, this country will go in there if we do not stop Joe Biden.
So did you live here in the United States under Donald Trump?
No, never. But I can tell you that what I saw on the news is, you know, what I want for this country. And I'm really sure that the stories that the people say in this line are true. And that President Trump is the best president America could have.
And what do you think is the most dangerous thing pushing us towards a Venezuela-type government?
The open borders. You know, when you have open borders, you will have drug crisis. You will have people that will go to your homes and destroy it. People who come illegally. That's the problem here, that we are letting in people with so much socialist ideas from our countries, from Venezuela, from Colombia, with socialist ideas that will ruin this country.
Well, thank you very much. And this is your first Trump rally, I
This
understand?
is my first Trump rally.
All right,
Yeah.
I hope you have a fantastic time.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right. Oh, it's so good, Brian. And there was a young lady, I think I lost.
Yeah, we'll get them here in just a second. Let me go ahead and get some business out of the way. Okay, we know that October 15th tax deadline has passed already, so don't let that stress you out. Our friends over at Tax Network USA want to be there to help you. Now, whether or not you owe $10,000 or $1 million, you're having a difficult time scheduling out your payments or your expenses, itemizing all of that, and maybe that's put you in a situation where you just haven't taken the next step. Well, don't live under stress and anxiety right now. The Tax Network USA wants to help. Now, even if you haven't filed in 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, don't be scared. Call these people. The information for that is on your screen. This is very important. So we just had that tax deadline of October 15 pass. Don't be stressed out. Go check it out. TaxNetworkUSA.com/RSBN, or the phone number is on your screen again. Go check it out. Our friends over the Tax Network USA. Now, I know we've got some musical artists over there, and we'll go there. Let's go over there together. We'll talk to them as we are live in South Florida. And when you think of South Florida, I think of these three gentlemen right here. Of course, I gotta love it. So, Forgiato, we're back here, South Florida. Obviously, this is Trump country, right?
It's never changed. It's always been Trump country. Since 2016, we love Donald Trump. As you see, Hispanics love him, black love him, white love him, we love him, you love him. We all love him.
Let's talk about how the culture has changed in the music industry. Obviously, you guys have a great hit that hit the charts and just went viral almost. I see you almost at every social media platform. Let's talk about how the synergy and how you guys all work together to really push the narrative from a cultural standpoint that, guess what? Trump just is not for white middle Americans. He's for everybody.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, we just tired of seeing our people look at certain things a different way, lie to, mislead it. So we're just trying to help the culture get back to where it needs to be at, shape it back into form.
And you're doing it through music. Let's talk. I've talked to you about how you write music. You do it pretty quick. I'm always amazed how you'll take a news story and 48 hours later you got a music video, a song, everything. So walk me through the process with you as well. How do you guys do it?
Well, I don't write. I just, we find a beat, we buy a beat, and let the energy from the beat just feed into me. I don't write. And whatever I go through in life or what I see people go through in life, that's what comes out the speaker.
Let's talk about the criticism that you get not only within your own industry, but other people that say, why are you doing this? Why are you supporting this Donald Trump guy? What's your response to those haters out there?
Well, to be honest, we haven't got too many bad responses from the music. It kind of seems like everybody likes it, but, there's a lot of haters out there. But if we just ignore all of that, we don't even respond to it, to be honest.
It's really more love than hate, so we appreciate the
Man,
love.
they're paying you to be a rat now?
There's more love than hate.
That's the dude with the jail suit. It's viral. That's the dude that wears the jail suit that went to jail. And now he's out here being a rat. Where's the jail suit at?
He ain't going to jail yet. We'll wait till the next one.
He's not going to jail at all.
Next thing I want to see you in a Trump hat. I'll pay you more than these people pay you to support Donald Trump.
Ain't nobody paying me.
I know they pay you.
I'm retired.
Well, let me ask you a question. Why are you doing this then? Do you genuinely don't like Donald Trump?
He's a rat.
He's a rat. What makes him a rat? I just want to get the facts here. What makes him a rat?
Okay, I grew up in New York. I'm from the city of rats. I'm a little mouse that got away, but he graduated with a master's. He's a rat. He's a con artist.
Okay, you've given me like blanket stuff. I want specifics. What makes him a rat?
He's a con artist. He robbed. You know who built his empires? The Mexicans. That he wanted to build a wall, and then he didn't pay them.
Talking about every business around here employs. I haven't been to a business in South Florida that hadn't had a Hispanic worker. So you can call all those people rats as well?
No, he didn't pay them. He offered them 10 cents on the dollar, or else he'll declare bankruptcy, or he'll have them deported. He's a con artist.
Okay, but what? So let's just. I'm not going to verify that story or not because I don't know. So I don't want to find. No, but I will say this.
My friends were
outside of that, though. What else? I mean, do you think? Let me ask you a question. If not Trump, then you're for Biden, right?
I had to be. I'm a Republican. I had no other choice. I knew the guy.
You do have a choice. Wouldn't you rather elect a President Trump? You may not like him for certain things, but at least you know your country's a better place than handing it over to Joe Biden.
I respect my elders. My parents taught me how to respect my elders. Joe Biden is an old man. All right, so I respect my elders. I don't like them. I don't like them. I don't like them.
Yeah, I can't.
Rallies, I appreciate you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. God bless you. This is the reason why I wanted to engage him. As you can tell, I don't know if you could hear the conversation. There wasn't any factual stuff. It was blanket stuff. It was all a bunch of garbage.
Caught in a rat trap.
Did he just get caught in a rat trap?
He's in a rat trap. Hey, you got caught. Hey, he got caught in the rat trap. He got caught in the rat trap. He got caught in the rat trap.
So, but I was telling Christina, he basically couldn't give me any reasons why he didn't like President Trump. He's paid, right?
You know what's crazy? There's only one guy out here out of 5,000 people right now disliking Trump. They can't even afford under Biden to pay these guys anymore. And so we know, if you guys are watching this, Patriots, this is the same guy that got arrested wearing the jail suit.
And got tackled in front of the motorcade.
He's banned from the event, so now he's dressed like a rat. I know his face because, you know what? Real patriots like us are out here. We're the ones out here fighting the fight, the good fight, giving the information. This my boy right here. You hooked it up all the time, man. We love what you do. Trump Latinos, these people right here are working so hard, this group. I'm kind of working. We're trying to help them out, get this stuff out here.
I was just going to say, how can they get a hold of your music right now? How can they support you?
iTunes the best way.
iTunes, Spotify, YouTube, all the platforms.
And we need them to make a song for you.
I'm all for it. When you sit down and you write your own stuff. Like you guys are genius in what you do. And I come from the music industry. I can appreciate what you do.
Nobody writes what you say, so you're a genius.
Well, I appreciate it. And I apologize that our interview got broken up by the rat, but I think the rat. He went on.
Rats out here. We're living under a Joe Biden administration. There's rats everywhere.
Put some cheese in certain spots around here.
He bit hard, and he still couldn't answer the questions. All right, so we're glad you're joining. So, Christine, I want to bring you in here. Most people, and I want to engage people who, for some reason, can't get behind Trump, and I want to find a legitimate reason why. And obviously, that guy didn't. I'm not going to verify what he said. I have no idea. It's probably just lies. But they just dislike his personality for whatever reason. Or maybe I think he is a paid activist out here.
He might be a paid activist. I mean, the fact that he wouldn't show his face, he wears the mask, he was putting the cardboard sign up in front, saying a lot of accusations. I think this kind of sums up the divide that I think we're having right now. He says, at least according to his sign, he says he's a Republican. He supports the Republican Party, which indicates to me, based on our current events, it's more of a religion than an actual belief in the right direction. I don't know anybody. I know very, very few people at this point in time who actually have a lot of faith in the Republican Party. The whole purpose of us being here today is to basically confront what the Republican Party is doing at the moment. So for someone to say they blindly follow the Republican Party for whatever they're doing, I think it's no pun intended, a red flag that they're not doing their own analysis on the issues. And I think most Americans are disgusted with both political parties at the moment. And that's why Donald Trump has the popularity that he has, because he's the only counter to both parties.
No, you're absolutely right, and I want to get into this when we get inside about what my issue is with the Republican Party right now, and what my thoughts are on the actual pulse of the party. And the more I see the current state of the Republican Party, the more I know that why he was so successful in 2016 and what he did with the swamp and all of the people on the insiders.
And how he blindsided both parties. I mean, he completely blindsided them because they were so arrogant. Their arrogance blinded them to the fact that the American people are sick of the parties. The American people are sick of the talking points coming out. They're sick of platforms. They just want someone who comes out, says it like it is, tells you what he thinks. You can agree with what he thinks. You don't have to agree with what he thinks, but at least you know what it is. And so, they demonized him saying, oh, he's got mean tweets, he's got mean tweets. but you know where he stands. You don't have to question, is he for this? Is he against this? Is he going to change his mind later? Is he going to do something different? No, he'll tell you what he thinks, and I think that's why he was so popular and people didn't see it coming.
There you go. All right, let's go talk to some people because that's what we like to do. Look at this line. We'll let you walk, and we'll see if we can find a few people to talk to. I just want to remind everybody as well, go sign up for our newsletter. Go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. Super easy, super simple. rsbnetwork.com/newsletter and sign up for it. You can not only will you get special offers that are exclusive. I think I'm going to talk to this guy right here. I always look for the one person making the most noise, and I'll come talk to him. Apparently, congratulations, it's you today. Well, how you doing? What's your name?
Oscar. Yeah.
Let's come where we can see you. We got to see you. South Florida?
Yeah, I am from South Florida. My name is Oscar. I am 100% Republican Party. Yeah.
Wonderful. Do you think a lot of South Florida, your friends, family, circle of influence, they're all Trump supporters, conservatives, Republicans?
Yes, of course. Yes, 100%.
Yes. No, 80%.
80%.
Yeah.
That's probably more realistic. Okay. What should President Trump do on day one when he returns to the White House? What should his first priority be?
The first priority is the economy and the close the border, because it's terrible. Everybody cross the border, where the person is, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's the problem.
The first thing is the economy. And the second is the border closed and checked who is the person that came to our country.
Now, this is a long shot here. I imagine you guys aren't from Alabama, just by your accent. That was a joke. It didn't go over very well. Where are you from originally?
Cuba.
Cuba. Okay.
From
How
Cuba.
long have you been here in the States?
27.
You love this country.
Oh, yes, of course. I love
It's my country.
And you know exactly what would happen if it goes to socialism, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. That is we know what happened in Cuba. I know what is coming to the United States.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, well, God bless you guys being out here. Thanks for coming. Thank you. Would it be the first time you've seen Trump? First time?
No. Yes, the first time. The first rally. Yes.
The first rally.
You're in for a great surprise. Thank you so much. Thank you. I love it. And of course, I was real curious to see exactly from their point of view what some of the biggest concerns is. They said the border and the economy.
Yeah, there's lots of Cubans out here. I mean, not surprising, it's South Florida.
Yeah.
But it's really great to see them all coming out to support President Trump today. No shocker there that they're concerned about the border, I don't think. Especially, they came here probably for our policies and our freedoms, and then to see it just completely annihilated with this free-for-all on our border. I think they've got their finger on the pulse of what most Americans feel in this country, and it's great to see them out here.
Yeah, okay, let's go ahead and walk down some more, and we'll walk and talk while we're doing this. And if you're just now joining us, we're live here in South Florida. How are you? We're live on the air. How are you doing? Doing all right?
Hi, I'm doing great. I'm from California.
Yes, I know. You drive all over the country. You've got the great Born to Ride.
Born to Ride for 45.
Yeah. So what's your thoughts on today's turnout here in South Florida?
Oh, it's amazing. The line is all the way over there, so it's exciting to see more people here coming here full support of President Trump. Yeah, we love President Trump. We really, really need him right now, especially what's going on in this country, and especially what's going on in Israel. I'm a great supporter of Israel. I've been to Israel 7 times. I just get back last July with come home and defend the border. So we see these places that where the Hamas attacked Israel. We've been to these places. I've been to all over Israel. I really love Israel. Yeah, so Israel is our spiritual home as Christians and the Jewish people. So we really need Trump back, because if Trump is in the office right now, what's going on in Israel shouldn't have happened. So Israel has been attacked, the most brutal attack since Holocaust. So, and right now they have to fight back, and they have to demolish Hamas once and for all, because the next time they'll do it, they're going to do it even worse. So, yeah, we need President Trump back, because he's the most pro-Christian, most pro-Israel president we ever have.
Well, I always know I'm going to get some great stuff out of you. Thank you so much. God bless. We'll see you back inside, right? All right. Christina, I'll turn it over to you.
I'm sure you'll be shocked, Brian, but I was walking around talking to folks, and I asked this lady if she would like to do an interview. I asked her where she's from. Guess where she's from? Cuba. She's from Cuba. That's right. Okay.
I'm Cuban, and I'm here to support President Trump. He's the only one working with the people.
You're Cuban, but you're American. You've been here for, how long have you been here?
37 years. Okay. Yeah, and I love this country. This is the greatest country.
Have you always been a Trump supporter, or are you a convert?
No, I was brainwashed too, so that's why I'm calling everybody to open the eyes, because media have been doing that to many people, indoctrination, brainwashing. So open the eyes and connect with God. When you do that, you're going to support Trump, because Trump is on the right side.
And what caused you to realize that, to use your words, you were brainwashed?
Well, I guess something is wrong here, so I had to check, and I started searching information, and I found out that they were working against us, Democrats. So I stopped being a Democrat and I go, I'm going to support Trump to the end.
And how long ago did that happen? How long have you been a Trump supporter?
In the 2020, thanks God. Great awakening is happening, and no matter what, we are going to wake up America.
So, did you
know what communism is? Cuba, no.
How old were you when you left Cuba?
I was a teenager. I was 18.
Okay. But you lived?
No.
You know, yeah.
Oh yeah.
And
no.
So, did you vote for Hillary Clinton in 2016?
No. I was not American at that time.
Oh, well, congratulations. That was relatively.
I got my citizenship like a year and a half ago.
Oh, welcome. I mean, it's not welcome, but congratulations. That's fantastic. What is the number one issue for you today as far as supporting President Trump, and what is it that we need to change?
We need to clean everybody. I mean, we need to clean the system. The system is not working for we the people. Many corruption over there. So we are against that. They have to work for us. We paid them. Yeah. So why not working for us, for we the people? Look at the inflation. How America is declining. Everything. So
what do you do for business?
Well, I sell the most amazing beds.
Fantastic. Okay, cool. So you work hard for your money?
I work hard for my money. I'm capitalist, so I love capitalism. Yeah.
Well, thank you. How many have you been to a Trump rally before?
Oh, yeah, in all of them. Since I woke up, the 3 rallies in Miami. So, yeah.
You've been to all 3 rallies in Miami?
I'm always close to him. I love him. And he's the right man to do the job. He's the right commander-in-chief for this great nation, and we need it.
Well, thank you so much. Have a great time at the rally. It's so fun. I love seeing these immigrants that come and love this country and can explain to those of us who grew up here why some of the Democrat policies aren't working.
I kind of feel like we need to go get a Cuban sandwich after this event here. We probably will. Hey, I'm going to take a second to talk about one of our partners for today, the Wellness Company. But did you know that 90% of all pharmaceuticals are made outside the U.S.? So if we have another pandemic, we have a type of crisis, 2 things are going to happen. If you can find the pharmaceuticals, are going to be extremely high, or they will not be on the shelves at all. That's where our friends over at the Wellness Company have put together a medical emergency kit. Now, this stuff can treat everything from a tick bite to a rash, to a burn, to got a virus, antibiotics for that. Go check it out. The information for that is on your screen. It is developed by Dr. Peter McAuliffe. His obviously as a well-known doctor, putting together this emergency medical kit for you and your family. I would suggest put one in your car, one at your home, one at your office. You have one wherever you're at. This is a must-have, especially with all the craziness that is in the world today. So go check it out. Our friends over at the Wellness Company. You can get that by going to makecaregreatagain.com, makecaregreatagain.com. Don't forget to put the promo code RSBN there, and you'll get 15% discount at checkout. Go check it out, this emergency medical wellness kit. What we got?
All right, we've got another interview. What's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Marilyn, and I'm from St. Augustine, Florida.
And have you been to a Trump rally before?
This is my first one, and I am so proud to be here to support Donald J. Trump.
Do you feel like you're part of history?
Yes, very much so. Very much so. I will carry this down to my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren. This is history.
And what is it about President Trump that you like and support so much?
He is an honest guy. He is for us, the people. He's not doing this for himself. He's doing it for us.
Well, and it's interesting that you say that because, you know, he has a lot of criminal charges filed against him at the moment. They've got a civil lawsuit currently underway in New York. They've got a lot of accusations against him, and yet you just called him honest and said he's going through all of this for us. Why do you believe that?
Keep sending him to court. He gets more popularity. He has done nothing wrong.
So you don't believe the charges?
No, not compared with what, you know, the other side is doing. It's hardly anything. They will stop at nothing to get him.
So if we could go back in time, let's go back to the Russia hoax right after, 2016, 2017, the Mueller report, 2018. What did you think about, at that time, what did you think about that investigation and those accusations that he had colluded with Russia?
I thought it was all a hoax and it was a witch hunt.
So you've never believed any of the...
Never.
That's interesting. Is there any particular reason, or you just think it's fake?
Like I say, I have followed Donald J. Trump for many years. I know his heart. I know he's innocent. So that's what I believe.
All right. And do you have a favorite policy? What's your favorite policy of President Trump's? Or what is the most important policy you want to see him take care of right away when he gets back in office?
Okay, he needs to go ahead with trying to get world peace. This country is going down fast. The world is going down fast. And we need him to try to gather up all of the leaders for peaceful causes.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful time at the rally.
Thank you so much.
Such a great crowd out here, Brian. We got a lot of folks that love President Trump. They love America. They know the issues. I'm always surprised, although I shouldn't be because I agree with them, but I'm always surprised when people have always believed that the media was lying about Donald Trump. I was under the impression, falsely, that back in 2018, a lot of people believed the Russia hoax. But yet, we're out here and we're talking to folks, and from what I can tell, most people never believed it.
No, they didn't believe Russia,
Right.
and the perfect phone call that he had with Zelensky, all of that. No, it was all propaganda.
Did you see Zelensky reached out to Donald Trump to see if he wanted to meet with him?
Yeah, that was decline, obviously. And now Zelensky, and I'll have this on my things to talk about inside, and we can still do that. But now he's asking for anyone to give him a loan, and that he'll pay you back. He'll give you credit. He's looking for credit so that he'll pay you back after the war.
So you've been in sales, and you've done a lot of ads, and you're familiar with the sales world. After you've received just shy of $200 billion from one country, forget about what they're getting from the rest of the world, from one country, $150 billion or whatever we're at this point, how do you continue to sell yourself to just give me more?
Just give me more, because it's a money laundering scheme, and they're funneling it through, and we're getting the 2024 presidential campaign ramped up, and the Democratic Party needs funding for that. Therefore, they need their pitch man, Zelensky, to go out there and give them some more money so the Democrats can funnel that back in the U.S. for elections. We're on to it already.
Right, and just to be very clear, that is not you or I being a crazy conspiracy theorist making accusations. There's actually bank records, and there's actually checks that have been cashed and written with records from bank to bank, company to company, shell company to shell company, that show that the money actually is funneled through Ukraine.
Yeah, it's the SARS reports, the suspicious activity reports. I know that Congress has been at the Department of Treasury. They've looked at these reports, which, by the way, this is all going on even under the Trump administration. This was going on, so this is not anything new on that. I do want to talk. You talk about getting, electing and flipping elections and getting the right people on point. There's a gentleman up here. Let me see if I can find him real quick. Here he is. Follow me over here. He is in a district in Florida that right now has a Democrat in office right now. Remind me your first name and where you're from.
My name is Rafael Arturo Ortiz, and I'm from Davie, Florida.
Okay. Who is your congressman right now?
He's the incumbent, which is Moutzkowitz. I call him Moutzkowitz.
Okay. And so you're wanting to primary or take him, obviously challenge him in this.
Right now we're going to go in the primary August 20th of 2024. There's 3 Republicans, but there's only one of me. I'm running as an American. Go to RAO23FL.com. After my 22 years of service, I figured, let me come out of retirement and save this nation.
Yeah. And we were talking about whose district this is right here.
Yeah, this is District 25.
Okay.
And right now it's Watchman Schultz.
So Debbie Watchman Schultz, which years ago was the DNC chairman, I think back in 2016 for that. So you've got some Democrat pockets over here, but just from walking around here and knowing kind of the pulse of this area, this is very heavily Republican, if not, could you say 50% Republican or not more?
I would say more. I would say more because after 2022, we found out that Miami-Dade is actually moving towards President Donald J. Trump. Everyone has full transparency. This should not even be a hard decision. It really shouldn't. And we have 7 districts still unholy.
Walk down here. I don't want you to lose your spot in line. Real quickly, the cities that you live in, if someone lives in these cities and they want to get more information on you, and I'm not endorsing you, you came up to me and you said, name the cities that they would live in and the website they can visit you.
Okay, let's start with Boca Raton, Parkland, also Coral Springs, Coconut Creek, Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, all District 23 as of the redistricting of 2022. So people have to get smart and look at the map because they changed it in 2022. We have over 800,000 constituents in District 23.
Best website.
RAO23FL.com. Make America great again.
There you go. Thank you for your time. We were talking. Let's go and walk on down here a little bit more.
2024.
Thank you. We were talking about what it takes to flip some of these districts. Now, he had Jared Maskowitz, which is a Democrat, in his district. I will say that as of lately, Maskowitz did sign on to the censor of Tlaib. So he was just on Fox News before we came here. I'll give that to him.
There were 22 Democrats that signed on to that, which I think is good. But also remember, at least until very, very recently, a lot of the Jewish demographic were Democrats. And I think that there's a lot of Democrats in Congress, apparently at least 22 of them, that have enough Jewish constituents that they feel the need to actually do the right thing and stand beside Israel, because the Democrat Party is not doing that. So I was really pleased to see that there were 22 Democrats in Congress that actually did that.
Yeah, I like that as well. All right, so, wow, this thing just keeps, this line, they just stop right here, Will. This line just keeps going and going and going. Hey, how long have you guys been out here today?
2024.
Have you guys been out here all day, all morning? Yeah. Where are we from?
31 o'clock. I'm from here, from South Florida.
From South Florida.
God bless you guys. I'm going to hold you up. The line is moving. The door is open. Go ahead.
Yeah, I went ahead. I got you some water. It's pretty toasty out here, but there's a great crowd out here. I know there's. All right, we've got a good group here. What's your name? Where are you from?
Lucas. I'm right here in Florida.
And how long have you been a Trump supporter?
Oh, since 2016.
Okay, so from the beginning.
Absolutely.
What is it about you what is it about you? What is it about him that caused you to support him right out of the gate?
Anti-establishment. Right out the gate, that's the first thing that came to my mind, outsider.
All right, is there a specific policy that you like of his?
Everything about him.
What's it like here in South Florida? You know, there's a lot of Hispanic, maybe a strong minority community. What are you seeing in the community here as far as support for Donald Trump?
I would say here in Miami-Dade, there's definitely more than a few years ago. As you know, last year, Miami-Dade flipped red, so you're going to see more of that as time goes by. But yeah, no, definitely stronger support. In fact, I would say there's even more supporters of his than DeSantis compared to DeSantis. So that's a big sign right there as well.
Well, and it's interesting because today, you know, DeSantis is going to be speaking at the debate.
That's right.
Do you think more people will support Donald Trump today or DeSantis today?
Oh, more support for Trump for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
as you see here, everyone's loyal. So.
Yeah. No, I think that's right. Do you think the RNC? It's time for the RNC to just get behind Donald Trump?
Yes. What are these guys doing, wasting their money, right?
Yeah,
you know.
That's exactly right. All right. Well, thank you. I hope you have a great time.
You too.
All right. Where did Brian? Oh, Brian's on. Oh, we've got a bunch of people out here. Let's go back down towards Brian. We got a rowdy crowd down here, Brian. We got a bunch of folks.
Well, they want Trump.
We need Trump. We need Trump. We need Trump. We need Trump. We need Trump. We need Trump. President Trump, we need you. I didn't give up on you. You didn't give up on us. And this crowd is not giving up on President Trump. All right. Let's go, Trump.
Someone had their coffee this morning. I love that. I like that. Well, yeah, I've seen that guy a lot out here. So at all the rallies. So he definitely is not.
He's got Mike Lindell energy.
He does have Mike Lindell. Speaking of Mike Lindell energy, great setup. I want to talk about our friends over at MyPillow. Mike Lindell has been faced so many problems, not only with cancel culture, but now they're going after his bank accounts. I talked to him a couple months ago. He is having a cash flow problem. I want you guys to help him out, and you can help him out by simply going to the website, mypillow.com/RSBN. The discount codes is the same, RSBN, for the discount code. But the percentages used to be up to 66% off. They've increased that to up to 80% off on that. So go to mypillow.com/RSBN. Do Christmas shopping right now. Get it out of the way. Go support Mike Lindell. I can promise you, Christina, thank you. We love you, too. I can appreciate when the election comes back on full spring and we're hitting the campaign trail, Mike will be out here with us doing just what he's always done, supporting the president.
Oh, I'm sure Mike is one of the president's most loyal supporters. He goes to all of the rallies. I know he's doing a lot of work right now to secure the election. He's got his meetings every Monday night. He's very, very involved at the state and county level to make sure that our elections are secure. I am encouraged. The fact that the line is now moving, it means that the doors are open and people are starting to file into the venue, which is funny because we're not close to the doors right now. We've wandered quite a ways, at least a city block from the doors into the venue, and we still can't see the end of the line, and the line has been moving forward.
I'm curious to see how far. I just want to keep walking. I mean, because we're at the top of the hour, we are going to toss to a commercial, but before then, I do want to keep walking. So do everyone a favor. Go to mypillow.com/RSBN and support Mike Lindell. He is simply an American patriot, and he needs your support. All right, so we're out here, Hialeah, Florida, Miami area, on a Wednesday. Now, there is a GOP debate tonight, but is anybody going to watch that, though? No, they're not going to watch that. They're going to watch tonight right here on Right Side. But unpack some things. 7 o'clock, President Trump speaks at 7 o'clock. The show starts. I think the speakers start around 5, I think.
Right. And President Trump was very concerted and intentional with the date, time, and location of this rally here in Miami because, as we've said multiple times, it's also the RNC's debate, also at 7 p.m. tonight here in Miami. And so everybody here knows exactly what they're choosing. President Trump was not in any way shy about his reasons for why he was having this rally today and at the time that he had it. And so everybody here knows exactly what they're doing, and they're making a statement. They are choosing Donald Trump over the Republican Party. And as we've said, the line continues to file. We still have not yet seen the end of it. We're at least a city block from the entrance. And it's only, what time is it? It's not even 3 o'clock.
Let's see if you can see that, Will. See if you can boom it up high. It just goes all the way down the street. I quite honestly don't know how far it goes. They're watching us. A guy was watching us on the app. I see that. And very interesting.
It's only 3 o'clock right now. President Trump doesn't speak for another 4 hours. It is a Wednesday. A lot of people have to work or took work off today to come see him. So I had a feeling that this was going to be a big rally. I did not expect to see this many people here this early.
Yeah. I did. I did. Yes. Yeah. I've passed that point, I think, 8 months ago when it was on Monday at 10 a.m.
Yeah, there's 10,000 people.
Yeah. I now think it doesn't matter when he speaks, people are going to show up. But you're right. I mean, this goes down the entire city block, if not further, here on, and it's way early for that. All right, let's see if we can talk to a few people here. Hey, what's going on? Are we missing school today to come out to see President Trump? Which is okay, by the way. I'm not going to call your principal, or if you're homeschool, you're not going to get in trouble. Are you excited?
Yes.
Yes. How about you?
Very.
Very excited. First time to see the president?
No, we've seen him before.
Oh, you have? Oh, wonderful. There you go. Proud to have him out. Are they with you? I'm assuming, right?
Yes.
Nice.
We just saw President Trump in Houston, and we're here to see him again, right?
That's incredible. Yeah. That's incredible. That was a great event at the, it was more energy, oil, and gas driven, right?
Yes, for sure. My daughter taught me more then than I knew. Amazing.
What's the best thing about President Trump? What can he do on day one if he gets back and becomes president again? What should he do on day one?
Make the gas prices lower.
That's a solid answer right there. How about no school on Fridays? So you just go to school Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, no school on Fridays.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that too. You got the kid vote. Thank you so much. What a good God bless you guys coming out here. She said she saw him in Houston, and they had to come out here.
Not that long ago. That's so encouraging to see families like that. And that's one of the great things about Trump events. You'll have tens of thousands of people out here supporting the president, family friendly. You see there's more families with kids in cute cowboy boots coming up here right now. And it's a happy, friendly family.
Families are happy out here.
We're very happy. We're at a Trump rally. All right. We love you guys.
I was asking the kids, I'm like, how many people skipped school today? You guys may be a little bit too young for that, right?
No,
but
they're both in school, but we took them out early.
It's okay.
There you go.
It's okay to do that. So, as a parent myself, what is the most important issue that President Trump can address from a parental standpoint when he gets back in office?
Well, I mean, it's interesting that we're talking about parental rights, right? I mean, protecting parents' rights to make decisions for their kids, protecting them from what's being taught in school. I mean, I think the border's important. There's a lot of things that are important to parents that he cares about. Yeah.
How about you, Sam?
I agree. Make America great.
Just make him great. Yeah, he's a great husband. Are you excited? Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
You're excited?
Yes.
All right, cool. Well, we heard. I'm getting breaking news here that President Trump says there's no longer school on Fridays, so you don't have to worry about going to school. There you go.
Just make it great.
Just make it great, just like that. Thank you very much.
That's a smart man right there.
Yeah. But you know what? If my kids were small like that, I think I would pull them out of school to see. This is something you've got. You want your kids to see history here.
100%. And I can't stress this enough. I know a lot of our viewers have been to Trump events in their area, and many of them have been to multiple Trump events. But I cannot stress, if you have not yet come to a Trump rally, you have got to go. There is nothing like it in the world. It will be in the history books as, landmark events of our generation. Whatever you do, find a Trump rally in your area and make sure you come out. And I think it's really important for the political process to have people come out to these rallies, because they can censor us on social media. They can make it look like it's an even race. They can make it look like, it's 50-50. But they can't.
Let's move around here. Let's get out of the way here.
I see
Yeah.
you in every rally.
Yeah. We're always around.
I know. I see you in every rally. I'm so excited.
Thank you. Well, thanks for coming.
Meeting you.
Thanks meeting you guys too. Thanks for coming.
Hi guys.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Oh, they make it here. They're watching at home.
They're watching at home.
Everybody.
You know what? This is a place I'm not afraid to be a Jew.
No, you're not.
Okay? With this crowd. I'm not afraid to be a Jew.
We're proud to recognize our friends in Israel. So yeah. You've been trumped. I like that. All right, let's.
We're Israeli American.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and show.
No, the line's over.
Oh, well, the line's go. Okay, I tell you what. Let's talk about our friends over we're going to go and take a commercial break here in a few minutes. Let's talk about our friends over the Birch Gold Group with all the stuff that's happening in the world today. Make sure you protect your investments right now. Text the words Trump to 989898. They're going to send you a free information kit. You can even convert a traditional IRA into a gold-backed IRA. So do that. Secure your financial future. Make sure that whatever's happening in these global markets doesn't affect you and your retirement and your family. There's even a special offer on there for purchasing, I believe, $10,000 or more. You can get a free gold brick. So the details for that, go check it out. Text the words Trump to 989898. The Birch Gold Group. All right. What's going on?
And so we're at the end of the line here. The doors opened about an hour ago. We're a good 1.5 blocks or so from the entrance. We can head back this way since we're already at the end of the line. Okay. But just a reminder, folks, check us out on Rumble. You can follow our stream there on Rumble. Look for RSBN. Check us out. We've got the feed live there as well.
There you go. We can toss it to a commercial break now, I believe. Yep. Nope. Are we doing a commercial break? Was waiting for the feedback on that. Oh, yes. All right. That's live production for you. Hey, a few minutes. We'll come right back. We're live in Hialeah, Florida for President Trump's speech. A few minutes. We'll be right back.
You asked and we listened. We've taken your suggestions and we've made our already amazing Percale bed sheets even better. As a thank you, we're bringing these to you for as low as $24.98 with your promo code. And our new line of Percale bed sheets include everything you loved about our original sheets. Lightweight, durable, breathable, and they sleep cool and crisp. But now, because of you, they're made with 100% long staple cotton and the highest thread count to date. These sheets are softer and more durable than ever before. Plus, they come in all these new colors and styles. And you'll be getting 5-star luxury sheets delivered directly to your front door for as low as $24.98. Not only that, they come with our 10-year warranty and the 60-day money-back guarantee. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen now. Use your promo code to save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. This introductory offer won't last long, so please order now.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. They've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
My Towels solved the problem that we've all had with towels. You go into the stores and they feel lotiony and soft, but then you get them home and they wind dry you. That's why I made My Towels. They actually work, they're soft, and they absorb. And now I'm excited to announce 2 brand new lines of My Towels. What makes them the best towels ever is they're now made with 100% long staple Shapir cotton. This is a combed ring spun cotton that makes My Towels even softer and more absorbent than ever. And now you get a 6-piece set for an amazing introductory sale price as low as $29.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get My Towels for only $29.98. Or you can get my designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% now on all My Towels. They actually work. What a concept. This offer won't last long, so please order now.
MyPillow.com. Back out here live in Hialeah, Florida, getting ready to cover the inside portion of Trump's appearance here. We'll get to this great truck that's behind me, but first I want to talk about ways that you can get involved with Right Side. Go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate, and donate what you can. You know, we have very humble beginnings, as you heard earlier from a guy that knew us when we were just doing this on a cell phone, literally doing this on a cell phone. Now we have grown to a network with sizable audience, obviously covering just about anything related to President Trump, and we've only been able to do that through the generosity of a lot of our viewers. So there's an opportunity for you. If you want to see us continue to grow, then go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can sign up for a one-time donation. It could be reoccurring. That's all up to you. Go check it out, rsbnetwork.com/donate. Look at the truck behind me. My goodness. Let's see if we can get a good shot of this. Now, this truck, if I'm not mistaken, this belongs to Forgiato Blow. And obviously he's created his own little parking spot right here. Yeah. But look at the paintwork on here. He just recently had it redone. And it seems like now, of course, you got the 47 on there. It's, I think, better than ever.
It looks really good. I have not seen anything like this for Donald Trump. Or, I'm sorry, for Joe Biden. I've seen, a lot of times you'll see trucks or cars decked out with Trump swag on it. This one is remarkable, unlike many others.
Did you see the Ashley Babbitt? I'm going to take it real quickly, Joe. Come back here. Let's talk about this. This is a tribute to Ashley Babbitt. A great picture there, and just a great way of remembering her.
Yeah, I think it is great to remember her, as well as Roseanne Barr and the two others that also died on January 6th, 2021.
Keep walking around the backside. I wanted to just point that out. No, it's fantastic. And of course, Forgiato, he is the mayor of Magaville there. That's what. Look at this. It's a great pick there. He is the mayor of Magaville, and he is known for having his cars, and he likes all of this. What guy doesn't like a lifted truck with a diesel, double pipes up top? Trump's nephew, anyway. Shout out to Forgiato Blow for really going above and beyond when it comes to creating this truck. Look at the bottom, the fake news.
Yeah, it just goes to show, and this is what I love about not just Trump rallies, but Trump supporters, the whole MAGA movement, the whole Save America movement, is just people just having fun. You can be over the top, excited, proud of your beliefs, and no one's going to shame you. And especially conservatives, for so long we've been shamed into being quiet about our views and not talking about what we believe in because it's politically incorrect. And people going, I don't care anymore. I'm going to paint my truck crazy. I'm going to put all kinds of cool stuff all over it, and I don't care what people think of it. Yeah. And it's just a really fun, refreshing way to live in America today. Yeah.
And of course, this has been a commerce for a lot of people. When you take a look at the amount of merch and type of campaign stuff that's been able to be created. A lot of people have small businesses. This is what they do. They literally go along the Trump campaign rally schedule, and that's their small business.
The MAGA movement has created jobs and businesses and lots of opportunities for people. It's fun to see. You see a lot of the same vendors at these rallies. A lot of them will travel around the country, and then some of them are new. Some of them you realize they're local. They're only doing it, it's one-off with whatever the current location is. Today we're in Miami, but he's up in New Hampshire, he's up in Iowa, he's got South Dakota, he's got all the early states that he's going to be hitting frequently, and you'll see it helps the community. I mean, hotels boom when people come in, and airline travel. This movement is helping the economy in a way Joe Biden, who has control of the economy, is not helping.
That is an excellent point. I would love to know the economic impact of these rallies over the course of the last 4-6 years. Really going back to 2016 and then going through 2020, and even the ones he did 38 rallies after the 2020 election. He did 39 rallies after that. So the economic impact that he's done is incredible, and the people and the businesses that he's able to inspire is incredible.
It really does bring the community to life, even if just for a day or two or a week, while everybody's getting set up. There's a buzz, there's an excitement, there's movement, and even if people aren't necessarily buying the swag here, they're buying swag online, or they're going to the store buying red, white, and blue. They're buying Trump flags, American flags, because they're excited, they're happy. It's a good feeling to see a president who we believe will make America strong again. And so it really is, it's just exciting to see what could happen again if President Trump is actually in charge of our economy.
Yeah. God, could you imagine how, we talked to those people earlier about what they would do on day one, and they want basically the president to fix the economy. They want them to fix the economy because we've all been affected. And I've always said this: gas is the lowest hanging fruit. Right. Price of gas affects everything. And even we had the girl that might have been 8-9 years old even said lower gas prices. So the economy, I think, would be a priority. But you know what? That border, Christina, it has to be fixed.
It absolutely has to be fixed. And I was really encouraged by the number of immigrants that we talked to in the line today, whether they were Cuban. We had a little bit of a break in the programming, but I was hoping to get to talk to an Israeli couple that said they're out here. They're not afraid to support President Trump. They're not afraid for their safety at these events. And that's a huge statement to say in the United States of America, that they say, I'm not afraid to be Jewish at a Trump rally.
It's an excellent point, and and that's one of the things that President Trump and really the Republican Party in general has been a big voice for the Jewish community, and as far as to see what President Trump did by putting the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem. He promised to do that, and he did that. And of course, who else promised to do that? Both Bushes, Obama, Clinton, they all promised to do it. They never did.
They promised something and didn't deliver on their promises. I am shocked. I'm shocked. Yeah, no, President Trump is the first president probably in my adult life who honestly actually just delivered what he promised he would deliver. And I think that's why one of the reasons that the establishment hates him so much, because the establishment has this game of, oh, just say this, but then we'll do this, and just pacify the people with words and pacify the people with, a couple little things here. But then we have a whole separate agenda that we're not going to tell them about, and we're going to totally rearrange everything. President Trump didn't do any of that. What you heard him say is exactly what you got. And it shined a spotlight on the discrepancy between a politician, I hate to call President Trump that. President Trump, if you're listening, I'm sorry. But a politician who did what he said he was going to do, and it was very plain and simple, versus politicians that play the game. And it was so black and white that, he just exposed everybody. He exposed the system. He exposed the game. He exposed the rigging of not just the elections, but the rigging of the system to benefit the political class. And he exposed everything. No, and that's why, and like I said, when we get inside, which might be a little bit sooner than later, because the line, I'm amazed at how quickly they've moved. The doors opened here at 2, so in just a little over an hour, they were able to process thousands of people, which is props to the security team here and the efficiency of the Trump team of getting everyone through here. So we may actually go inside sooner than we had planned. But in any event, President Trump exposed all of that. And that is one of the reasons why there's so many Republicans. And I'll give you a great example. You've got Republican Chip Roy from Texas is endorsed. He's endorsed Ron DeSantis. There's plenty of things that he is standing for that don't necessarily reflect the basis stance on those topics. But he is one of many Republicans that I just can't figure out they seem like they're so disconnected. Because if I was to go to some of these people's constituents in their district and do some polling there about what they support, what's important to them, you might find out that what they're standing for in Washington is not necessarily what people stand for back in their home districts. I think that's true.
I don't mean to call Chip Roy out on this. I'm just using him as an example. Because if I was to go to his district, I can guarantee you, I know his district. I'm from Texas. I know his district. They are polling very hard for President Trump, and I know that for a fact.
I think that's right. I think there is a discrepancy between some of the members of Congress and their constituents, particularly as it relates not just to Donald Trump, but Donald Trump's view and perspective and the way he wants to lead this country. That also said, I also think the right side viewers are, shall I say, more in tuned and more involved politically. The fact that you watch the Trump rallies and you watch all of these events and you see what's going on. I do think it's in the process of happening, but I do think a lot of Americans really were just kind of asleep at the wheel and didn't appreciate what was happening, and they're now getting caught up on the issues. And so issues that they believed were, simple, like, yeah, of course America supports Israel. Like, why is that? Why are we even questioning that? Now they're going, wait a second. That we don't. And, you and I were, and probably several of the right side viewers are not surprised by the fact that several members of Congress are actually pro-Palestine who wants to wipe Israel off the face of the map. And they're okay with that. That's not surprising because we've been involved in it and we've seen it. But I do think that there's a lot of Americans that are surprised by the severity and the stark discrepancies between where we have stood as a nation and where we're standing today. And I'll go a step further. Just recently we heard that Ken Buck, Representative Ken Buck, announced that he will not seek re-election. Now, that is due to part of his stance on several issues that kind of got a lot of negative feedback from his own district. So I think he
got a wake-up call that he was on the wrong side of a lot of issues and that he was probably going to risk chance of even being primaried. So why even go through that? So he just announces that he's no longer going to run for re-election. There, and you're going to see, I personally think, and this is the sad part about it, I think you're going to see many more, but I don't think they even wait till the election. I think they just retire. I think they drop out, which minimizes our majority in the House.
I think that might be right. I thought Ken Buck is an interesting one because, yes, I think he has missed the MAGA mark on several of the issues, but I think he did support ousting Kevin McCarthy. Did he not? Was he not one of them?
I think he was one of them.
Which struck me as odd because that was such a drastic maneuver, which I fully supported from the beginning. It was such a drastic maneuver that I was surprised that someone who had not stood necessarily closely with the MAGA crowd that he went ahead and did that. But
and that's just one topic that kind of separated the field. There's several others. One is Protect Children's Innocence Act, which is something that is trying to make it a federal crime to have gender-affirming care done on minors. That would be anyone under the age of 18. Of course, you'd be surprised, Christina, how many Republicans are against that. They think it's a states' rights. And so you can argue this and say, well, is child abuse a states' right? Can you beat a child in Louisiana, but you can't beat that child in Oklahoma? That is a federal situation there. And I think that a lot of these Republicans are too weak and spineless to basically come out on a topic that is so controversial.
No, I think that's exactly right. I think Republicans are learning to find their spine. Some are finding it sooner than others. Can I show this real fast? I've got someone here who brought my book.
Well, I think this is a great time.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. We'll get to that. Once you talk to him, I'll get to him in just a second. I do want to talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now is the time. There's so much turmoil in the world right now that you need to protect your investments. And these guys are the experts, gold, silver, and precious metals. Text the words Trump right now to 989898 with the Birch Gold Group, and they'll send you a free information kit, and they will let you decide. But if you have a traditional IRA, they'll show you how to do a gold-backed IRA. There's even a special offer right now for a free gold bar. Please text the words Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. All right, let's turn the camera that way and to show that the line, they process a lot of people. And Christina, I think you've got somebody that you want to talk to. Go ahead.
Oh, here. You want to do an interview? Are you available? Sure. All right. Here.
Those lips.
Probably.
They're very high.
That's really funny. Cindy and Don from Wisconsin, right? And how many Trump rallies have you been to?
2.
2? Okay, so this is your second? Oh, fantastic. What brought you all the way from Wisconsin to Miami?
We have a place in Florida, and we're coming down here. And when we heard about it in North Carolina, we changed our route. And
well, I'm so glad that you could be here today, and I appreciate it. If I could just show folks, I hadn't mentioned, they had my book. So this is really a fun moment for me because I got to sign my book here for them. Stealing Your Vote, The Inside Story of the 2020 Election, What It Means for 2024. You can get it wherever books are sold. What are you looking forward to, Don, most in seeing President Trump today?
I heard there's a bunch of speakers who are going to give him their endorsement that they have not heretofore given him. So I want to see who's here and who's on the Trump train.
Fantastic. And I'm sure you're all aware that we've got the RNC debate also here in Miami. I see you rolling your eyes. What brought you here rather than going or watching the RNC debate?
You've got to be kidding, right? They should. I mean, this is ridiculous. They're wasting all this time and money, and they should be here supporting Trump. Come on already. And there's a fourth one scheduled in Alabama here. Come on.
What do you think about the RNC? Well, actually, I should ask it this way. What do you think about President Trump scheduling this rally for the same day, time, and basically place as the RNC debate tonight?
Well, what I'm really disappointed in is that the none of the Republican candidates have really delivered a full-throated defense of President Trump in defense of the lawfare. Vivek has been the closest, but DeSantis is hanging his hat on his entire hopes on that Trump is not even going to be able to run. So it is extremely disappointing to me.
And isn't it interesting? Donald Trump is on trial here in Florida. And last I checked, Ron DeSantis was the governor of Florida. I mean, I know it's a state and federal issue. They're separate. But certainly you would think that the governor may take a stand on trials that are occurring in his state.
No, exactly. It's the lawfare, and he's been indicted 91 counts or whatever. As the president says, the real president says, he wears it as a badge of honor, and we need to fight the weaponization of our government.
Well, fantastic. Thank you guys so much for stopping by, and I hope you have a wonderful time at the rally. As always, we've got more folks over here. Everyone loves Brian. Brian's so easy to spot. We've got folks taking photos and getting ready to see President Trump speak tonight. The doors have been open for about a little over an hour. You can also see us on Rumble. Please check out our Rumble stream. We've got our live feed. Oh, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, this is so cool. Are they
on my Instagram at kelly.jules.
Kelly.jules. How do you spell Kelly?
Kelly.
And that's on Instagram.
Yeah.
All right, check her out. You can get cool Trump bracelets. All right. Oh, you've got a whole bunch of them.
Yeah.
And how are you guys? How are you related?
He's my dad.
Okay, so this is a good girl dad right here, if I can just say that. So you got it.
Yeah.
You're a good girl dad. All right, that's awesome.
That's awesome. Okay, so the book is great. Okay, and I'll get my number. Will you give her my phone number real quick? We're exchanging contact. No, I don't want to do that on there. But just gives you an idea. This is, the families, the people that have parents that have come out here with kids. I think it's great right now, and I think that's exactly what the Trump movement and the policies is all about. It's all about families, about strengthening the families, getting back and putting school choice in the hands of the parents, and also it's ironically there's going to be a couple things that the president will say likely tonight that will get the most applause. A lot of them is taking down the Department of Education and fixing this woke curriculum that is happening not only across our public schools really, but across the country and our university system, and as we have really seen that become amplified with the Israeli-Palestinian Hamas conflict that we have in the Middle East. We've seen these universities have become a place where the students feel like their freedom of speech is violated. We're talking about what's important to families, and one of them is the educational system. But let's talk about what's going on right now on college campuses with these I'd say they're really misguided kids at this point that are out there disrupting. I think they're brainwashed for the most part. But let's talk about that.
Well, I think we can now see a concerted effort on the part of the establishment to really use our higher education programs to indoctrinate kids who become adults, and they become, good little slaves, basically. Right. Basically, think a certain way, become employees, work for a living, allow the establishment to tell you what jobs you can have and where you can go. And there's this political class that selects people to be in these particular elite opportunities, like politics, like government. You have to come from certain places. And that is not the American way. It's not the way the United States was designed. And it's not the best way for America to thrive. Not just America, any country. Every country needs diversity of all kinds, of thought, of not just of appearance, of background, of educational background. And they're trying to force it through this educational program that everyone starts thinking the same way. And that's dangerous.
Yeah, it is dangerous. And I think back at times when I was in college, and you yourself, I would have never seen this type of support for a terrorist organization on my college campus. I would have never imagined, Christina, that you'd have kids ripping down posters of missing Israeli children.
Amazing.
I would never thought that would be applauded and accepted in our society.
It is shocking, not just because they're missing Israeli children. They shouldn't be doing it for Palestinian children either. You shouldn't be doing it for anybody. Anybody who is currently being held hostage or is a victim of a terrorist organization, you should not support the death of the victims on either side. It's evil. And it's just shocking to see that it's okay, and people will post about it online how proud they are of the fact that they tore these posters down. I mean, it's shocking how proud the left is to be so hateful, especially when they say, oh, we're the party of love, peace, and tolerance.
Last Saturday, there was a major march in Washington, D.C., and they literally took buses of people from South Florida and all across the country and put them in D.C. I watched it online. There was a YouTube channel that streamed this all. It was a very professional production, so they had all the plan in place for that. I couldn't believe when they would pan the crowd and show who was there. It was mostly, yes, there was Palestinians there, and people from the Middle East, Egypt, and all countries really. But there were so many young, I'm going to say this, white girls from the suburb with the headscarves on, and they would be in the interview, and they were clearly from the suburban of North Virginia, but for some reason this is the cause that they have to fall in love with right now to give them some type of meaning to be fighting for something. They're just on the wrong side of truth right now.
I know. It's embarrassing to me that I actually fit this demographic, but college educated or higher women that come from at least middle-class families tend to be the worst offenders of just insanity, woke ideology that makes exactly zero sense.
Okay. Educated, affluent, and bored. There's three things. They've got two.
I'm not bored, so I don't.
No, you're not bored. You're not bored. You're always busy. But my point being is that is who gets caught up in these type of movements. Let's go back to what it looked like with the Black Lives Matter movement of summers ago. It was the same thing. It was kids from the suburb got sucked into this social movement that people felt like they had to be a part of, and they end up. We all know how that movement kind of faded out and was, basically, discovered that it was I'm going to say money laundering, but it was very fraudulent with the way they dealt with their money. And so this is the next one, though. This is the next one.
You're right. And they create this cycle because the best way to feel good about yourself and to feel like you're contributing to society, according to this woke ideology, is to support victims, right? You have to have a victim somewhere whose cause you're championing. And if you're doing that, then you're a great human. God forbid you actually live in a prosperous society where everybody's actually thriving and growing and doing well, and you don't have to rally behind victims.
Right.
But so they perpetuate victimhood because it's what makes them feel good. And so right even where there is no victim, they'll create victims because it makes them feel good about themselves. And then in order to create victims, you have to have an aggressor, you have to have the villain. And so who better for the villain to be than white men or, pick some demographic that's actually fine and turn them into villains, and then you can create this perpetual victimhood, and then you get to constantly feel superior to people.
There you go, man. We are giving away all of our stuff that we had planned to talk about inside. But you're on the mark though. Well, okay, in about 8 minutes we're going to transition inside. We'll take a commercial break at the bottom of the hour, and then let's get where the sun's flaring in the camera. But you're so right on that. It's all about finding a victim, right? And having an oppressor, and then constantly going after the oppressor and making that a campaign. And, we've seen it happen after the 2020 election, or whenever President Trump was for re-election in 2020, it became him. He was now the monster. He was the man that was creating all this chaos. And to a certain extent, that is his game plan. That's their game plan now. But they now have broadened that to just white men, middle America.
It's not sticking. It's not working for Trump. And so they have to make it bigger. They have to make it worse. They can't just shame Donald Trump. They have to shame everybody who follows him. They have to shame or threaten, white conservative men or, anybody who isn't filled with hate. their message isn't getting out. And on the topic of messaging, if I could just say, I don't know if we could say, we've got a lot of folks. I've seen probably more than some of the other rallies. We have a lot of like independent journalists here. There's a few cameras here. And I've seen we've got another crew right over here that's doing independent journalism. I think one of the things that I love about all of these independent journalists is that mainstream media is losing. Right? It used to be that if you wanted to tune into somebody, you would tune into Fox News, MSNBC. You tune into these big corporations and listen to corporate news. But we have so many other networks out here. People have more options out, including Right Side, including RSBN, which you can find on Rumble. Check us out on Rumble. Don't forget our Rumble channel. But I'm just really encouraged to see all of these different networks because to me it shows that it's decentralizing the media. And I think that's so important right now because the media was so influential in brainwashing everybody and pushing this narrative that decentralizing media and having many different venues where people can get their information, I think is a really important recent development.
Yeah, because I've recently discovered that many people out here, including the man in the rat uniform, must have got his college degree from the University of TikTok because that's where they're getting all this misinformation from about Trump and about conservatives and about the America First movement. Who would ever think that a MAGA, the word MAGA, which means Make America Great Again, would be considered some type of extremist talking points for someone running for a Democratic seat somewhere. Being in Virginia and listening to all of the news and all the stuff in the D.C. area, all the local political ads, they always labeled their opponent, we've got to defeat this MAGA extremist. And I always thought that was really funny because I thought, well, when did it become so extreme to make America great? And it doesn't mean taking it back to some type of point in history where it's like this whitewash of everyone. And that's what they painted it to. That's how they originally did that. They said,
an ultra MAGA.
An ultra MAGA.
Really bad.
So they've used it as talking points, Christina. So I don't know what the next phase of attacks will be because every time the left tries to label us as like ultra MAGA, we come out with T-shirts, and all this other stuff. And we lean into it because we do feel like this MAGA movement is open for everybody. It's about making America great again, and everyone's contributing to this country in whatever capacity.
They're not hiding their agenda anymore, is what's going on. Before they would hide the fact that they were trying to demonize their political opponents and criminalize political opposition. They're not doing that anymore by labeling us MAGA extremists and domestic terrorists and targeting parents and Catholics, God forbid. They're outing themselves in the fact that that's exactly what they are trying to criminalize their political opposition. They are actively working to criminalize their political opposition. And but for this movement, but for Donald Trump, but for the thousands of people that have come out to say, not on my watch, they would have already done it. They would have already shut us up and said, if you say this or, if you support, Second Amendment rights, our constitutional rights, you're going to be labeled an extremist and you're going to jail. But it really is Donald Trump and his movement, this MAGA movement, that it's not about Trump. Obviously, he's the leader of it. It's about making America great again. But it's so much bigger than Donald Trump. And I just think they can't stop it. They just can't stop it.
Okay, we're going to wrap here in about a minute and go inside and continue our coverage inside. Christina, Bob, Brian, Glenn live outside here in Hialeah. The gates open here at 2 p.m., so they've already processed thousands of people. And if you've noticed, it's been a continuous flow of people coming through the security gates. If you want to just maybe pan over, you can see it's been a continuous flow of people. So if you live in the area and you think you're going to come out here and standing a long line, you're going to get right in. But now there's a lot of people inside. Don't get me wrong. But you're going to get in rather quickly. We want to make sure you share this broadcast. Make sure comment, tag a friend. Yes, it is on a Wednesday. And you know what? Stream this at your desk at work. It's okay. The boss is not going to yell at you.
It's allowed. And it's only 3:30 right now, so just reminding everybody that the massive crowd we've already seen go inside, and I have not yet been inside the venue, so I don't know about how much it holds. But it's not even 5 o'clock yet, and so there's a lot of people that haven't even come off work. There's going to be a lot more people that show up. If you're in the Miami area, come out. There's plenty of room for you. There's still, the line is not very long right now, and they're letting folks in, so there's lots of space. Coming to see President Trump speak is like nothing you've seen before. If you've already been out, you know what. If you've already been to a rally, you know what it's like. please, please come join us. It's so important because even though they might censor us on social media and they might try to look like we don't have as many followers or people aren't retweeting or, posting, reposting our posts as much as they might actually be, they cannot lie about the number of people that come out here. When we physically show up to these rallies, they can't lie about that. And so it's so important. And so I'm so grateful for everybody in all of these communities that come out to these rallies when they're in your area and show support, because this is our collective voice. It is our collective voice. There's tens of thousands of people here to support Donald Trump because we support America. We want to make America great again, and we can't do it without you. So please, if you're in the area, get out here.
It's a steady stream of people coming in here. All right, we're going to take a break. Christina Barr Brangling live here in Florida. Give us a few minutes. We're going to be back inside. Plenty more ahead. Stick around.
You asked and we listened. We've taken your suggestions and we've made our already amazing percale bed sheets even better. As a thank you, we're bringing these to you for as low as $24.98 with your promo code. And our new line of percale bed sheets include everything you loved about our original sheets. Lightweight, durable, breathable, and they sleep cool and crisp. But now, because of you, they're made with 100% long staple cotton and the highest thread count to date. These sheets are softer and more durable than ever before. Plus, they come in all these new colors and styles. And you'll be getting 5-star luxury sheets delivered directly to your front door for as low as $24.98. Not only that, they come with our 10-year warranty and the 60-day money-back guarantee. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen now. Use your promo code to save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. This introductory offer won't last long, so please order now.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. They've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
Hello, friends. Pro-life leader Frank Pavone here, National Director of Priests for Life. It's so good to be with you again on Right Side Broadcasting Network to listen once again to President Donald Trump, leader of the greatest political movement America has ever seen, the MAGA movement. Brothers and sisters, I hope you've seen Police State Film. Go to policestatefilm.net to order your DVD. This is a marvelous production by Dinesh D'Souza and Dan Bongino about how, well, in America, we have a police state already. Our government has been weaponized against us. And one of the people that has been a victim of this, my friend in the pro-life movement, Mr. Mark Houck from Philadelphia, whose home was raided by the FBI one morning as they pointed guns at him, his wife, and his children. He was peacefully protesting in front of an abortion facility, as countless people do every day from coast to coast. And Mark is one of the stories featured in the Police State film. But I also want to invite you today to honor Mark in person in Washington, D.C. on the day of the annual March for Life. Many of you may already be coming to the March for Life, but I wanted to let you know that at 8:30 in the morning on Friday, January 19th, the day of the march, I will be leading the National Prayer Service. It will be held at Constitution Hall, and together with praying to the Lord, we will honor Mr. Mark Houck, for standing firm against a weaponized government. He is pushing back now legally on the Biden administration, the FBI, the DOJ, and he's also running for Congress. Let's encourage this man in person. You'll get a chance to meet him, take some photos, and pray together. Friday, January 19th, 8:30 a.m., Constitution Hall. Go to nationalprayerservice.com for details about this service. nationalprayerservice.com. And we'll also be honoring some other key pro-life heroes, including Bishop Joseph Strickland of the Diocese of Tyler, Texas. Friends, thank you so much. Join me each weeknight on RSBN for Praying for America, each night at 8 p.m. And be assured of my ongoing prayers for you. I'm pro-life leader Frank Pavone, director of Priests for Life. Connect with me on social media at FR Frank Pavone. God bless you.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
My Towels solved a problem that we've all had with towels. You go into the stores and they feel lotiony and soft, but then you get them home and they wind dry you. That's why I made My Towels. They actually work, they're soft, and they absorb. And now I'm excited to announce 2 brand new lines of My Towels. What makes them the best towels ever is they're now made with 100% long staple Shapir cotton. This is a combed ring spun cotton that makes My Towels even softer and more absorbent than ever. And now you get a 6-piece set for an amazing introductory sale price as low as $29.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get My Towels for only $29.98. Or you can get my designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% now on all My Towels. They actually work. What a concept. This offer won't last long, so please order now.
MyPillow.com. We're back out here live in Hialeah, Florida. Brian Glenn and Christina Bobb will be joining me here in a few minutes. But yeah, this and inside this amazing football stadium here. And, you know, I was just commenting to some of the security workers through the entrance to get in here, and I said this is probably the fastest I think I've ever seen them process thousands of people. So props to the security team here in Florida for this rally. As there we've got, so let me show you. Some step aside. We've got thousands of people in here on the ground. Of course, there are some bleachers around here. They have got it, I guess, sectioned off probably at about the 35-yard line. Let's just give it that. Going towards the end zone with chairs and people, thousands of chairs on the interior, and of course the bleachers up top. So what a great day here. And if you've so far missed any of the coverage up until now, we encourage you to go back on our Rumble channel, scroll back after this broadcast, and absolutely check that out. Christina Bobb now joining me. We'll step back in here.
I was trying to duck, and I ducked, and then didn't realize the camera had panned, and I popped my noggin up right in front of the camera.
That's okay.
Sorry, everybody.
Anyway, here we are, live, inside.
Yep.
Let's talk about the setup real quickly.
Yeah.
I just said we're positioned on the 35-yard line, going towards the end zone.
This is big for a route. Like, I mean, this is a big venue.
It's a big setup.
It's a very good setup. It's a very good setup. But this is a much bigger venue than I was expecting.
I don't know why we haven't done football stadiums before.
I know. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. So
temperature-wise, it's hot. I've had 3 people so far come up to me and say, I don't see how you have this jacket on. I may take my coat off here in just a second.
Yeah.
It's 85 and sunny, but it will cool down to a great, comfortable 76
It'll be nice tonight.
By the time the president goes on. But we're glad you're joining us. And let us know if there's anything in particular that you would like for us to cover during these rallies. Now, we were kind of going over before the show of some of the topics that we were looking at, and a lot of it's the economy. A lot of it's what's happening in Congress right now.
Yeah.
The border, the Middle East crisis, the crisis on our college campuses right now with all of this activism that's taking place.
Yep.
But let us know. Go ahead and drop it in the comments section on the Rumble page. and then we will go up on there and read that as well.
And please go to Rumble. The feed will cut, I think, at 6 or 6:30, somewhere in there. The feed from YouTube is going to cut. So if you want to watch the show uninterrupted, please switch to Rumble.
Yeah, it's very important that you do that. But we're glad that you're joining us today. And let's kind of recap some of the things that we saw outside. We talked to dozens of people, and one of the things they really emphasized is that the need for President Trump to be back in office for the economy. People are feeling the effects of Bidenomics.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of people recognize that Donald Trump actually wants America to prosper. And by America, he doesn't just mean the country. He means the people who live here, the Americans. He wants Americans to prosper. And I think, comparing Donald Trump and his 4 years in office to Joe Biden and what we had before Donald Trump, I think Americans can go, oh, our government wasn't actually working to our benefit. And they can understand it in a way where we may not have been able to understand it if President Trump hadn't been in office for those 4 years.
Right. I mean, imagine where we could have grown it. I mean, people's investments. And I just saw a stat the other day that the mortgage rates under President Trump were around 3.754% at the highest, I guess, whenever he left, because it did go up as he was going out of office, but slightly. To now, we're at 8%, even higher on certain types of mortgages. So it's doubled. So we'll put that in perspective. It's going to cost you twice as much for the same house you would have had back in 2016 and 2019 under President Trump.
And my rate, and I live in Florida. I live here in Florida, and they did a reassessment on my own house, and taxes and insurance went up, and so even my payments are going up here in Florida, run by Ron DeSantis. Yeah, well, one of the biggest things in Florida, and I'm sure our Florida viewers would appreciate this or relate to this rather, is the insurance that you have. You have an insurance crisis in the state. It's expensive here. It's very expensive. But what can be done to fix that, though? That's the part where I'm confused of what can anybody in a political office do to lower the insurance premiums for homeowners in Florida? I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. I don't know, and I say I don't know not because I don't know that there's a solution. There's always going to be a solution. I've never worked in the industry, so that's not my area of expertise, so I don't know. But I do believe that there is a solution to it, and I do think that just good leadership and management of the state and the industry is pretty significant. I think the insurance industry in and of itself has a lot of problems. We're talking about housing insurance, and in Florida we have a lot of natural disasters, so unfortunately there's just a lot of different types of insurance that you need here, whether it's wind and hurricane and all of this stuff. However, there's medical insurance, that I think is a whole other racket that needs to be reined in.
Oh, my goodness. Is it not? We were having a conversation the other day. Table that idea, and we'll talk about our friends over at the Wellness Company. What a good segue into this. When you look at what we just came off of with COVID and the pandemic, there is no telling what is right around the corner, and Dr. Peter McAuliffe has developed a medical emergency kit that is designed to help you and your family get through some of the most toughest, difficult times that you could ever imagine. I'm talking everything from literally maybe a tick bite, a snake bite, something like that, some kind of, minor thing, up until to getting a virus. And this medical emergency kit has ivermectin, has stuff that you need to treat several viruses. So go check it out there. The information is on your screen. The emergency medical kit. And we were talking about health insurance. I would want to make sure that I had everything in my power that if something was to happen again, and look, all this stuff popping off around the world, it's only a matter of time before we have some type of terrorist attack on American soil. So I will make sure that I have this stuff. Go check it out. The information for that is on your screen. Get that emergency medical kit. But let's talk about health insurance. That has also gone up under the Bidenomics umbrella.
Yeah, and it seems to be a way. I mean, it seems to be a way to force people to pay more for nothing. I mean, I've been in situations where I've gone to receive particular healthcare treatments that could or could not be covered by insurance, and they say it's cheaper if you don't use your insurance. Well, then why do I have insurance? But you have to have insurance because we're required to have insurance. You get penalized and all that stuff for not following certain regulations. But a lot of procedures that you go to get, particularly if they're more elective procedures, are cheaper if you don't have insurance.
I saw a video on Instagram of this guy that was talking about this very subject and said, look, I'm a doctor. The most frequently medication that seniors come in and get was this. I can't remember the name of it. If someone comes in with their insurance card, I have to take their insurance card. I can't tell them by law, oh, wait, don't use your insurance. I can actually get it for you cheaper. He goes, the cost on that drug was $3. He charges $6 for someone who doesn't have insurance. But if you come in and say, well, I've got my insurance card, their copay may be $20. They don't know that they're actually paying more, three times
the cost.
more for that medication by going through insurance rather than just paying directly. But because of state law or federal laws, they cannot tell the patient not to use their insurance card. It's such a scam.
Yeah.
But, you know, that is part of the thing that I think that makes President Trump so enticing is you take a guy that knows, hey, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Love that. We'll always stop and say hi to people. It takes a business person to look at these problems and address it from that standpoint rather than a lobbyist or a career politician. That's the difference between President Trump and the rest of the field.
Yeah, President Trump, and he says, I have common sense. And he'll joke about it. He might even do it tonight. But he'll joke. Common sense. People say I'm ultra conservative or I'm super conservative. He goes, no, it's common sense. It's just what is the right thing to do for people in this situation. And it seems that common sense is struggling at the moment. It's fighting for its life.
Okay. There is a GOP debate going on tonight, and we can talk a little bit about what you could see there if you were to watch that. We know you're not going to watch it because you're watching us right here.
On Rumble.
Okay, so here's my problem with what's going on right now. And I know that some of you might disagree with me out there, and please let me know in the chats if you do. This so far, the polls are so lopsided right now with President Trump leading by 40, 50 points, depending on which one you look at.
He's already won.
Okay. He's already won for the most part. I do understand that the others that are in the race, and you're going to answer this question, why are they still in this race, Christina Bob?
Because they are hoping that the swamp successfully removes Donald Trump.
Okay. That's what they want.
That's what they want.
Okay, so
all of them.
Chris Christie thinks, because I do spend time listening to him when he goes on CNN, because that's the only place that will take him.
That's why you're in charge.
Yeah.
You can do things like that.
Thank you.
We got some fans.
Thank you. We love you too. We love you. Thank you. Thank you. He is the only one that's really taking on Trump head on. The other candidates aren't really.
Wait, Chris Christie is.
Chris Christie is the only one that's his whole strategy. Like for instance, Nikki Haley doesn't necessarily attack Trump head on.
Okay.
Neither does Vivek Ramaswamy. Neither does Tim Scott. They may refer to him, but they don't make it their primary talking point. Right. That's all Christie does.
Chris Christie is the only one stupid enough to do that.
Okay, I would agree with you on that as well. So there is a debate tonight, but I think you're going to find less time. Some of those other candidates, they really think that if Trump was to be removed from the equation here, they all think they have a realistic shot to begin that nomination. So
they might get the nomination. Interesting word choice there. You said they think they have a realistic chance of getting the nomination.
Correct.
They'll never win. They will never
I agree with
win.
you. I agree with you. But I do think that, and I don't think at this point they're positioning for a vice president pick or in the cabinet, because I think that
way of doing it.
That bridge was burned a long time ago, right? It blew up a long time ago. So their only strategy now is desperately to cling on to whatever political power that is behind them to prevent President Trump from going back to the White House.
Which is the swamp, right?
The
swamp is behind all of them. The swamp is funding their meager little campaigns. The swamp is hoping that Joe Biden and Jack Smith and Merrick Garland and all of these nasty folks can take Donald Trump down through these legal challenges. They will not be able to successfully do that. That's not actually in the realm of possibility.
Okay, so this brings us to a bigger topic here. What should the Republican Party, the Republican National Convention, the RNC, right?
Yes.
Should they say right now, okay, guys, this thing is decided. Let's stop spending tens of millions of dollars on attack ads against Trump, and
debates, on events.
You come on through here. You can sneak through. I didn't know if you can get through. Okay.
Okay.
I was warned that this media riser is extremely
It's a little tight.
extremely tight. So some are saying that the RNC should really suspend this primary debate season, right?
Yes.
And get behind their presumptive leader in the Republican Party, and then put their resources
into securing the election.
Yes, and
Securing the
into
election.
basic elections happening around the country right now that we need to win. There was a few last night that we did not win.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are pointing fingers going, well, if we were more focused on winning some of these other Republican matchups rather than just taking out President Trump from the other, the people running in the primary, we would have won those elections.
Right.
We are fractured. We are not focused right now.
Well, I was talking to some of my friends in Pennsylvania, just trying to get their take on what happened yesterday, because Republicans got crushed in Pennsylvania yesterday. Like, it wasn't even close. And I asked them, I said, what happened? What was it? Was it the issues? Was it that there wasn't like a stellar candidate? What was happening in Pennsylvania? And they said the base just did not turn out. They just didn't turn out to vote. And I'm not blaming the base, because there's a reason they didn't turn out. They didn't turn out because no one inspired them to vote. But you know who inspires people to vote and to show up and to fight hard? Donald Trump.
Yeah.
He inspires people in the midst of crazy odds, in the midst of a ton of obstacles. People will say, I'll go vote for him. Whether it's by mail, whether it's in person on Election Day, people are inspired and encouraged and excited to vote for Donald Trump. And apparently, there was no one in Pennsylvania, not a single Republican in Pennsylvania that I'm aware of, at least not in any of the statewide offices or any of the courts, who inspired the base to turn out for them.
Yeah.
So that is what the RNC needs to be working on.
All right, Greg. Pause that thought. We'll get back to that. I want to talk about our friends over at the Tax Network USA. Now that October 15th deadline has passed. It's over. So for whatever reason, if you weren't able to file or you're scared to file, perhaps you owe taxes from a year, 2, 5 years, 10 years ago, don't panic. Let these guys do the work for you. They will help you really get a better tax settlement through this negotiation process. The website is taxnetworkusa.com. There's a phone number on the screen as well. You can hit that phone number, but get the tax relief that you need. It doesn't matter if you owe $1, $10,000. Well, if you owe $1 in taxes, pay it. There's no excuse not to pay that. But if you have $10,000 tax bill or $1 million tax bill, let these guys help you out at the Tax Network USA, the website, taxnetworkusa.com, and let them get to work for you. Don't be scared and live in anxiety. The Tax USA, the website, and phone numbers on your screen. Okay, so going back to the Republican. Okay, so last night I was watching Virginia, and I know that Governor Youngkin was saying, look, we need to hold the House and flip the Senate. If they were able to do that, many say that the donors, the big donors, would push him as a dark horse into this 2024 presidential election.
Yeah.
Well, that didn't happen.
It didn't happen. I don't think the same thing we were just talking about in Pennsylvania. I don't think Glenn Youngkin moves conservatives to go vote for him. Not only do I think he's uninspiring and particularly vanilla when it comes to conservatism,
right?
He's seen as one who used President Trump, took President Trump's assistance to get into that governor's race. No matter what you say, he never would have won that race if President Trump hadn't stepped out and said, hey, MAGA voters, get out and vote. They weren't going to turn out for him. And so he pushed that. He fueled that. He put his foot on the throttle right at the last minute, and it worked. And that's why Youngkin won. They're not going to do that. Clearly, they didn't do that for him again, and he certainly, isn't aligning with Trump.
Is that how disconnected then?
Yes.
That there certain people in Washington think that for whatever reason a dark horse like Youngkin can enter the race at this point, and then make people go, oh yeah, you know what? I think I'll shift my vote over to them. That's the problem in this country.
They're delusional. They're absolutely delusional.
There's many people in the Republican Party that are delusional on what the actuality, what the reality is.
Yeah. The significance of a Trump endorsement and the significance of getting help from Donald Trump. It's really fascinating. We see it whether it's Glenn Youngkin, Ron DeSantis. I mean, you name it. We could name a dozen other politicians that needed Donald Trump to get them into office. And it's funny. It's funny. They're like, oh, give me a boost, give me a boost. So President Trump gives them a boost. They get into office, and then they feel like this megastar thinking, oh, I'm such a big deal. I'm so great. No, you are riding his coattails. All of your momentum, every bump that you got, every piece of momentum that you got was Donald Trump's that he let you borrow.
Correct.
To think that you can recreate that on your own is absolutely delusional. I think it's emblematic of what's happening across the Republican Party. And the Republicans, I think Matt Gaetz is a good example of this. Matt Gaetz is clearly MAGA. He clearly supports Donald Trump. And he doesn't stray from his own values. He went out and he fueled the McCarthy removal of McCarthy. And people told him he was crazy. They said it's the worst thing you can ever do. It's career suicide. And he did it. But he did it staying true to his constituents, staying true to what he believed his constituents wanted. And in the face of great obstacles, he gave us a great speaker that actually is going to do really great things for the conservative movement. So I think Matt Gaetz is a good example. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a good example of people who can stay individuals, keep their own individual identity, do their own thing, but still recognize that they're riding President Trump's coattails.
Yeah, it's true. And staying true to their constituents. And we said this earlier, that if some of these, if some in the Republican Party that take this hard stance that goes very much against what the base stands for, if you and I were to do a rally into some town hall in their districts and ask their constituents, say, I've got a list of questions here that your representative voted on, let's go ahead and put the vote to the floor, they would be shocked. And I think that I think what you're going to see, this primary with people taking these stances, like Kim Reynolds is a great example of that. It's a great indicator of who is on board.
The Kim Reynolds thing is just shocking to me.
How surprised were you when you saw that?
Very. I wasn't surprised that she would secretly support DeSantis because she's always kind of been like that. But to see it announced that she was actually thinking of coming out to endorse Ron DeSantis was just baffling to me. And again, the only way that I think it can be justified, and I don't know, I've never talked to her, I didn't interview her, I don't know what she's thinking, but the only thing I think that could potentially justify Kim Reynolds, the governor of Iowa, by the way, potentially coming out to endorse Ron DeSantis is because she too wants the swamp to win. These are people who are, I use the term raised, but I mean raised in their career, right? They're raised in this political system. They feel that they've earned a place. It's their turn to have power. And they don't like the fact that Donald Trump can effectively say, hey, I like this guy over here. And suddenly he's, the governor of a state. They don't like that. And so they want to limit Donald Trump's power. I think there's really selfish animosity inside a lot of these people, and they're all being exposed for it.
But what's interesting is you and I have been to Iowa more times than I can even
I've learned
imagine.
To love Iowa. We love you, Iowa.
But here's what, every time we go to Iowa, those events are swamped. They are packed with Trump supporters, and everywhere you go, it seems like there's Trump signs everywhere. The people very much support Trump, so which makes it really interesting. Because Kim Reynolds, I think, was a popular governor. Some people say she's one of the most popular governor in the country.
Yeah, and she spoke at Trump events. We've been to Iowa events before where she was speaking.
So is this
Trump
yet
events.
Another desperate attempt by the swamp to say, look, we've got to start peeling some people off that can help us,
Maybe. I really think it's people who are looking at the current landscape of legal challenges, whether it's criminal, whether it's the civil litigation in New York with Letitia James, whether it's he's having to fight to remain on the ballots in Colorado, Minnesota, Michigan, all these other states. And they're looking at that going, I don't know if he's going to pull through. I'm gonna go some other direction. They're cowards. They're cowards. They don't have fight in them, and they're not willing to stand up for it. To be clear, on the legal front, President Trump is prevailing on this. He is absolutely prevailing on this. He's going to be on the ballot. That's not going to be an issue, regardless. And this is actually a good point to make now, because the ruling in that case in Colorado has not come out yet. I think it's expected to be out before Thanksgiving. We know that that's a leftist activist judge who funds groups that try to get Republicans out of office. So regardless of the ruling, whether she rules for or against President Trump, if it needs to be appealed, whether it's at the Colorado state level or eventually goes up to the Supreme Court, which I would actually expect the Supreme Court to take this, there's absolutely no way that any negative ruling in that will withstand scrutiny at the Supreme Court. I think we can get it there pretty quickly. Several other states have already looked at the issue. I actually do expect positive rulings in some of the other states. One, I believe, has already indicated they're not even going to consider it. Don't even bother trying. It's unconstitutional. It's an unconstitutional challenge. So for those that are concerned about whether President Trump is going to be on the ballot in all 50 states, he's going to be on the ballot in all 50 states. Democrats are making it hard, but you have to wonder, why are they trying so hard to get him off the ballot? If he's just a crazy fringe guy, why wouldn't you say, yeah, put him on the ballot? Let's see how you do.
Yeah. Let's talk about also yesterday, or the day before yesterday, they had some voting machine discrepancies in Pennsylvania.
They did.
I want to say, was it the western or eastern? I can't remember
it
where.
It was one of the smaller, I think it was one of the smaller communities. But
and let's walk me through that.
Yeah.
And let's be real careful what we say here, because I don't want to end up in some...
This was coming from CBS Philadelphia's reporting, and this was the reports that I saw coming out of Philadelphia. And they were quoting the election officials that were running the polling locations. So you can find it. I posted it on X and Instagram. I just put out the CBS report.
So Gateway Pundit had it as well.
Yeah,
so
Gateway
a lot of
Pundit
media outlets reported on this.
Yeah, and so what was happening was, and this was for judicial retention. At least what was reported was that the race where they were having discrepancies with the machines was on a judicial retention race, meaning the candidates were not running against each other. The question was, should this judge be allowed to remain in office, yes or no? And so it wasn't like it was favoring one candidate over the other. The answers were just wrong. So if somebody voted that a yes vote on one candidate and a no vote on another candidate, they would switch, or there was some type of glitch where the machine would not properly record that count. However, the interesting part is it would properly record it on the paper ballot. Oh. So when the paper ballot would print out, the voter didn't know that their vote was improperly recorded. And so I give credit to the election workers. They actually flagged it for people and said, hey, we need to make sure that your vote actually counted correctly. We're having problems with this. So there was a glitch there. From the reports, I did not speak with anybody directly in Pennsylvania who was present at one of those locations, but I looked at many media reports. Oftentimes the media may pacify us on issues like this. So I did not see anything that indicated, it changed the outcome of any election. But there was that's a serious problem.
And I'm going to pause that, and we'll talk more on that. But I do want to take a moment to talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. It's so much global uncertainty right now. Not only do you have BRICS, but you also have this push for this digital currency. And I just saw a news article this morning about putting microchips in people's hands. And would you be willing to, for experimental purposes, have a microchip installed in your hand to do the digital currency? I say heck no. Our friends at Birch Gold say heck no. Go check it out. Go text the words Trump to 989898 to get this free information gold kit. Now, what they want to help you do is convert a traditional IRA into a gold-backed IRA, and they can do that, and they can also save you a ton of money. No money out of pocket to do that. So go check it out at the Birch Gold Group. Text the words Trump to 989898, and also with qualifying purchase, you could get a free gold bar. I like the F word on this commercial here. Free. You gotta love free.
Great. Gotta love
that.
Free.
Go check it out, the Birch Gold Group. Okay, to your point. So that is probably one of the top discussions that you have amongst people. Is like, well, Trump wins this election with a presumptive nominee, and he goes head-to-head with Biden, which, by the way, in the polls, we'll talk about the polls here in just a second. If you assume that the election is secure, and we've done enough in these states to make sure that we're not dumping thousands and thousands of ballots at 2 a.m. in the morning. We're assuming we're not doing these mass mail-in ballots that are from dead people on lots. And you wrote a book about it. If we can secure the election, he's got the support of the American people, according to the polling.
According to the polling, President Trump is doing very, very well. Yes, he's got all the swing states if the election is secure, which that's a really good point that you make, because the only way the election is going to be secure is if people get involved to be a part of the solution. We need poll workers, challengers, observers, volunteers, judges. Every part of this election, we need people on the ground working. It's going to get secured from the bottom up, not the top down. We've all been hoping for a top-down solution that has not come. So please, please, please get involved. Mike Lindell has put a great network together of all the different election organizations across the country that are doing this type of work. So whatever county you're in the country, Mike Lindell can point you to one of the groups there that's doing the work. You can go to causeofamerica.org. That's CAUSE of America.org. And say, hey, I live in somewhere in Oklahoma, or I live in Kansas, or wherever, and they will connect you with the groups in your area that are doing the work that we need to secure our elections.
Yeah, because you see the latest polls of the swing states. Pretty amazing. I mean, the only one that was within a margin of error was Wisconsin.
Right.
The rest of them were.
Wisconsin, supposedly he was down 2. Pennsylvania, I think it was Pennsylvania. I'll have to double check, but I think he was up like 10 points in Pennsylvania, which is what intrigued me so much about the election yesterday. Is conservatives did not show up. They just did not show up to vote in Pennsylvania yesterday. And I'm not blaming the voters. There wasn't anybody for them to feel that they needed to get out to do that. So it's interesting to me that when they poll for Donald Trump, he's winning by such a large margin. But yet when there's an election that he's not on the ticket, nobody shows up. Yeah,
that's interesting. What was on the ballot in the state of Ohio? We'll talk about this for a little bit. There was an abortion. It was basically a state amendment, maybe. I got to get the verbiage on that. They also they vote to legalize marijuana, recreational marijuana, which I think is very interesting because if you look at the two, what would seem to be a liberal policy about abortion, about wanting to have the right, a woman's right for abortion, and marijuana, those are two points that the left really leans in hard on.
Yeah.
Pro-choice and then marijuana.
Well, and I think that goes to what we're saying. Conservatives didn't show up. They put issues on that are very left-leaning issues.
Left-leaning.
And conservatives don't care about anything on the ballot, so they don't show up to vote. Yeah. That is a tactic of the left. Put these initiatives on elections that conservatives don't care about.
Yeah. 4:06 here, local time here in Kissimmee, Florida. Brian, Glenn, Christina, Bob providing a non-stop action going up to the opening. Now, they have a program that starts at 5.
Yes, we're going to hear some good speakers at 5 o'clock.
We've got some great speakers. And then, of course, President Trump speaks at 7 o'clock. I know that Mar-a-Lago is about an hour and a half north of here?
About an hour, yeah.
About an hour north of here. So I'd imagine, hopefully, his commute here is easy and quick. Yeah. And he can get here on time.
Hopefully he can get here on time. Yeah, I know there's a lot of folks here looking forward to it. I think this is just a really cool venue. We're in the middle of a football field, and you've got grass on either side where, folks are getting their food. We've got food trucks and carts right over here to the left. People are coming out. It's like a picnic. They're partying and waiting to hear from their speakers.
Well, let's step aside, and we'll show you what it looks like inside here as we are about 55 minutes away from showing the program. And this is one of these unique rallies where we're in a very heavily Hispanic area, South Florida, obviously.
Right.
President Trump is polling very well, more than he did back in 2020 in the Hispanic market, in the African American market. And I think that a lot of people resonate, and especially in the Hispanic communities, to these family traditions, these values, and pushing back on the gender dysphoria, if you will. They're not buying it, and they know that President Trump won't buy it either.
I think that's exactly right. We saw a lot of kids here with their parents. You interviewed some of them out front. But parental rights is a really big issue right now that I think parents, not only are parents concerned about, but they're concerned that they need to be concerned about it. That's a topic that they never really had to push before, because who would have thought that somebody else should be in charge of your own children?
Yeah.
It doesn't really make any sense.
Well, and you said this earlier, Glenn Youngkin ran on that premise of protecting kids in schools. Now, whether or not he did enough, but when he's up for re-election, we'll let the voters determine on that, because a lot of people, and you said this, they'll ride the coattails of a Trump, maybe not endorsement to being like Trump, like him, and they don't necessarily get too, they don't get too close to him, but they get close enough to pull in his supporters. But at the end of the day, it's the way you vote and the way you govern is going to let them know for sure that you have earned their vote. And I'm not, quite frankly, some of these Republican that we can go into Congress here in a second, I don't think they've done that. I think Congress has been a major letdown for the American people, and this is where I'm going to go with this. Let's see if we can come back. We'll step back on. This follows up on what you said earlier about they didn't show up.
Yeah.
They didn't show up. Okay. I personally feel like there is a lack of leadership right now. I know we just got a new speaker, so I'm going to give him.
Yeah, give him a minute.
I know I'm going to give him a hot minute, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to give Johnson a hot minute. I do like Johnson. I do like him. But let me tell you what needs to happen, because we are losing the support of a lot of people that from the base. They want consequences. They want action. They want accountability for what's happened. They want to know that this government has been weaponized against President Trump. They want to know that Mayorkas and his reckless border policies, that he continually will tell you that the border is secure, yet we've had all-time record number of gotaways, and even the ones that we caught, okay? Record numbers, but still says the border is secure. Yeah. He has not. Why haven't we impeached Mayorkas? I have no idea. Why is Christopher Wray, but Graves, the district attorney in D.C. Republicans, voters, you and I, people at home, need accountability. We want action. We're tired of strongly written, worded letters. We're tired of the 5-minute floor speeches on Congress that go viral.
Have we had strongly written letters? Like
Jim Jordan writes letters all the time.
Jim Jordan, okay.
And I'm a Jim Jordan fan, but dadgummit. Every time we get on something, we write a strongly worded letter. We get on social media. We make a video. We take a 5-minute floor speech. We do a 1-minute floor speech. We put it up. It goes viral, and then we walk away.
I'm going to do something next time.
We're going to do something, and then we walk away. We don't ever follow through with action. Republican voters want action, and right now they're not getting it from anybody. And I'm telling you right now. I feel like the girl on the airplane that went viral. I'm telling you right now. We are going to lose a majority before the election, because we've got people that are going to retire. We got people that are, I'm telling you, they're going to drop out. People that know for a fact that they're not going to win re-election, they may just walk away. Our majority could go down to one person. If that happens, we are done. The Democrats already own us. All it takes is a couple people now to have the Democrats get their way on bills on the floor. But the American people are angry. I'm angry. These people are angry right now because there's no accountability for anything that's happened in our country. Nothing. It's beyond me that Mayorkas is still sitting in that chair of a director of Homeland Security. I am blown away for that.
I mean, I understand your outrage, but are you really blown away? I mean, our Congress has done nothing for decades other than kowtow to crazy liberals that want to fundamentally change our country. So
no, I'm not surprised.
Right, okay. So yes, I understand the outrage. I agree with the outrage. But at the same time, the Republican Party had become a party of cowards. and we're in a metamorphosis at the moment. A party where they would go along to get along. They learned that if they didn't really challenge Democrats and just let Democrats do whatever they wanted, they could keep their seat, and it wasn't very hard.
Yes.
They didn't have to work that hard.
You're speaking the truth right now.
And so they said, let's just go along to get along. We get to keep our seat, and everything is fine. And that is the generation of politicians that are in Congress today. We have a few breakout stars, the Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
And I love Jim Jordan. I don't want to bang on him earlier. He is the best of the best of the best. But the American people want action now.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
why?
That's why Kevin McCarthy was removed, largely.
And I would agree with you. In my opinion, and Jamie Comer's done an excellent job, too, on all of the Biden crime family. He has done a phenomenal job.
Yeah.
And it takes time to put all of these talking points together so you can have action with a subpoena, which I think is coming with Hunter Biden and James Biden real quick. All right, we're going to get into that real quickly, but I want to talk about the tax network. If you were literally behind on your taxes, let's say that you hadn't paid taxes in 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 5 years, do not panic, do not have anxiety. Our friends want to help you, okay? They can do it. Simply reach out to them. The website is on your screen. You've got a phone number you can call as well, and take care of your tax bill. There is no excuse not to do it. They'll help you save money, save your tax bill, and relieve stress. Go check it out right now. The information for that is on your screen. I know that deadline just passed of October 15th, but now time to move on and take care of the problem. Go check it out and take your taxes taken. Take care of your taxes. Okay. I personally feel that Kevin McCarthy would still be your speaker if you would have came out first of the year and said and hammered home the Biden.
100%.
Put an impeachment vote on the floor. Make people in Congress step up and put their name down whether or not they support it or not. And he didn't do that. He didn't do that.
And he didn't do the single subject spending bills. And the American people are tired of these big omnibus bills where they're sending billions and billions of dollars for stuff they don't want to get one little concession for something that they do want. And so Kevin McCarthy promised he would do that, and he didn't, and now he's out. And he's a disgrace. He's the only speaker that's ever been removed. I mean, that should be a lesson. It should be a lesson.
But let me ask you a question. Okay, I want you to give me your feedback on this. Do you think that we should hold the same standards to Johnson, Speaker Johnson, as we did with Kevin McCarthy?
Yes.
Okay, I agree.
I do.
But there's people out there right now that want to pull the red line over a certain direction. I'm like, no. You're going to draw a hard red line. If you're going to hold somebody accountable for not doing something, then you need to hold Speaker Johnson accountable for the same thing.
I agree.
Okay.
I completely agree. Yeah.
Because I'm with you on that. But
I'm not married to Johnson. Like when I say married, I mean ideally. I don't care who the speaker is. I just want a speaker in there who's actually going to do what the constituents want.
My biggest thing is I want accountability. It all goes down to accountability. That's it. And if you're not willing to hold people accountable for stuff that has gone wrong, breaking the law, I mean, stuff that absolutely has been horrible for this country, which is the open border, then we need to rethink our priorities. And so to your question, no, I'm not surprised, right? And you asked me on the surprise. Yeah. But I'm just like everybody at home right now. I'm angry.
Everyone's
I'm furious.
angry. Yeah.
I want accountability. I want change. Yeah. I want the Republican Party to change and learn how to fight. We don't fight. Democrats know how to fight. Yeah. They band together and fight on everything. They're lock in step on every topic. We're not.
We're not, but I like where we are better than Democrats in the sense that the Democrat Party has taken over. Democrat Americans don't have a voice anymore. If you're a liberal American, there's nowhere. When I say this, if you're a liberal, sane American who actually loves this country and wants to see it thrive, but you happen to have liberal political views, there is no party for you anymore. Other than MAGA, you're welcome here. You're welcome to join us.
That's a great point. Well,
but many of them, I would say, probably don't necessarily identify with the MAGA movement, but you are welcome, and you're welcome to come here, and people will listen to your views, and you can have that dialogue. The difference is they don't have a place in their own party where they can go.
No, I would say the Democrats of 20, 30 years ago are by far not the same Democrats as we have today. I mean, I go up in the gallery there on the House floor, and
they kicked out a Kennedy.
Yeah.
I mean, JFK Jr. can't even run as a Democrat because they're pushing him out. Like, who would have thought the American Democrat Party would be pushing out a Kennedy?
But it's interesting that if you look at the face of the Democratic Party, which in my opinion, what the media focuses on is the squad. It is this very leftist, progressive as you can get face of the Democratic Party, which I think it does them an injustice because I think there's more old school Democrats that love this country. They want to keep all of the tradition of this country of honoring the flag and the gender, knowing that God created man and woman only. There's not, limitless genders. They believe that, but they have been hijacked by these radical.
Even the gay movement has been hijacked. I mean,
the gay movement have been hijacked.
Like all of it's been hijacked. The quote unquote normal Democrats have all been hijacked. So if I could go back to the election, I still get on that soapbox. Maricopa County, I saw reports and I saw something from Gateway Pundit actually reporting that you'll be shocked to hear this, Brian.
Okay.
Maricopa County messed up their elections at several polling locations. This time it was only 17% of the polling locations. It wasn't a 66% from 2022. And what had happened was there were a handful of polling locations, and I still need to dig on to where they were and what the demographic was in those neighborhoods. But a handful of the polling locations, approximately 17%, closed at 4:30. Right? I don't know why, but it was planned ahead of time. The polls were going to close at 4:30. The polls statewide didn't close until 7. And when the announcements went out about polling and polling locations, it said that statewide they were going to be open till 7. When people got their ballots, when they got their notifications that lived in these areas where they were actually closing at 4:30, the ballots and the flyers that were mailed to them said the poll is open until 7. So if you go on election day, you have until 7 o'clock. However, it closed at 4:30. And you could have gone to Stephen Richer's website and it had the correct times on it on the website. But if you went by what was mailed to you, you were misinformed about the time. And there were a lot of people complaining. Same day, like election voters tend to be Republican, tends to be conservatives that go in person to either drop off their ballot or vote in person. And so it was just a little bit of a cluster yesterday. Now, I don't believe there were actually people on the ballot, particularly in Maricopa County. I think they were ballot initiatives funding. They were options of like, what are we going to fund? Are we going to fund this new highway? Or are we going to fund this stuff? So it wasn't people that were on the ballot. But I would still be upset that I was misinformed. Maricopa County, how many times do you have to screw up an election? And it's amazing how let's assume for the sake of this discussion, it's complete incompetence, right? Okay. There was nothing malicious, it's incompetent. How many incompetent elections does Maricopa County get to run before they all lose their jobs?
Well, and what type of preparation are they going to have for 2024? Because when you said that, the first thing I thought of was, well, who's the printer? Who okayed that flyer? Who was this done intentionally? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was done intentionally. Maybe it wasn't. But these are some of the things that we need to kind of talk about. We're going to shift over a little bit. These are the things that I think we all want to make sure that we address before the election. I don't want us having this conversation, Christina, days after the 2024 election.
Sure.
Like, oh, why did that paper not fit that printer box? Oh, why was the wrong date put on there? Oh, why was this polling center closed? These are the things I don't want to discuss. I want to discuss them now, not after election.
In fairness, Brian, we've only had 3 elections in the last 3 years in Arizona, last 4 years in Arizona, to try to figure out whether there's problems. Give us time. And that's what the leadership in Maricopa County is banking on right now. Incompetence, and that people will just chalk it up to, oh, it was a simple mistake, it was a printing error, it was whatever.
It didn't affect anybody.
It didn't affect. How many times have we heard it doesn't affect the outcome of the election?
Oh, just a few people.
It was only 17% only 17% of the polling locations.
Right,
so
right.
not a big deal at all.
Right.
Of course, I'm being sarcastic. It is a big deal.
Yeah.
But even if it didn't actually, let's assume it didn't change the outcome of any of these ballot initiatives that were on the ballot. If it didn't change the outcome, what it does is it makes the people of Arizona lose confidence in their leadership, and they feel helpless, and they feel like they don't have a voice, and they feel like their vote doesn't matter, their vote doesn't count. Whether that's true or not, we don't know. I don't know what the purpose for all of this was, or how this all came about. But the leadership in Arizona, and I will start with incompetent Katie Hobbs, the leadership in Arizona, Adrian Fontes, the Secretary of State, Scott Jarrett, the Elections Director, Stephen Richer, the Maricopa County Recorder, every single one of them owe the people of Arizona a clean, fair, honest, transparent, competent election where there really truly aren't major discrepancies, where they don't have to post on Twitter and say, oh, sorry, we totally screwed it up, but don't worry, it didn't change the outcome of the election. That's not okay anymore. You have to run an election where people can be confident that the result is accurate.
Okay, let's talk about Arizona Senate. You got Carrie Lake that's in the race. It is kind of a crowded race if it's not right now. Let's break that down.
There's a couple races that are crowded with MAGA people.
Okay.
CD8 is as well. That's where Abe Hamadeh, Blake Masters, and Anthony Kern are also all running for that district.
Because you had Debbie Lesko.
Yeah, that's
no
Debbie
longer
Lesko's
going to. Okay,
district,
Debbie Lesko's district. That's going to be an interesting race because you've got Sheriff Mark Lamb.
Yeah,
that's in it as well. Yeah. What's your thoughts on how that plays out and how much money has to be spent in that race to get that? Assuming that Trump endorsed Carrie Lake would become our next senator from Arizona. What does that take?
Well, of course, I'm with Carrie Lake. Carrie Lake has been so good for President Trump. President Trump has endorsed her.
I'm with you on that.
Yes, all the way with Carrie Lake. It's unfortunate that she has to spend the money in the primary, but she does. I think that race is particularly contentious, though, because it's one that we can take back. Kyrsten Sinema is currently sitting in that seat. She was the Democrat who became an independent. I suspect she became an independent largely because she wanted to keep her seat and she could tell that Arizona was trending red. I don't know. That's just my suspicion, because why else would a Democrat leave the party? But she usually votes Democrat. Every once in a while she gets credit as being a moderate because she doesn't vote completely insane. But she's not a moderate.
You put that.
I mean, they're like, hey, should we genitally mutilate kids? And she goes, no. And people are like, look, she's a moderate. No, she's not. She's a Democrat. She's a Democrat. She's a liberal. I mean, she colored her hair like purple or green or whatever. So
yeah, she's out there on the spectrum of hair colors.
Yeah,
for sure.
That race is going to be really, really expensive to, put it that way, because it is a seat that we can flip to take back control.
And let's talk about the Senate real quickly. And I know that for those that I know we all went through civics, we all know, but we've had a political science class. But the Senate has so much power. People need to understand that. And I feel like in the Senate, we don't necessarily have that firebrand in there that can help push stuff.
We've got Mitch McConnell.
Oh, okay. Well, that's all we need at this point.
What do you mean we don't have a firebrand?
Yeah. Well, it's so that's why I think it would be such a great addition to put Carrie Lake in the Senate, because I do think that she is that firebrand that would completely get the Senate. I mean, they have so much power.
Yeah.
When you think of they all these nominations, kind of what Coach Tuberville's doing right now.
Yeah.
I mean, he is literally going through and blocking all of these nominations that go into the confirmation that go into the military.
Yeah.
We could have easily just voted them all in and it's done, but he's at least trying to slow things up a little bit.
Yeah.
We need more firebrands in the Senate.
I think that's right. We need younger people in the Senate. I mean, I was joking, obviously, about Mitch McConnell.
Well, I mean, look at some of the. Well, look at Feinstein. I mean, look at some of the people.
She voted on the day she died. You literally had to pry power out of her cold, dead hands.
Right. And she literally just. All right, let's step aside, show the crowd real quick as we are live here in Hialeah, Florida. Program starts here at around.
We got about 30 minutes, I think, before the program is set to start.
Which is nice, and the sun's starting to go down a little bit here. starting to sundown here. I mean, sun sets around 5. You can watch about 5:35 here. So the sun is going to come down, and you know what? People, like you said earlier, people are going to get off work and be able to, once again, come out here. You said this before. You've got tons of space here. I mean, you've got a massive football stadium. The infield here is pretty full at this point.
Yeah,
but they're going
it's
to stick
pretty
people in
full.
the bleachers. This is going to be great.
Yep, they will put people in the bleachers. It's not even yet 5 o'clock. So I suspect we will have another wave once people start getting off work and start coming down. If you are in the Miami area, please come out, support President Trump. It's great. It's starting to cool off. I don't know if you're feeling cooler
I just felt
in your
a little
jacket.
bit of cool breeze. It's now
Yes.
81, not 84.
That's a little bit better. But it's a great event thus far. There's lots of great vendors. There's a lot of really great people out here. We're going to hear from some really good speakers as well. It is filling in, but I'd like to reiterate, if you're in the Miami area, please come out, because the more people we have here, the more we prove to the left that the majority is with Donald Trump. But Joe Biden cannot replicate this.
No.
He can't even come close to replicating this. So the
Well,
more
let's talk
people
about
we
it.
put out
Has
here-
any political figure been able to replicate this? I mean, I can't imagine,
Like,
for instance, I cannot name another Republican outside of Ronald Reagan that had the people so charged up to get involved and get out to the polls. I mean, President Trump just he took a shotgun to the political system and just absolutely blew holes through it.
Yeah.
And we got to see exactly how corrupt they are. And I don't think anybody else has ever done that in political history.
No, President Trump is, I can't say once in a lifetime. I mean, he's once in a nation's history president. He's done things that have never been done in American political history. The people love him, and that's why the establishment is afraid of him, because the people do love Donald Trump, and the people do support Donald Trump. And the political establishment are scared of the people and the power that the people have, and it's represented by Donald Trump.
Yeah, I agree. They are absolutely scared of what's happening right now. Thank you. A lot of people walking by. All right, let's go ahead and talk about also Biden and the abandonment of the donors from the Democrats getting behind Joe Biden. I said this a couple years ago. I feel like, let's step back out. I feel like the tide will turn, and Joe Biden will not be the nominee. And I think that the polling is indicating that is the case.
Well, it's got to happen quickly because they've got deadlines to get it. Oh, this is interesting. Do you think they're going to pull a switcheroo and figure out some legal chicanery to somehow subvert the legal process for getting somebody on the ballot?
Probably
How are they
so.
going to do it?
Well, they own the system. They can do whatever they want.
Interesting.
Which is sad about this. But I do think that the donors are starting to question Joe Biden. And age aside, because I don't think sometimes age is a factor. Because, by the way, President Trump would be the oldest president to be reelected for a second term. But the difference between Joe Biden and President Trump might as well be 100 years, because the physical ability, the mental capacity, the things that President Trump does on a daily basis is far more than what President Biden would ever do. I can't keep up with him. And we try to keep up with him because everywhere he goes, we go. And I still can't keep up with him.
No, but even just like at Mar-a-Lago or just around, like he's constantly talking to people and, going from meeting to meeting on the golf course and lunch and breakfast. And he has so many people constantly around him. I can't keep up with him.
Yeah. So basically, I think you're going to start to see, personally, a shift. Because once more polling comes out, and they're going to see that it's almost, look, the economy's not going to get better overnight. He hasn't made any policy changes to improve that. I think the crisis in the Middle East gets worse. I think oil disruption becomes a part of it, because right now there has not been a disruption in the distribution of oil.
Right.
So far. There has not been. That won't last long. So once you start to see that, you start to see gas prices go back up. I think the Democrats are going to be desperate, and it's going to be kind of a Hail Mary to get someone in there. Stop with the Michelle Obama's talk. That is deep web internet. That's Q conspiracy bunch of crap.
Fake news.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. But what is going to happen?
They're also too closely tied to Joe Biden.
Well, absolutely.
So.
But think about this. Where did Gavin Newsom go 2 weeks ago?
Where did he go?
He went to China.
That's what I thought.
He went to China.
Yeah.
Now, with Joe Biden going to China, it says a couple of things. That he is trying to not only make some relationships there,
yeah,
but also try to position himself politically for fundraising, for financing for campaigns, for
fundraising from China.
Hey,
I mean,
well, they have very creative ways of doing that. It's not direct.
You can sell paintings.
You can sell paintings.
I've heard that's a very good way to raise money.
Very lucrative painting. But I do see a change. I really do, because
of course
they cannot.
Joe Biden can't do it,
and they can't lose this election. They cannot lose this election,
well,
and they'll do anything to not lose
yeah.
it, even if it means ditching Biden to the side and putting somebody else in.
I think that's exactly right. I completely agree with you. I'm curious your thoughts about how they're going to pull this switcheroo, because as you know, the ballot access period opened, I think it was in November, right, to actually put your name on the ballot. We saw President Trump go to, was it New Hampshire you went?
Yeah.
We saw President Trump actually go in person to get his name on the ballot in New Hampshire. That's going on now. That closes. Does that close in January? I don't know when it closes. I'll have to look that up. But it closes. It doesn't stay open forever. You have a period of time that you have to get your name on the ballot. And you have a period of time that you have to get your name on the ballot. And when that closes, it closes. And so if you think that there is another way, once that time is over, for them to get someone else on the ballot, I'm curious about that.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting couple months. It's going to be an interesting couple months. And then even that's the Democrat side. Now, if you look at the Republican side, obviously President Trump has a commanding lead in the primary, but don't think that the only reason why these other guys are staying in there is because they think through the legal process, and you know more than that than anybody here. That's the Hail Mary for them, is the legal system.
They have so many Hail Marys right now. They've got like half a dozen court cases, criminal, civil, and multiple civil cases. They've got, of course, the media hounding him. They've got the typical lies that they've been doing, all of these investigations. They're trying to get him off the ballot. They're doing so much to try to destroy Donald Trump because they're scared of him, but more than him, they're scared of us. They're scared of the American people, and that's what Donald Trump represents. He says it best when he says, they're not after me, they're after you. I'm just in the way.
There you go. All right, let's take a moment and talk about our friends over at the Wellness Company. Now, did you know that 90% of all pharmaceutical companies are actually located outside the United States? So if we were to go through another pandemic, what would we do? What would the pharmaceutical shelves look like? They'd either be completely wiped out, or those prices could be 10 to 20 times the normal price because of the shortage. Our friends at the Wellness Company have an emergency medical kit that is right for any certain outbreak of viruses, snake bites, tick bites, anything. You got ivermectin in there. Dr. Peter McAuliffe has developed this emergency medical kit just for that. Put one in your car, put one at home, put one at the office. The information is on your screen. Go check it out. The emergency medical kit. What a fantastic way to make sure your family stays safe. And as always, put that promo code in there because you will get a discount on that. The medical emergency kit. Go get it today. Because I'm telling you, that's something else that often comes into my mind about what's going to happen. Is there going to be another outbreak that disrupts the normal election procedures, that all of a sudden we have to, I don't know, mail in a ballot, or all of a sudden we have to, I don't know, just vote from home, whatever crazy thing they come up with.
Yeah.
It's very scary because we're in desperate times, and I don't have to tell you that. Our viewers know this as well.
Right.
Very desperate times.
I don't doubt that they are going to try to throw a wrench in things. I think they're going to push this court case in New York. I think they're going to push the news about, January 6th and all of the other cases through the end of the year. And I think they're really going to crank it up at the beginning of next year. So buckle up. Just know ahead of time that it's coming. It's fine. President Trump will endure through whatever they throw at him the way that he always has. and just rest assured that their legal challenges are legally insufficient. They are insufficient. They will not withstand. So I fully expect President Trump to have no problems getting reelected as long as we all do our part to secure the elections. Please, please, please get involved in an organization in your local area. You can go to causeofamerica.org to figure out who in your area is doing what. Get involved, and we'll see President Trump back in office in 2025.
It's really interesting, though, that I think a lot of young people, especially that are on these college campuses right now with the Free Palestine and ripping down posters of kidnapped kids, and it's unbelievable. But that tells you where their mindset's at. And when they come, assuming they're legal age of 18, they can vote. Like, where is their mind at as far as the future of this country? Like, they're going to line up. They're going to line up for hours to vote for Joe Biden, whoever the progressive nominee is. And I think that's a very scary moment to think about. The same people that are coddling terrorists are trying to tell you who the next president should be in our country.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy to me.
It is crazy. I think I don't think they have the American majority. We've seen this with the polling numbers. President Trump is leading substantially, even in all of the swing states, with Wisconsin being within the margin of error. So President Trump has the lead. I think what the left really is trying to do is secure their victory through cheating, whether it's cheating in the election, whether it's these legal maneuvers that they're trying to do to take him out. They're not running a clean election. They're playing games. They're they're using the judicial system as a weapon against the American public. So I think that all of the actions that they're taking against Donald Trump, I think it lends to the fact that they themselves know they don't have the American public, and that not only do they not have the support of the American public, but they don't even know that they can rig it enough. That's the way that I see what they're doing. That's the way I see how this plays out.
All right, with 20 minutes before the top of the hour at 5 o'clock, we'll be taking a commercial timeout to come back here. From what I understand, this program does start at 5. Yes. Now, we'll see if that goes off on time. Hopefully it does here. We got thousands of people that are still coming in. I mean, behind the media riser, I still see them coming in, so this place will be full. I want to give a shout out right now to our moderators. I did this a couple weeks ago, and I hope they heard that. I hope they appreciate it. We've got a team of moderators that have been with Right Side from day one on various platforms to make sure that the people in the chat rooms are not getting out of control. And of course, we're all for free speech. We don't mind people posting viewpoints that different than maybe what we're talking about right now. But they do keep out the ones that are just being completely outrageously vulgar. They do monitor that.
Thank you, monitors.
So thank you, monitors, for all you do. You know, it's funny. So we can stand out here in front of this, in front of here, and we've been doing this for coming up on 3 hours straight with pretty much zero break. But they have been doing that as well back at the studio. They have been working, and they do that until the very end. So we want to thank you to all of our moderators for definitely coming in here and making it happen.
And making the conversation happen and making it flow and safe and fun for everybody. Don't forget, a little after 6:30, the YouTube channel is going to cut out. Please make sure you go to Rumble. Pick up the feed at Rumble so you can watch all of it. And, of course, you can watch the main event, which is Donald Trump. You can watch it on the Rumble channel.
There you go. Also, a reminder, go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate. You can donate on the website. Make it really easy to do that. You can do a one-time donation. You can do a reoccurring donation. It's all completely up to you. You can also sign up for our newsletter. Since you're on the website, sign up for our newsletter as well. That's absolutely free, and you'll get special offers on that newsletter that you cannot get anywhere else. So go do that. Grace Saldana, editor-in-chief, does a fantastic job of making sure that the articles, the news that breaks,
gets out.
I try to, I'll send her a news topic and she'll be like, oh, my team's already on it. Great. So she's on the ball there, and I'm just really happy to have her on the team. So go sign up for that newsletter as well. As things, this is a very pivotal time in our country, and of course we've got the presidential race, but you've got the stuff going on in Congress. We've talked about the impeachments. I'd like to know and comment down below who should be the next person to be impeached. I think obviously Joe Biden would be number one, okay? But I would go with Mayorkas. But drop your things in the comments. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about how realistic that is, because our Republican Party is not prepared to do shit at this point.
Yeah.
That's the truth. And these people need to know that. We have a fractured conference. We have a group of people that absolutely won't get on the same page to do what's right for the American people. And if it seems like I'm angry, I am angry, and you should be too, because we've got 2 years in the majority in Congress and nothing has happened.
Yeah.
I say 1 year. I mean, one from January.
Yeah.
But going through next year, assuming that we don't lose anybody from retirement or they just,
Man.
they decide to drop out, you should be angry. And that's where we all need to step up and put pressure on our elected officials to do what's right. Light their phones up, call their offices, send them emails, tag them on social media. You have to do that. That's the only way that we're going to be able to make it work.
The power of the MAGA movement is the power of the people. It's because of the massive following that Donald Trump has and how collective we are. We show up in groups. We show up in big numbers. We have big results. That is the power of this movement. And it's great to tweet and it's great to put stuff out on social media. Continue to do that. But we need people showing up at events. We need people showing up to work elections. We need people showing up. Whatever issue it is that matters to you, show up, get involved, find a group to get involved in, because our power is in our numbers.
And make sure that if your representative is on social media ranting about a particular topic, or it seems like they're taking a stance on something that you believe in, make sure their vote follows that up, because what's happening a lot of time is their messaging will be one thing, their vote will be the other, because at the end of the day, if it's not a recorded vote, you don't know how your guy voted, because it just gets lumped into a no or a nay or a yay.
I was shocked. You probably know this better than I do, but I was shocked to see the secret ballot, the difference between the secret ballot and the recorded ballot for the speaker.
Yeah.
They were so different. And to me, it was so disappointing. I don't even remember who it was for or against, but it was so disappointing that members of Congress who are accountable to the people were embarrassed to cast votes the way that their constituents wanted the votes
This
to be
is
cast.
interesting. This is a true story, and a lot of people have not heard this. And I'm not going to say the name of this individual because I'm just going to withhold that. There are people on some of these sensitive votes that will wait and wait and wait until someone else votes against it or for it, look at their social media to see what the reaction is, and then vote. In avoidance of being absolutely lit up on social media. Instead of voting for what they think is right
and what their constituents
want, they're avoiding backlash on social media.
And the thing that's so disgusting about that is if you're a conservative, you're going to get lambasted on social media. I mean, it doesn't matter who you are, not because the American public doesn't support you, but it's because the left controls media.
Yes, correct.
I mean, I accept X may be kind of, sort of, an exception, because I do think Elon Musk has tried to center it again, but it's still controlled. Like, everybody that works there and everyone that controls it, it's still run by crazy Marxists. So the fact that you're letting them dictate how you vote is so stupid.
And people will change their vote. They'll vote a certain way, go back to the office, all of a sudden their comms person says, wait a minute, we're getting lit up for that vote. So what do? Go back, and because you can change your vote after there's a certain time limit. You can change your vote.
Who are
after
they
it's
getting
over.
lit up by?
Their constituents.
Okay, that's good.
Yes.
Then you need to go change your vote.
Yes.
If it's the constituents, change your vote and do what your constituents want.
It's so easy. Look, if I ever decide to run for politics, this is so easy. Find out what the people want in your district. Find out what the overwhelming policies that they want in place.
What do they care about?
And hopefully you identify with them within your heart and your mind and your soul as far as you believe in it. And then do it. Okay, just do it. If it fails in D.C., it fails. But at least you stood up for your constituents.
That's the whole point.
That's the whole point.
That's why we have 435 members of Congress. Like, the whole point is that there's a smattering of people all over the country, and you need to vote the way that your demographic, your constituents, your group, your congressional district, the way your congressional district wants you to vote. That's why we have 435 members of Congress, so that we get a sampling and then we can figure out the direction the country needs to go.
It's really easy. It's so simple.
I'm getting frustrated talking about this.
You should be frustrated, and I apologize for saying a cuss word earlier, but that's where I'm at right now, because I feel like we have completely wasted 10 months, 11 months of any type of control in the House to get anything done. Yeah, we had a few small victories, but I want big stuff.
Yes.
I want impeachments.
Want
I
the
want
border
Mayorkas,
closed,
the border
too.
closed. I want Hunter Biden sitting in an oversight meeting. I want him subpoenaed. I want James Biden subpoenaed. I want impeachment articles on Joe Biden.
It's coming though, Brian. Haven't
It's coming.
you heard
Well,
it's coming?
It's coming. It's coming.
I've heard it's coming.
As soon as another strongly worded letter is written,
It's
coming.
coming.
Before I record the next social media post, it's coming. Before I can get on C-SPAN and do my 5-minute speech, it's coming. But that's what people are tired of hearing.
It's been coming for weeks.
It's been coming for weeks. Now, I will say this. Okay, to credit to MTG, she did put articles of impeachment on everybody. She had an impeachment week. Now, people laughed at her and said, "Oh, she's just doing it for social media clout or just to get attention."
I don't think so.
Someone
People who
had
say
to
that
do it. Well, she
don't know her.
Well, exactly, because she went to the Department of Treasury. She saw the SARS
Yeah.
reports. She saw the money trail. She knew about the checks that were coming in. They knew about the information to do it. Look at the border. The border numbers just speak for themselves. You don't have to investigate anything. The Department of Homeland Security and the border, they'll just give them to you.
Yeah.
They'll say, well, "This is how many gotaways we have." But the fact that none of that has happened, and here's the problem, though, and I'll say this: it has not gone to the floor for a vote. See, I want to know, if you live in the 3rd District of Kentucky, which I don't know who's up there, I'm just saying that, you would want to know, well, does my representative want to impeach Joe Biden or Mayorkas? Well, we wouldn't know that unless it goes to the floor for an inquiry. That's all it does. And I'll give Kevin McCarthy credit because he did put the impeachment inquiry on the floor for a vote. I think it was 8 months too late.
And it was an inquiry, not an investigation.
But at least it's something. At least it got the conversation started. And you'd be surprised how many Republicans would not vote for that. You know that, don't you?
Yeah, I do, but tell me again.
There's a bunch.
Like how many?
I would probably say 8 to 10
Okay.
that would not vote to impeach Joe Biden.
Not to impeach, to inquire.
Yeah, not even think about it. Like, don't even think about it,
We're not
Christina.
even going to consider
right. I'm not talking about impeachment. I'm like, just don't even think about it. Like,
inquire
yes.
if we should think about maybe
Yes.
someday potentially impeaching him.
Correct. It's just thinking about doing something. That's
Yeah.
how pathetic.
Don't do it.
That's how pathetic the GOP is, and I have lost a lot of hope in the GOP. And I'm
the party, not all of the people.
in the party, not all the people. We have some great fighters.
We've got great fighters.
But I tell you what, the gentleman's going to step on the stage here in about an hour and a half.
He's the biggest
we
fighter.
know where he stands, and he fights for stuff.
Yep.
Okay, you may not like him all the time. You may criticize his tweets, whatever. I get over all of that. And none of that stuff means anything to me. The personality stuff, which I think he's a great guy. I've gotten to know the president like you over the last couple years, and I think he's a fantastic guy. He is. When people ask me, and I'm sure they ask you, like, what is it like? I go, it's like talking to a guy you've known your entire life.
Yeah, it's exactly what you see
That's
on TV.
exactly what you see with President Trump. He's as genuine.
He's genuine, and I don't want to say acts because he's not acting, but he interacts with you in a way where it's almost like you feel seen. You feel like he's paying attention. Like, who are you, Brian? Tell me about what you're doing. And oftentimes, the part that's fascinating to me, oftentimes he already knows things about you. Like, I would bet that the first time you interacted with him, he was like, "Hey, how you doing on Right Side?" Or "Howard." Like, he already knows.
Yeah.
Like, he's
done
paying
his
attention.
homework. He
He's
does
done
his homework.
So.
But he's a nice guy. But for those that just can't get behind him for the personality discrepancies they don't like, it's so petty. This country is on fire right now.
So, okay, so perfect segue. I gave you a good segue about Mike Lindell earlier, which I think we need to do again. But the house is on fire. This is my response to people who say, "Oh, I don't like the mean tweets. He's too aggressive. He's too mean." If your house is on fire and someone is screaming at you to get out, get out, get out, are you going to say, "Well, you're being rude"?
Yeah, you're being rude.
No. President Trump's tweets, his dialogue, his discourse is screaming, trying to get our attention to say our house is on fire. I'm not talking about Congress. I'm talking about our nation. Our nation, our government is on fire. It is failing us. It is failing the people. And he's explaining that to us in a very colorful, animated way, in a way that only Donald Trump can. And the left is going, but he's being rude.
Yeah. He's being rude.
Okay, if my house is on fire and someone's screaming at me to get out, I'm not going to not get out because you're yelling.
Yeah, no, I agree with
That's the way
you.
I look at that.
Yeah, and also with the DEI that's going around in corporate America. I have a very good friend that is a high-ranking financial advisor, and he sends me these stuff from time to time, and he says, "Look, I don't know what's going on in corporate America, but we have lost our mind. It's not about what's doing right. It's not about what's best for the country.
It's not about customer service.
Nope.
It's not about what's best for the company. It's not about how to make a profit, how to employ more people. But it's all about like this globalist agenda.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about someone who had an agenda. Mike Lindell has had an agenda since he stepped on the scene years ago, right after the 2020 election, and said, hey, you know what? I want to help save this country. And he went out, he put himself out there. He put himself not only out there on social media, but he put his money out there. He financed a lot of the efforts to basically look into the discrepancies in the 2020 election. And by doing that, not only did he get canceled by a lot of big box stores, he also got canceled on the financial front as well. I spoke to him just a couple months ago, and he said, hey, the rumors about me being kind of short on cash is true. He has spent millions on attorney fees and millions in these court cases. So right now, go to his website, mypillow.com/RSBN, mypillow.com/RSBN. Put in the promo code. It used to be up to 66% off. Now that's changed. It's up to 80% off now. So what a great way to get in front of the holiday season. Go check out our friends over at mypillow.com/RSBN. He's done so much. I can't wait till he gets back here on the riser, because he's been fantastic coming out here, and he loves the crowd. The crowd loves him. Matter of fact, let's step aside, show these people right now that are out there here joining us here on this very sunny day here in South Florida, as we are live here in Hialeah. You can see, I know it might be difficult with the sun setting behind us. I really cannot wait for that sun to go down, by the way.
I'm looking forward to that as well.
I'm looking forward. I'm sure our camera production crew and everyone in the studio is like, please go down, sun.
We're going to have you shoot straight into the sun for hours on end.
Oh, and also, here's a special programming note, and we have not mentioned it today. After this is over, we're going to go back in the spin room and get a chance to talk to several of the Trump surrogates. I believe Carrie Lake is going to be back there. Jason Miller, Stephen Chung. There's even a UFC fighter who I have no idea who he is, but we'll talk to him. They're going to be back there. So we'll have special coverage immediately after Trump walks off. It may take us a little bit to get back over there, but we'll go get settled in and be on the ground there, ready for you for the spin room, which is kind of cool.
It is really cool, and I like a big shout out to President Trump's team, his campaign team, his staff that put these rallies on. Justin, Danny, Joey, all of you guys are doing a fantastic job. Brett and Lucy, you guys are fantastic. And I love how they're constantly coming up with new ways to make this a fun experience, not just for the people here, but for folks watching online, and bringing in these surrogates and actually doing it in a way where people can interact and engage with the surrogates and with the Carrie Lakes and the Marjorie Taylor Greens and these other big names. They're just constantly looking for ways to connect with the people. And so just big shout out to the Trump team.
All right, let's get a quick check of the time here. It is 4 minutes before the top of the hour. The program's supposed to start at 5 o'clock, so we'll see if that happens.
Yep.
Real quickly, I was talking about, how we always foreign aid. Like we're huge. The U.S. is huge in foreign aid, and I'm not unapologetic by saying, when I say I'm America first, Christina, I'm America first. I don't want a dollar going to Ukraine. And technically, and I hope this comes off the right way, I don't necessarily want money right now going to the Middle East, to Israel, to fight Hamas. I'm all about giving them military equipment. I'm all about giving them the type of equipment they need to fight it. But for one thing, Israel hasn't asked for it. Okay, they don't need it. They're very highly trained, very highly financed military, one of the best in the world. But I am all about coming back home and focusing on the problems that we have here. And I gave an analogy the other day that foreign aid is like this. If you were to go in your neighborhood and give every house on the 5th of the month $200, you're like, well, Brian, that's stupid. I don't even know the third house from the left. I don't even know who that guy is. It doesn't matter. Give them $200. Well, what are they doing for me? They're not doing anything for you. Just give them $200. Well, you wouldn't do that.
Right.
I look at a lot of times our foreign aid to these countries is the same thing. We're giving these countries money, like China. We're giving countries that are very corrupt, like Ukraine. We're giving countries a ton of money, and we don't get anything in return. President Trump is going to talk about that, I'm sure, tonight.
Yeah.
I want us to bring in our finances. I want us, when we say America first, Christina, I want it to be America first. I'm not saying that we are not a charitable country. I'm not saying that we don't need to give, at one point, money to Israel. But at this point, we got problems. Our house is on fire.
Our house is on fire.
And we need to make sure that's that. Now, so I'm not saying it's America first all the time. I'm saying it's America first, and then if people need our assistance in the world to fight something like Hamas, and I very much want to fight terrorism, support Israel.
Right.
I don't think they need our money though right now. They need equipment.
Right.
They need stuff like that.
You know what's really interesting, and you and I have talked about this before. I think when we were in Iowa last, we talked about how Israel has not asked for U.S. assistance, and that was a week or two ago. That was a little while ago, and this war has been going on for over 30 days now at this point. And I just realized as you were talking, it almost saddens me that Israel has not asked us for help in this, because and I don't know that this is true. Obviously, I'm not part of that dialogue, but it makes me wonder: do they think they can't rely on us?
Well, that's a great topic. I don't know.
It saddens me because I would love for Israel to see the United States as a very close ally. We're with you. We back Israel 100%, and I don't blame them if they don't believe that right now.
Where the pathetic press secretary can't even condemn people tearing down posters of missing kids in Israel. Hey, real quickly before the program starts, Birch Gold wants to send you an information kit. Text the words Trump to 989898. That's Trump to 989898. Now, you can convert an existing IRA into a gold-backed IRA. It won't cost you any money. There's no money out of pocket for that. And depending on your qualifying purchase, you could get $10,000 worth of free gold. It's real simple. Text Trump to 989898, because all the things that are going on in the world right now has scared me to death of what's happening financially. So go check it out. Text the words Trump to 989898. That is a Birch Gold group. So to your point, we obviously support Israel. That is abundantly clear. But I think when it comes to just giving people open checks like we've done with Ukraine, and the pathetic thing that Zelensky now is saying, please, anybody just give me a loan and I'll pay you back after the war. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
No, we're not getting any of that money back, at least not from Ukraine.
No, we're not. We're not. Well, some of the things that we can expect from President Trump tonight, obviously talk about the border and about the fractured border. How you doing? This is what we do live there.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you very much. That's what we love. We always love. Let's just step aside. Let's just step aside and wave to the people.
Nice.
So,
that one woman was waving at me, not you.
Oh, okay. Clarification there.
Clarification. That woman was not waving at us.
Yeah. My good friend Vaughn, broadcasting right next to me, and I love the guy. They're all waving at Vaughn, actually.
NBC with real nose, folks.
Yeah, there are a couple fans. We have a couple out here. But what a beautiful night we have here in South Florida. As we said earlier, I cannot wait for the sun to go down because our camera guy is getting blown out with a lot of flare.
Yep.
But it is a beautiful night here.
It is. I'm looking forward to the speakers tonight. I think here in Florida, I expect the crowd as well as the speakers to be particularly fired up, specifically because this is counter-programming to the RNC's debate tonight in the same location, Miami, at the same time tonight. So I expect them to put on a show in a way that only President Trump can.
Yeah.
So
no, I agree.
I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be a pretty lively programming.
I agree. This is a great counter programming, and of course, I will go back and watch some of the highlights of the debate because I like to see kind of what they're saying. Look, I watch a lot of non-conservative news outlets because I love to see what the talking points are. I think it's healthy to see that.
Well, it's so funny, and I love that you say non-conservative news outlets because it's the RNC debate.
Yeah.
Like, it shouldn't be non-conservative.
Well, the RNC debate, to me, has a lot of the Republican Party has a lot of problems. I would just say that.
Yeah.
I kind of sound like a Democrat up here half the time today.
No, I think we sound like Americans who are tired of both parties. Both parties have issues. Both parties need to be cleaned out. And I think that's what's happening. I think we're in the process of seeing that transpire. We're seeing this new reawakening or reemergence of conservatism, and we're seeing it specifically in the Republican Party. I mean, the Republican Party has been dormant, or when I talk about the Republican Party, I'm not just talking about the actual RNC. I'm talking about Republican elected leaders, elected officials who have been in office or who have been working in politics for several decades, who just really have become very laissez-faire. Let's go along to get along. Don't push the issue. Don't fight for conservative values. Don't stand up for what our constituents believe in, and we'll be just fine. That's not the current MAGA party at the moment. That's not what we're seeing. You wouldn't have these thousands and thousands of people turning out for a party or for a movement that's just going along to get along. So I think I fully expect a very rowdy rally tonight in the best ways possible to counter this go along to get along party that's having the same thing happen tonight.
Yeah, no more the get along party, without a doubt. All right, so it's 5:04 here local time. We'll see exactly the program. Obviously, was supposed to start at 5 o'clock. That's not happening right now. Meanwhile, we'll continue to. This is a great time to just go to our website, sign up for our newsletter, go check it out. Grace Saldana has done a fantastic job of putting everything together on the topics that you need to know about. Go to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter, and sign up. Okay, let's step back in here. I'm just going to do a little homework here. I'm trying to connect with my IFB right now, so just let people know that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
All right, during the show, trying to download. I got the app, trying to do all this
Lots
stuff.
happening. Lots
Cell
of moving
service
parts.
is not good. It goes out, so let everybody know in the studio
We're live
that
for
I'm
hours.
trying to do all of this live, and it seems like I'm juggling 5,000 different things right now.
You are. And I'll just say, I know this wasn't your intention with it, but I will just say, Brian Glenn is such a professional, and he is so good at his job. And I know that the
Your
RSBN...
check's still going to be in the mail. Don't worry about that.
I know that the RSBN viewers know and love Brian and know that he's the regular. You
And here's another thing I want to point out here, because this is kind of a new thing we're doing. They got to understand back in the studio, we're completely breaking it down right now. These guys in the studio need to understand that I've got a rock concert going behind me, and I cannot hear you talking in my ear, and I got the volume all the way up. Okay, does that make sense?
Is that painful?
It's very painful right now. I can hear Micah say something, but I can't tell you exactly what he said.
We're working through it. We're working through it. But no, I'm just so grateful for you, and I'm grateful the viewers love you, because you're the only person I know who can talk for 8 hours with no guest, with no co-host to support you and make the show happen. So kudos to Brian Glenn. Just shout out, you're fantastic. Consummate
Well, I
professional.
appreciate it.
Thank you, folks, for bearing with us as we work through some of our technical
No, it's
stuff.
interesting. I got a text that said, "Hey, put the IFB in." I'm like, "Okay." So, but even when it's in, it's so loud you can't hear it. So these are good things that we're learning today. So we probably need to get some better inner ears that really goes in there.
Like a real
yeah.
IFB.
So there you go. Anyway, so we're just walking through that. We're glad
figuring
you're
it
joining us. To recap, President Trump will start at 7 o'clock as he normally does. I think tonight he probably goes for a good hour and a half. I'm just guessing.
It's going to be a longer speech.
I haven't had the excerpts from the speech tonight. There will also be a spin room immediately after his speech. So we're going to go back and talk to Carrie Lake, Stephen Miller, Stephen Chung. Jason Miller, Stephen Chung. We'll do all of that. So it's going to be a nice kind of a recap tonight for this event, and we're glad that you're joining us.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to the spin room. We were just talking about it. It's kind of a new development for these rallies, something that the campaign really hasn't done before. So I'm curious to see who is in the spin room and how it spins, how it goes.
Yeah, how it goes, and what they kind of recap all of the, the talking points for tonight, because that's what it's going to be. I mean, Trump's going to lay out his 47 agenda, which he has done many times, and we could, kind of go over that. But the spin room will be exactly what was heard during the debate. Like, what did they say?
That's right.
Which is interesting, because and I said this earlier, I think Chris Christie, his only playbook is attack Trump. That's it. He doesn't necessarily
Well,
lay
he
out
knows
policies.
he's not going to win that way. He's just
not.
a troll. He's a paid troll.
Well, let's see if we got the program to be started. Well, let's see. Nope.
Looks like we might be getting close, maybe. They're starting to play the
getting
pre-programmed.
Maybe a little bit of pre-program here.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because, you've got that's his playbook. Now, go to the other candidates. They're at least trying to lay out a plan. Now, I think it's very interesting when you say you want to lay out a plan to fix America when we had that was already in place in 2016. The Trump administration,
Right.
border security, national security.
That was in place in 2021 when they took over. So all they had to do was don't touch it.
And actually,
just don't touch it.
President Trump says that all they have to do is go to the beach.
Yeah.
Go to the beach. Don't touch anything. It's on cruise control. And so all you're seeing now is a direct result of Biden completely eliminating all of the policies that were already in place. I think that's it's fascinating to think about that. These problems would not be occurring if those policies weren't reversed.
If he hadn't touched it, yeah. He destroyed everything and then has been hanging out at the beach watching us all suffer.
Yeah, watching us suffer. You're glad you're joining us. And also, as a reminder, you can follow us on all social media. Perhaps you're not following us on X yet or not following us on True Social. You can simply go to both those accounts. We're RSBN on True Social, which, by the way, we were with President Trump basically, when he kind of launched the True Social movement. And boy, what a huge platform that has turned out to be.
Yeah, it's turned out to be so good. And it's nice to have an uncensored Donald Trump. To have a place where they're not taking down his posts.
Well, it's always nice that when something happens, especially surrounding some of this legal issues, that he'll come out immediately and just get on there and just push out a statement about what's happening to his family and the properties. I thought was very interesting. A couple weeks ago, I was at Mar-a-Lago for the event that you were at.
Yeah.
For the special event. And I walked by a real estate office and down on one of those streets down, West Palm area.
Yeah.
And I was looking at houses for sale. And it was interesting because a small house would be like $12.8 million. A small little house, not even really on the water. And then they said that President Trump's property was only worth $18 million, as big as it is and as large as it is,
And the fact that
massive.
it's a club and it's, it's designed in a way that, people pay to go there, so it's not just a house, it's also a business in a lot of ways.
It's incredible. So the injustice of what they're doing there with the whole,
They're not even trying.
They're weaponizing, like, appraisal values of stuff. What does it stop it from doing it to you? It doesn't.
No, and quite honestly, I think it makes it more likely.
Let's step aside.
We have 3 very special guests at the back of the stadium. If you would like to meet Donald Trump Jr., Kimberly Guilfoyle, or Carrie Lake, please make your way to the back of the stadium. Again, if you would like to meet Donald Trump Jr., or Carrie Lake, or Kimberly Guilfoyle, please make your way to the back of the stadium right now.
Is this?
Well, it's interesting.
I can't tell if they're starting speakers or like they're false starts. The programming is a little bit confusing, but it looks like a bunch of folks are going to the back because they want to.
When you say Carrie Lake and Don Jr. is here,
and Kimberly Guilfoyle, yeah.
Kimberly Guilfoyle, yeah. It's that's obviously. Hello, Carolyn. Red, how are you?
Yeah.
Bring old Lake over here.
She needs to come over when she's doing a book signing right now.
Okay, we're live with
just
her.
started,
Great.
so then and then I'll bring her over the rest.
Cool.
Cool.
All right, here we go. So it'd be nice if we can get.
Yeah, it'd be fun to see Carrie.
Maybe Don Jr. over
Yeah,
here as well.
she's
Because by the way, they both have books.
That's right.
They both have amazing books. Carrie Lake had a book release about 5-6 months ago. We'll get her over, talk about the book, and of course, Letters for Trump is in.
Yeah, they've got a couple great books out. Carrie's got her new book out, and then the president has 2 books out, which of course Dawn is part of the publishing team on that. Letters to the President, and then Our Journey Together, which is a photo book basically.
Yeah.
They're great coffee table books. They're great gifts for people. So check them out. I also have my book, not for sale here, but it is for sale online.
I love it. And that guy randomly walked up to you earlier, right?
Oh yeah,
that was great.
Yeah, they just had it, and he said they're actually from Wisconsin, and they said one of the rallies we did in Wisconsin, they were there, and they said, oh, we were hoping to see you in Miami, and we ran into each other on the street. So they had my book, so that was really fun. So Stealing Your Vote: The Inside Story of the 2020 Election, What It Means for 2024. Check it out. It's available on Amazon, wherever books are sold.
Yeah, you love it. You got to do that. And how long did it take you to write that book?
Well, I actually wrote it fairly quickly, but so it's a story of my investigation. I was an investigative reporter at the time, and so I basically started writing it. So I wrote it quickly, but I had to live it. You know what I mean? And so I would write a bunch, and then I had to wait and see what happened. So it covers about a year and a half's worth of time. I spent months on the ground in Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. I was all over the place. I talked to elected officials. I talked to volunteers, clerks, city workers. I talked to everybody that I could talk to about what actually happened in these states and give you an idea. And the way I like to summarize the book, and it's infuriating but very accurate, Democrats cheated and Republicans covered it up. The most frustrating part about the 2020 election was the Republicans. So yes, it might frustrate you, but it ends very well. You won't be sorry.
So go check it out. Well, to your point, how many times have I said tonight that Republicans are almost our own worst enemy? Like, we know where the left stands on issues. We know what they're going to have react. We've got rhinos and we've got Republicans that just aren't. They're spineless,
right.
Especially when it comes to topics that they know is going to get some traction on social media, because a lot of the gender issues, they don't want to speak out about it because it is a very difficult thing to handle, because the internet trolls absolutely feed on those topics, and it's one of the worst things. And they're scared. They're genuinely scared of any kind of pushback from the left and from their own party, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Republicans are cowards, and I blame Republicans for the current state of our country because they weren't pulling their weight.
No, you're absolutely right.
The way our political system works is there's supposed to be a push and pull between, more conservative and more progressive values, more liberal values, a back and forth, and the loudest voice wins effectively. But the problem is Republicans in office who had the authority to do this push and pull, they got really quiet. And they basically agreed to not fight for conservative values as long as they got to keep their seats, as long as I get to keep my donations, as long as I get to keep this. And it really has cost our nation a lot. I believe this complete mess that we're in is the fault of Republicans.
Yeah, and you've got people like Ken Buck and some others that have said, I'm not going to run for re-election. Debbie Lasko is one. I'm not saying that she did it for any other reason.
I don't mind that she dropped out. I mean, I don't think she wanted to be the fighter that we need right now.
See, that's the key. We need fighters.
I give her credit for recognizing she didn't want to be the fighter and what Arizona needs right now.
That district in Arizona is loaded with fighters.
It's in Maricopa County, which is great. It's in North Phoenix, and I think it's got Anthem, the towns and cities that are north of Phoenix and the very tip of Phoenix. So, right now in that race, you've got Abe Hamadeh, Blake Masters, and Anthony Kern. Anthony Kern is currently an Arizona state senator who's now running for that congressional seat.
Right.
And then, of course, you've got Abe Hamadeh, who ran, against Chris Mays for Attorney General, and Blake Masters, who ran for Senate. They lost. Those three candidates that are in that CD8 race, they all were Trump endorsed in 2022.
You know what's interesting is the cultural war. We need, not only do you need people that's going to fight on the policy front, but we need cultural fighters.
Yeah.
And what made me think, you had Forgiato Blow and the Latinos for Trump.
Yeah.
Earlier we talked to them on the streets. And I love what they've done from a cultural standpoint to try to direct the narrative to more of a common sense approach to really reflect America, right?
Yeah.
But we need people in Congress, we need people in the Senate that will do the same thing and support us culturally because we're being attacked from financially, a policy, but then culture, our schools, our media, our news, entertainment, Hollywood. It's been completely hijacked, and and that's how they get to the youth right now. That's how they brainwash these kids that think that all of a sudden they need to, change their gender for whatever reason. And if you go back and look statistically over the years, the percentage of people that identified as even gay or lesbian or now trans,
they're being taught that.
It is incredible.
Yeah.
Good. You can go down below.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Or behind.
Yeah, you can go behind us. That's fine. Go fall. It is amazing that percentage has spiked. And I saw a report the other day that it was darn nearly 19% of young adults identify as gay, lesbian, bi, or trans.
Right.
How is that possible unless they have been absolutely told by our media and by culture, by movies, entertainment, that this is what you could be, even though they were raised in a family and they felt their gender for the longest time, but it wasn't until they questioned it, and it took Hollywood, took the music industry to make these kids question stuff. We have to fight back on all of this, and I'm not saying this is not. Hey, if someone feels at 30 years old that all of a sudden they feel like they were gay or they're lesbian, whatever, that's different. But a 9-year-old kid does not know at that point what sexuality that they need to change. That's and none of the research indicates that. This is pushing an agenda on these kids.
And it used to be that when a man believed he was a woman or vice versa, that used to be classified as a mental illness. And now we're supposed to believe that it's progress.
Yeah.
How is it progress when it's harming people and hurting their lives?
Yeah.
The idea that trying to change your gender will somehow make you happier and cause you to feel complete. Honestly, it's a lie from the pit of hell. It's not true. It's going to cause more problems, and it looks like our program's getting ready to start. Maybe. We'll see.
Well, also, I think what you need to understand here. Let's just pause for a second. I don't think so. What you need to understand.
They're messing with us, Brian.
They're messing with me right now. Is the pharmaceutical industry is one of that gender affirming care is one of the most emerging sectors in the pharmaceutical industry. So there's a lot of money going to these procedures. So if you have someone in office that is taking money from big pharma, chances are they are being told to wait a second, let's not push back on these surgeries, because this is a big part of an emerging revenue sector from the pharmaceutical industry. So it not only does it get down to a cultural, what's right and wrong, what's biblically right and wrong, but now it gets into it's a money play, it's a financing play, it's a fundraising issue here, and so they're putting fundraising over what's right and what's wrong, and that is wrong.
It's criminal. Mentally and physically sick, ill, troubled populace is big money for pharma, and so they're pushing policies that will make us sick, that will make us ill, that will cause us to be dependent on pharmaceuticals. It is hard, and what's interesting is I'm a big fan of mental health support and therapy. I've used them in the past. I've used therapists in the past. It was great. It's not a tool that I think anyone should need for their entire lives constantly, but I think it's a good tool to use when you're going through something hard or you need to sort through things. But the mental health community has become so woke and has become so crazy, particularly about these gender issues, that I think it's hard for these people who are struggling with this to actually get real help, because the education system for the last several decades has been pushing this narrative, and now these therapists and mental health experts buy into it and say, oh, if you change your gender, if I believe I'm a man, I am a man. Okay, that's like a whole other thing that's going to cause a lot more problem than the fact that you're struggling with the ideas. So my heart goes out to people struggling with that right now, because I think it's hard for them to find real help.
Yeah. And then on top of that, I know President Trump talks about this a lot, is keeping men out of women's sports. And that seems like a no-brainer, and he'll say this, could you ever imagine, and in 2023, we're having to tell school districts, sports leagues, that we don't need to put grown men in women's sports. A, it's not fair, and where are the feminists on this? They should be going crazy. I mean, they should be going nuts right now. But it's not safe, because let me tell you something. Safe. Men are physically born stronger. Genetically, we're stronger than women. So if you take some of these contact sports, UFC, boxing, any one of these contact sports, you're going to see injuries happen.
Right.
And we've seen it already. He does the weightlifting story so well, and I hope he does it tonight. But that's how crazy. Like, how did we get here? That we have to convince people that a man should not compete with women in a sport. How did we get there? You know how we got there? You ready for it? Wait for it. Weak Republicans for not pushing back on it. So what we did 15, 20 years ago when this movement started, as they moved closer to us, all we did was we backed up a little bit. And we said, no. And they pushed us back. We backed up a little bit. And we backed up a little bit. And to the point now,
we can't back up anymore.
It's obscure. It's a clown show. So now we have to fight back or we're gone. And it's all due to weak Republicans. And I'm talking about both Bushes. I'm talking about majority of the old school country club Republican, that we were too good to fight anybody.
Pre-Trump.
Everybody. And that's why we have so many problems today from the cultural side, is because we never fought back. Ever. We took it and took it and took it. Now we have to fight back. And we're in a position that we have to have fighters or we're not going to win. See, we didn't need that 15 years ago.
Right.
But now we have to have fighters. So if you're in Congress or you're in the Senate and you're not willing to fight for America and fight for what's right and fight what these American people are here for, then get the hell out. Go do something else.
Right.
Because you're literally killing this country.
And I've thought about this. It's hard for me, especially Republicans. It's hard for me to understand, are they okay with the fact that they're destroying this nation and they're just looking at this going, well, at least it'll be okay while I'm in office and I'll be protected? Or are they so blinded because they've been so brainwashed by the establishment and by the political class that they are members of?
Both, I think.
That they don't know?
Both. I know for a fact, and once again, I'm not going to name names, but there are people in the MAGA movement, right, that will tell you, but Christina, we have to fight Putin because he's going to take over Poland. He's going to take over all of Europe. He's going to do that tomorrow if we don't keep fighting. There are people that actually believe that. Why? Because they're getting intelligence reports that are absolutely false, made up to build up the hype for all this military invasion. You know this. You have intel reports. You're in the military.
Yes. It's also a cop-out because it's much easier to say, oh, I'm fighting for freedom over here, on another continent, when the fight is on our door.
Yeah.
The fight is on our border. The fight is in our schools. The fight is in our government. The fight is in our state houses and senates. The fight is in our governor's mansions. That's where the fight is. And they're too scared, to confront it directly. So they go, oh, Russia. And they say, I'm just going to go look at Russia. That's not where our fight is. Our fight is here.
Yep. Or they'll take the 1980 talking points where, Christina, if we don't go over there and fight them, the fight's going to come to us. Well, guess
here.
what? It's already here. It's already here. And you know what? And it's due to weak Republicans. Now,
100%.
Now, this is not the I hate Republican hour. I don't want to make that.
I love that hour.
Well, actually, it might be going well. I need to read the chats. Maybe people like it. But I know what they like. They like strong Republicans. They want action. They want consequences.
And we have some of those.
We do. I'm not saying, we do. But
it's just the old way isn't working.
Yes, it's not working. And we're now in a situation that we're in a desperate situation where we must act now. All right, let's see. Okay, let's step aside, show the crowd real quick. Now we're well into the 5:28 here local time.
Yep, and looking in the back, I see a bunch of people back behind the risers, clearly trying to get some merch signed by Don Jr. or Carrie Lake, or who else is here? Kimberly Guilfoyle, I think. I think they're the ones in the back.
Yeah, maybe. And I know you got Stephen Chung.
Yeah.
You have a USC fighter, which is great.
I just mean in the back right here.
Oh, you saw him? Oh.
No. I mean, I think the folks here have gone to the back to meet with Dawn and Carrie.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I would imagine that if I'm guessing, that this program will not stop until they get the line kind of down over there, because this is obviously a big part of, hey, people want to see Carrie Lake. They want to see Don Jr. They want to buy a book. So why not get involved in all that?
Yeah, and it's fun. And that's a fun experience, buying a book at the rally, having Don Jr. sign it, having Carrie Lake sign it while they're here. There's still a lot of room for folks. If you're in the area and you want to come out, it's pretty packed. It's very full. But there's plenty of room and plenty of seats for folks if you want to come join.
And the wonderful thing about this, Christina, is I think you and I have been spending a lot of time in Iowa and New Hampshire. We're finally back in Florida.
Yeah, we're back in Florida. And the Iowa, New Hampshire events, you know, these more caucus-related or primary-related events have been smaller. They're smaller, they're more intimate, they're targeted at very specific communities. This is just another rally.
This is actually, Christina, might be the first formal rally that we've had in a while. Actually,
it's been a while, and so it's fun to see the big crowd come back out again tonight. And as we said, it's 5:30 right now, so people have just gotten off work. I do expect more folks to come out. As you can see up at the front, there's still a couple seats up in the back where that'll fill in quickly, and there's several people behind the risers right now who are shopping, getting books signed and all that. So it'll fill in here shortly.
Yep, I see a lot of familiar faces walking around in the crowd. Not only you got the front row Joes.
Yep.
You've got a lot of the media people that we're used to seeing cover all these events, which is great because, it is a family. Now, sometimes it's a dysfunctional family because we don't always agree politically.
We often don't, but some of the other conservative networks we do. We see the same folks, and even, shout out to Vaughn from NBC.
Yeah, he was sitting next to us.
Yeah.
What you got to be tough to stand next to us.
He fact-checked us right on the fly.
He would. Hey, I want to talk about MyPillow.com. Mike Lindell, what a trooper to basically go through all that he's done with the lawsuits and the cancellation, the financial cancellation, all that good stuff. Go check it out, mypillow.com/RSBN. Don't forget that promo code when you check out. And, what a great time to give Christmas presents right now. I mean, we're coming on, forget about Black Friday. Just do it right now. Go to the website, mypillow.com/RSBN, promo code RSBN. And you'll get up to 80% off some items. Great time. Have you even started remotely Christmas shopping right now?
No. I don't start Christmas shopping until after Thanksgiving. That's terrible. I'm also not a good gift giver. I hate to admit that. The problem is my sister, I don't know if she's watching right now, my sister is the best gift giver I know. Not only does she give the perfect gift that you're like, how on earth did you even think of this? But she wraps it in beautiful, the custom wrapping paper with the ribbons.
Oh, she does it all right.
Oh, she's so good at it. That is not my gifting, and I never will compare to her.
So if you go to mypillow.com, not only you're going to save some money, but they're going to ship it for you. They're going to, and actually, I remember last time when the last holiday season, we were telling people, we'll have Mike on, because you need to order ahead of time. You have to allow shipping for products and things like that. So why not do it now and not have to worry about, oh my God, is it going to be shipped in time, or
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Who knows? And I will say this though: have you tried pricing out a lot of shipping? If you bought something online and priced out shipping and handling, it has gotten ridiculous
really
what that
it
is.
has gotten so
and of course, that's because the energy policies are horrible. Gas prices are high.
Employment costs, they're going through the roof. So
Yeah, it's all right there. So go check it out, mypillow.com /RSBN. That is the website for you. 5:33 on this beautiful night. Once again, if you're just now joining us, we started this off at about 2 o'clock here local time.
We did.
And so if you missed any of the outside stuff, we did a lot of interviews with a lot of fans, a lot of supporters here that are here,
there
which
were
is
a lot
great.
of Cubans here.
This
which,
is a very yes.
We did random polls. We didn't know who any of these people were, and I think over half of the people that I interviewed were Cuban. You got a few Cubans. We got a couple Israelis.
A ton of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're.
Well, President Trump is polling very well in the Hispanic and African American communities. Matter of fact, more than he did back in 2020. So, and then they've always said if you can get those two demographics, if you can bump them up a few percentage points, that really does put a squeeze on everything.
Yeah.
And then the independent voters, President Trump is already dominating that as far as a head-to-head with President Biden on a general election. So he's got some really great things that are happening right now.
And that's why they're going after him so hard on the legal fronts and trying to get him off the ballot, because they know they can't beat him.
Right.
They can't beat him legally. They have to try to cheat.
They have to.
Right.
I mean, look, because here's the thing. If you debate on policy, they lose.
Right.
If they try to debate on personality, see, that's what they want to do. They want character smears. They want personality. They want to basically, diminish someone's personality, or they want to.
They want to call someone a racist, and you just hate them.
And you just hate them.
Just because.
No matter that the policy is actually best for you.
Yeah.
But you want them to hate each other based on character smears, and it's wrong, in fact. So, but that is the state of politics in 2023.
Yeah.
That's exactly how it is right now, and it's a shame that we've gotten like that. But hey, if you go back, if there was no President Donald J. Trump in 2015, okay, let's just play a little fantasy game here. If President Trump did not run in 2016, who would the nominee you think would have been for who would have been the president, or at least the nominee? I don't know if they would have won.
Hillary Clinton would have won.
Okay, Hillary would have won. But which Republican would have emerged as the primary?
It would have been somebody really stupid.
Somebody very milquetoast.
So milquetoast.
So milquetoast.
So
squish.
Republican.
So squish. That's not how we
It would have
act.
been like a Mitt Romney.
It probably would have been like a Mitt Romney 2.0.
Yeah.
Jeb Bush.
Yeah, maybe.
Ted Cruz.
One of them.
I'm not saying Ted Cruz is bad. I'm not saying that at all. Well, I mean, he's better than Lindsey Graham.
He wouldn't have beaten he wouldn't have beaten Hillary.
No, he wouldn't have been. There's only one person was going to beat Hillary, without a doubt. And I think it's interesting when it comes to polling. And we had this conversation with a friend about polling. I said, well, the polling's so high on Trump. And they said, well, polling can be wrong. I said, no, polling was wrong in 2016 because it was propaganda.
Yes.
Because that she had a 90% chance that she was going to
everyone
win.
was trying to push Hillary across.
And to deflate all of their expectations.
They didn't do real polls.
They didn't do real polls. Now, the polling
But you know who did do real polls? Donald Trump. He was doing real polls within his campaign, and they were figuring out they're going to win this. They're going to win this. They knew it.
They knew it. It's going to be an interesting election night. And by the way, on January 15th is the Iowa caucus night there at 7 p.m., January 15th. I want to be live in Iowa. And Christina, I had this idea the other day, and I don't know if you were with me about it. I think you were with me, and I said this. And it's crazy. But I want to go live from someone's living room at a caucus. And I don't want to caucus at a middle school. I don't want to caucus at a big library. I want it to be one of these someone's backyard or someone's garage that they've gotten these people together and they said, okay, let's hammer this out. If one guy likes DeSantis and one guy likes Nikki Haley. I want to see debates there. I want to see all of that. I think it'd be fun to do that. So I put that on social media a couple of weeks ago, and people like in Kentucky and people in California are like, well, you can do it at my house. I'm like, well, I said Iowa. I want to do it in Iowa. It's only fitting to do the Iowa caucus.
I love the sentiment, though.
Yeah.
People get excited when they hear that you want to go to a house.
I want to do it.
It's got to be an Iowa caucus.
It's got to be in Iowa. So if you live in Iowa, please go to my social media at Brian Glenn TV across the board. Just DM me and say, hey, I saw the rally.
But in order to do that, you have to be a caucus captain and you have to be hosting a caucus.
Yes. Okay.
It's not a party at your house.
Yeah. Oh, even though I'm open to that too. But no, I want to.
You have to actually be hosting a caucus.
Yes. Host the caucus and make sure you go down the. I'm gonna vet you. I'm gonna make sure that you're a registered Republican.
Actually put this out there.
Yeah. We're gonna put this out on social. So hey, if you live in Iowa, contact me. I'll go live from your caucus. January 15th, 7 p.m. Contact me. And then, of course, you've got February 13th. New Hampshire is right around the corner. So this is the strategy from Team Trump is to basically take those 4 early states, Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, Nevada, come out of the gate with 4 states, sweep it with a strong win.
He's got it.
That's how you do it. That's their plan, and that's why we're going to be going to. I've been told off the record after there's going to be a couple more stops this month in Iowa, in New Hampshire, and likely in Nevada. So they're going to try to hit them hard before the holidays. So anyway, that's my idea. So folks, if you don't like it, then don't sign up. If you like it, you want to. Hey, let's have a party while we're at it. Why not? I'm not opposed to that.
I'm down for parties too. I just didn't think that was your intent.
Because don't we know? Like, I don't know if the caucus is at 7 p.m. Do we know the outcome by 10 p.m.?
I think.
Do we know the next day?
No, I think we know that night.
Okay, then maybe we have a party that night.
Yeah.
Why not? Right? I'll just make my flight 2 days after the caucus night, so I can have time to relax, recover from staying up all night.
I don't know how crazy Iowans are. But, we could party.
I have a great time every time we go to Iowa. It's the nicest people in Iowa. Actually, let's talk about this for a second. The MAGA movement is nice.
Awesome.
It's awesome.
Love our
I don't care where you go. These people, they love this country. They love us.
They're the heartbeat of America.
They're the heartbeat of America. They love the president.
I love our people.
Now, where is the Joe Biden rallies? Where is the left rallies? Where are they? And what does it look like? I've often said this. If you look at some of these Democrat events, where's the American flags?
No, they fly the Palestinian flag. They hate the Jews, and they burn things down.
Okay, the other day I was driving towards the Capitol, to the front of the Capitol, and I noticed they have these big construction fences because they're doing amazing work on doing the outside of the building. They've got the fences up. It looks like January 6th fences, but they have them up for construction. Would you believe that they are massive posters of free Palestine, free Hamas, or all this garbage, Palestinian flags, on the fencing in front of the Capitol? Now, I was this close, and I mean this close, from going over there and taking them all down. Because this is the people's house, is it not?
It is.
Okay, well then because I personally do not think that anywhere on our property there should be flying anything other than an American flag, especially if you've got a Palestinian flag, which is governed by Hamas, that was voted in years ago. Right. So don't tell me this is not about, why do we have that stuff on our fences? Maybe I'll go back and do it next week. I don't know. Maybe I'm sure I'll probably get attacked for doing that. But once again, Christina, when I say America first, I mean America first. I don't mean Palestine. I don't mean Palestine first.
You called it several, rallies ago, that this is the new BLM riot of 2020.
Okay. Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
This is what they're doing. There has to be fear. There has to be violence. There has to be some agenda that people go, oh, it's terrible. We have to fight for them. Don't look past the fact that they're all lies. Like, what's coming out of this? Remember, who was the aggressor? Israel didn't attack Palestine.
No. I think paratroopers came into a music festival and beheaded babies and killed pregnant women, killed 1,500. I mean, they're the ones that threw the punch. That's
correct. Israel has a right to defend itself, and Israel should defend itself. And so this idea of, ceasefire, ceasefire, and the fact that we have American politicians calling for a ceasefire just irks me so bad.
Yeah.
If I came and punched you in the face and said, ceasefire, ceasefire, that's a
great analogy.
That's what it is. And they're like, Israel shouldn't fight back. No. Or if I'm like, really, because Hamas won't stop. They have already said their stated goal is the eradication of the nation of Israel. They don't think Jews have the right to exist. And all of this propaganda that's coming from the left, unfortunately coming from probably many donors within the United States, we can suspect a few, it's propaganda because they want the eradication of the Jewish state.
That's exactly what it is. And this is the latest BLM movement. This is what is going to get these kids all worked up. It's going to go around the cities, around this country on the weekends, during the week, courthouses, public buildings, doesn't matter, Capitol buildings. This is what they do. It's an emotional movement because unlike civil justice, unlike BLM, unlike equality for women or the climate change, this is a spiritual, this is a holy war. This is when you get religion into the mix, it gets people very emotional.
Especially with a religion where you get points for dying.
Yes. So
and I'm not trying to be disrespectful of it, but I mean the fact that you do, your religion rewards you for killing people.
Well, but my point is this. It's a movement that is going to build because what they're doing is they're bringing in marginalized groups to get into their movement. They're getting in the LGBTQ movement. Come on in, joining us. The climate activists, come on in and join us. The BLM, come on in and join us. Any group that has been marginalized, they're making this massive movement. Whether or not they know they're really welcomed in that movement if they were to go back to Palestine.
You raise an interesting point. The climate change movement. Remember how they were like, it's domestic terrorism and then climate change is the next big thing. And that's what it was, right? It is, we got to save the environment, we got to save the environment. The interesting thing about it is they've almost jumped past climate change into World War III.
Yeah.
Right? It's almost like climate change wasn't enough for them to keep their hold on power, so we've got to go further. Now we've got to go to war, all-out actual hostilities, actual armed conflict.
Who would ever think that these purple-haired freaks that are out there claiming, BLM
peace and tolerance,
they're going to be the ones that are going to get caught up in a draft one day, and they're going to come crying and screaming and go, they're not going to want to go. They're not going to want to go.
No, they want everybody else.
They want everybody else to go. Yeah. Not me, you.
What do you? I volunteered. I joined the Marine Corps. I served in the military.
And you probably served the toughest one there is.
Well,
the Marines.
Yes.
That is the toughest one. If there was one, I would probably say, I'm not quite sure I'm fit for that. I'm going to opt out. I'll go into the Navy or something. But the Marines is very difficult. You served this country.
I did.
Do you think our youth is ready to step up and serve this country if they're called upon?
I think some are. I think I'm getting a head shake.
I don't think they are either.
I think, I don't want to demonize the youth because I think we have some really good people in the younger generation. But I want to ask you, and I don't know how this is going to go. We might have to quickly change the subject. The draft. You had mentioned the draft. The people getting drafted, and these crazy liberals don't want to go. They want everybody else to get drafted. Do you think women or men, what do you think of our draft? Do we need a draft? Should we have a draft? And if so, should women be required to sign up? Okay.
I think we need a draft.
Okay.
If we need it, let's do it. I'm hoping we have enough people that want to sign up voluntarily to serve our country. I'm hoping that's the case. But if they need a draft, I want to draft, and I want to draft anybody that's willing to serve. Anybody. Now I know the debate is on trans women and all that stuff.
No, but I mean just regular women. Right now, biological women are not required to register for the draft.
Yeah. Well.
I just wanted to make it easy for you.
Okay, they're not required.
Right.
But if they want to, obviously they can sign up. I mean, like you.
Well, yeah, I signed up.
I don't know. It's a good question. It's a good question. I don't know. Well, here comes Carrie Lake. Let's see if we can.
Oh, here we go. Where's she at? Oh, there's Carrie. That's what you see. You can see the crowd cheering her on here. She's right down below the camera.
Let's see. It might be tough to find her at this point. Oh, the great Come on.
Carrie's on her way up.
Carrie's on her way up. We'll squeeze in here.
Yep. Here, I'll get
No. You'll come. It's all three. No, all three. All right.
Oh.
All right.
Okay.
Yes, right now. Oh, I don't have any water. Come on.
Hey, guys. Hey, so good to
Watch
see
this. You want to
you.
get somebody? Carrie Lake. Yeah.
Crowd. Amazing. Are we on?
Yeah, we're on the air right now. We're live.
Hello.
That's
Right
the way we roll.
Broadcasting. Good to see you guys.
It's good to see you.
What a gorgeous night, and the people here are so incredible. You know, the love in this arena is just amazing.
It is amazing. Well, the love for you in this arena is amazing. Let's talk about you. You're all over the place. We were just talking about the U.S. Senate race and how we think we have to get Carrie Lake across the line because the way you save America is you save Arizona, and we need a firebrand like you in the Senate big time. Big time.
They call me a firebrand. I'm just a mom who wants to make sure that our kids have a future. And that means putting America first. And that's why I love President Trump. And I think everybody in this arena loves President Trump. And almost everybody out there does. Because we saw when he was a president, we had 4 great years of strength. We had an economy that worked for us, for everybody, by the way. And we had a secure border. National security was strong. On a world setting and the world stage, we were strong. We had peace in the Middle East. And now it's the polar opposite on all of that. And so we got to get people in the Senate, in Congress, who are going to back up President Trump when he gets in the White House so that his Agenda 47 can get passed.
Well, we spent about 90% of today, and Christina will tell you, attacking weak Republicans. I think the GOP, not all of it, but our biggest problem is we have the most weakest Republicans that I think we've ever had, and they're not willing to stand up and fight. I'm not talking about going on social media or getting on C-SPAN or doing a 5-minute clip and pushing it out. I'm talking about voting, holding people accountable. Carrie, the American people are angry. They want accountability for what's happened in this country. Right. They're angry. Arizonans are angry right now.
Yeah, of course they are. They're watching the state be overrun. And then they vote somebody in, and they think they've got a fighter, a Republican, and then they don't do what the voters had sent them there to do.
Right.
And so we need people who are going to go there. The problem is so many of them go there, and they're worried about their next election.
That's what it is.
I got to win again. And it's like, you know, you should go there acting as if you're going to serve one term. Really, we need more people who go, one term, I want to get things done. Yeah. And then if you do the job, then you try for the next term. But we just need people who can get in there and do the job. And we have watched as Republicans, sadly, we're supposed to be the tough ones, right? They back down from noble fights that we should be having. I always say they sometimes are the party of surrender. And we have surrendered, Brian, every single hill.
We have.
We are on the last hill. And we are not going to surrender this hill. I'm not going to surrender it. I'm going to stand up there, and if they're going to try to get me, they're going to have to come to the top of the hill and drag me down. And what they're going to find at the top of that hill is a bunch of fed-up Americans, a bunch of mama bears who are not going to let this country go to hell in a handbasket. And we're going to fight like hell to save it.
Yeah, because we said this earlier, since we haven't fought over the years, now we're in a situation we have to fight because we were so squished for 10, 20 years. We let the left slowly push us on stuff. And now the house is on fire. We need to put it out. And we need bold people. And that's why I'm so glad.
And I think people are afraid, though, because we saw a bold leader in President Trump.
Right.
He came in and the fake news media attacked him. If an American stood up and said, hey, I like President Trump, they got canceled. Some people lost their jobs.
Right.
But now Americans are realizing none of that matters. We've got a year to save our country, and our most powerful weapon is our voice.
Yeah.
And this is the year to speak up about what matters, to speak up about your support for President Trump and some of the people who are going to D.C. to help him fight to change America and get it back where it needs to be.
Okay, you were back there signing some books. Let's talk about your book that came out a few months ago. Grab it.
Here we go.
Let's talk about it.
You know what? I wrote this book, actually, a year ago today was the election that was sabotaged in Maricopa County. It was heartbreaking for the people of this country. And, right after that, I started to assemble a legal team and a case to actually fight back and work to reform our elections. And during that time, I had some publishers come up to me and say, would you write a book Well, I'm going to be honest, Brian. I was not really wanting to write a book. I was in a very dark place.
Well, yeah.
And I thought
understandably,
it could end up being a horror book because I was in
and
a
if it's
dark
a film,
place.
it's a horror film.
Yeah. But actually, it was very cathartic to write my story and to put pen to paper and write my story from my childhood all the way up into this incredible America First, Arizona First campaign that we ran that was just really amazing. You covered it in many events. And so it was really cathartic. It's a great book. One of the biggest compliments I got was from a guy who said, I bought your book. I hadn't read a book in 20 years. He said he was embarrassed to say that. He read it in 2 days, and he said, now I want to start reading again. So it's a very good read.
It's an easy read.
It's an easy read. I do not hold back the punches. Of course, you knew I wouldn't.
Right.
And it gives some interesting details on what life was like on the campaign trail and some of the key figures in politics right now that you know best, including President Trump.
Okay, let's turn to the back of it.
President Trump wrote the foreword,
The
too.
foreword. Oh, so in the back, obviously, is from Trump, and you got the foreword as well. Let's see.
Yeah,
there
that was
it is.
signed. Let me show you. You know, and it's great when you read the foreword. You can truly hear the words of President Trump. And I'm really proud of him that he continues to get up and fight. He's going through a lot right now.
He is.
All of these ridiculous cases that are just we're living in a post-justice world right now.
When's the last time you talked to the president?
Last night.
Was he upbeat, cheerful?
He sounded good. Yes, I called him very late. I kind of forgot about the time change, and we had a great call. He was looking forward to today's rally here, and I'm looking forward to seeing him tonight as well. He sounded great. He's been through a lot. I wanted to encourage him that because I'm out talking to the people.
Yeah, you are.
And they always tell me, please tell President Trump we are praying for him, we're with him. And I think he knows that.
Okay.
But it's always good to hear that.
It is. I'm being told to rap because you're a very popular person. I'd have you on all day.
I would talk to you all
your
day.
Colton over there is telling me to rap, and I don't want to hog Carrie Lake up here because I know we got to see other people.
I want to thank you. I want to thank Right Side Broadcasting.
Oh,
you
you're
are
sweet.
truly on the right side of history.
We hope.
Brian Glenn, you are a national treasure.
Oh.
And what you do and what you've given up to cover the president and this movement is really important. And I want people out there to realize that we were placed here at this moment for a reason. God does not make mistakes. Keep your chin up. We've got a movement. It's growing, and we are going to take this country back. Our best days are ahead of us.
Yeah, and we'll be on the ground in Arizona throughout your campaign. So I'm going to be someone right there in Arizona. So thank you so much.
I'm handing this off.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, there we go. That's all. I can't tell you what a treat that is. I haven't seen Carrie, and I don't know how long. I love you too. I love you. All right. Well, you go on. Let's go on. All right, that's always a treat, right? But you know what? She has really touched on a lot of stuff that we've talked about, and it's that passion, that drive to change this country, and we need leaders. We literally need bold, strong leaders.
We do, and people love her. I mean, you couldn't see it because you had your back to the crowd.
Yeah, I can. The whole place is turned.
You can't see it now, but when she came up here, I mean, the whole place turned around. This whole line was filled in right here with people with their cell phones trying to get a picture of your guys' backs as you were doing an interview. I mean, they just love Carrie Lake.
And you know what's? I go back to when I first met Carrie Lake is when we were both in the business. Actually, well, I had just started Right Side. And she was working for the Fox affiliate in Phoenix. Yep. And she's like, you know what, I quit my job because I couldn't take the media anymore, the biased, and I'm going to run for governor. And I thought, okay, well I thought to myself, all right, well that's kind of a first, that's not your first job that you take in politics, but she was adored by the state.
She was a natural.
Well, she has 80+% of the people, the households in Arizona. They know Carrie Lake from the television. There's 2 television markets in Arizona. There's Tucson and there's Phoenix. She had about 80% of the state. The market share knew who she was, so she had that name recognition from day one. She came out swinging.
Yeah.
I mean, she didn't pull any punches. She got a Trump endorsement, and then of course Marjorie endorsed her, Jim Jordan, everybody endorsed her. It's just Maricopa County, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. And it was stacked against her, and unfortunately, things happened.
Yeah,
And-
well, it's all going to work out the way it's supposed to work out. And I know that sounds, it's very frustrating when you're not sure that that's true, but I truly believe it. Because Kari Lake would be an amazing governor in Arizona, and I'm sure the people of Arizona wish that she were the governor right now. But she'll be an amazing senator as well. And she's also one that can flip that Senate seat. Is it better for us to flip that Senate seat or have her in governor? You know, I don't know. But I think with enough people getting involved to secure the election in Arizona, which all my Arizona viewers, please, please, please get involved to do that. I think Arizona is looking better. I spent a few days there a couple weeks ago, and they are making some really good progress as far as securing their elections go. So, you know, everywhere we need to make improvement on that. But I'm hopeful for Arizona.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting that, you know, we always talk about having strong leaders that want to fight, you know, candidates that want to fight. Many people, okay, but it's also, you have to be realistic of what is real. I don't live in fantasy land. I don't want to burn the entire establishment down thinking that that's the best for what's happening. That's why, you know, I say a lot of times that a lot of the people in our party are horrible and they need to go.
True.
With that said, is it I have to be realistic that that's not going to happen. You just can't burn the whole system down and start over. So you have to start to maybe put some pressure.
And we're weeding them out.
Yes, you weed them out, and you put some pressure on those that we think that are you know, possible saving. There's people that if we just put enough pressure on them and their constituents put enough pressure on them, they can vote the right way. Okay, we don't necessarily have to just get rid of them. But we just need to make some changes. That's
well,
first.
I think it'll be a couple things. Once President Trump gets through these legal challenges and they realize he is unstoppable. He's unstoppable now, but they haven't realized it yet because they think they have all of these traps set for him. Once he gets through those and they don't have anything left to play, I think you're going to see people start flipping.
Yes, I agree.
And you're going to see these cowardly Republicans go, oh no, I need to actually protect my constituents or I'm out. And I think it's going to be a massive switch, actually pretty quickly, because all it takes is a victory in these legal battles for President Trump for people to go, oh my gosh, he's not getting taken out. He's gonna prevail, and it's gonna be and
then look at the way they have weaponized the FBI, the DOJ. When President Trump gets into office, and he says this, he'll say it tonight, he is going to take apart the deep state like it's never been taken apart. And they know that. They know
that's
that.
why they're fighting so hard.
Yeah.
They're fighting so hard to keep their power. So, and all of these people that have been, you know, weaponizing our government against President Trump, against the January 6th prisoners who have been in jail for years without trial. I mean, what a violation of our Constitution. It's disgusting what has happened to those people. All of the people that have been a part of all of that, I think are going to have some real explaining to do.
Yeah, I would start with Christopher Wray. I would start with Matthew Graves, the district attorney there in D.C. And, of course, articles of impeachment have been placed on all of those individuals. They just have not been to a point where they're placed on the floor for a vote. Now, hopefully that will change. A little birdie told me that could change in the next couple of weeks, so maybe we'll see if that plays out. But we have to have accountability, or we're done, Christina. We are done. Yeah. If we can't fight back and hold people accountable for what they've done, then you know what we might as well do? Just move. Just move.
Where do we go? There's nowhere to go.
I have one place I might go.
Okay.
In Costa Rica.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sure the haters that are watching this right now are going, I wish you would leave right now. Just go.
Yeah,
just go to Costa Rica.
Probably.
No, I love this country. I'll never leave. I'll never leave this country. And I would say this. I tell people in California, don't leave California because you don't like it. It's way too liberal. We'll stay and fight because I think it's much more conservative than people give it credit for.
It is a lot more conservative than people think. But if the United States falls, freedom around the world falls.
I agree.
Mean, there's nowhere to go. I mean, we can hope that we can hope that Elon Musk will colonize a planet soon, but there literally is no other place to go if the United States falls. And
I agree.
I'm joking about that.
And you know what? The other day I had the opportunity to see Justin Trudeau his presidential motorcade go through D.C. And believe it or not, and I wish I could have got this on video, there were people like, go back, and yes, they were both. Close the border. I thought it was pretty funny because, and that's another individual. I have no idea how Justin Trudeau remains in power.
I think it's elections. I think it's rigged elections. I don't know. I don't have enough information about the Canadian election system to actually speak factually on that. I'm just speaking from my sense because I had heard about election fraud in Canada long before 2020, and I was like, well, can't they fix it? But I didn't know much about it. And then you see Trudeau continue to stay in power, and it's like, there's got to be.
This is something that we didn't talk about. We talked about earlier. Did you see the city council meeting last night in Chicago where people are outraged that this conversation of remaining a sanctuary city is still in play? People of Chicago are fed up. They've had 20,000 illegals dumped on the streets there in Chicago, and they have had enough. And so people are really lashing out at city council, but yet there's people in city council that still want to designate Chicago as a sanctuary city. And the American people say, you know what, we're done with it. I mean, for one thing, it's getting cold in Chicago. Yeah. Chicago on the streets, sleeping on the streets, the last thing that I would want to happen.
Kill people. People will die.
So from a humanitarian standpoint, I don't want people out there freezing on the streets. But this is what Chicago is saying, that they have spent tens of millions of dollars so far on resources locally to help feed, house, clothes, give other resources to these immigrants that have been dumped on the street of Chicago. So this becomes an economic play, but Christina, this becomes a humanitarian play. It is, look, they need the border.
It's true for New York as well.
It's true for New York.
I mean, people will freeze in New York in the winter if they're out on the street.
And then, of course, you've got these hotels that are being basically bought out by the federal government. And I got to give, Ben Bergquam has done an amazing job uncovering this. But these hotels have been bought out by the federal government to house illegal immigrants in them. These hotels go for $200-300 a night that the federal government is paying to house these illegals. And all of a sudden you've got landlords, you've got people around the area do not like it, because what's happening is you have a lot of mischievous activity happening in and around these neighborhoods. And you know what? The people in New York City and the people in Chicago are over it.
They absolutely are, as they should be. And I think it's so interesting. We had talked about this before as well, but the federal government is now investigating New York City Mayor Eric Adams's fundraiser, claiming that there was foreign aid or some type of foreign involvement in his fundraising, and they're targeting his campaign issues. I think it's very interesting. And of course, if he did something illegal or took foreign money, of course, that all needs to be vetted out. But it's very interesting that it comes after he started vocally saying this immigration border is going to destroy New York. It's going to destroy New York. And then the federal government says, oh, we're launching an investigation into the campaign.
That's very odd that would happen. And it's
they're putting him back in a box. They're saying
they are.
Get back in your box or we'll destroy you.
Right. It's sad. It's sad what's happening. But, it makes you and imagine that you've got other cities around the country that are like around the border, Eagle Pass, a lot of these small Texas cities that, quite frankly, cannot handle hospitals, schools, police stations. They can't handle the influx that's coming across. And so that is one of the unsold stories that's happening in the immigration as well. All right, so also let me talk about it real quick before we go. I want you guys to get a jump start on your Christmas shopping. Go over to mypillow.com/RSBN and shop. Our good friend Mike Lindell has done so much to save this country, and they want we got to help them. We've got to help Mike Lindell. So please go to the website, mypillow.com/RSBN, and get up to 80% off your entire order. There's some clearance items there as well. Go check it out, mypillow.com/RSBN. I can't say that enough because, I don't want to look Christmas. Well, here's another thing we haven't talked about. The terrorist threat in this country right now. I've got a very good, reliable source that is in the private sector that does personal protection for oil executives, political personalities, and people throughout the government. He told me 2 weeks ago that they are finding pockets of these extreme jihad, which we've all known this. But it's also getting a lot of chatter that as we get closer to the holidays, that is when potential strikes could happen. So I say that because not only do you have to have self-awareness where you go, total self-awareness, go buy a gun. Well, I don't know where, if you live somewhere that lets you carry a conceal, go buy a gun, have it on you at all times. But to shop online, I'm just tying it back to this holiday season, you might just want to stay inside and shop online and avoid the big crowded malls.
Well, you know what leads me to believe that intel is probably accurate, or at least somewhat reliable, is that the federal government, the FBI, has come out and said, oh, there may be terror cells in the United States that have come across our open border. They have known that. That's not news. They've been knowing that. But the reason they came out and said it is because there's a very serious threat, and they don't want to have not said it.
Correct.
So that when I saw the FBI make that announcement, that's when I thought they actually think a strike is coming.
No,
otherwise
right.
they would not have said
You're
it.
right. You're right. And they don't want to scare. The American people knew how intimate that threat was, and President Trump talks about that a lot. They would freak out. They would demand that the border get closed tomorrow, even though we can shout from the mountaintops that we need to do that, and we need to stop travel from terror-sponsored countries, which seems like the common sense thing to do. They would freak out. And so I am not bullish. I'm bearish on the safety of this country moving forward. I really am. I wish I was bullish, thinking that we're making the right steps in the direction to make sure that nothing happens on our soil. But Christina, I'm not. I don't have any confidence in the Biden administration that they're going to.
They're intentionally destroying this nation. They're intentionally making us vulnerable. They're intentionally depleting our oil reserves to make us vulnerable. They are intentionally destroying this country. You're not wrong for not having confidence in them.
But what happens, though? I mean, you start to think about if someone lives in the Midwest in a small town, they go, well, none of this stuff's going to happen in a small town. If you're not in New York or Chicago or D.C., especially, but this can happen anywhere. This can happen anywhere. So, it all goes back to policy, and Biden has the wrong policies without a doubt.
Yep, he really does. I mean, it's not just that they're wrong, they're intentionally wrong. He has sold out. He has sold us to our adversaries, and he is doing the bidding of our adversaries. What Biden is doing. I do want to acknowledge, though, it looks like the bleachers are filling in. There's very few seats left on this side. There's some closer to the front over here, but it looks like the seats have all pretty much filled in.
They are.
There's still standing room on the field available for folks that want to come out. Come out and join us. It's actually become a really nice night.
It is.
Like, now that the sun finally went down.
That's what happens. That's climate change. The climate does change. No, it's a nice night here now.
And it's a great crowd, not just the crowd of people that are here, but with President Trump, Don Jr. is here, Carrie Lake is here. There's a bunch of folks that are going to be available for comments. Please come out and join us.
Yeah, you're going to get a place to sit or stand. And, of course, remind everybody after that speech, when President Trump walks off, we're going to cut to and go to a spin room, which I was told somewhere around here. So we'll get to have a few moments with Carrie Lake or Don Jr. or Stephen Chong or Jason tonight from the debate, because there is a debate going on now. Whether or not, I personally would love to see let's just get it down to like two people. I would love to have I want to see President Trump on that debate stage just ripping some of these, just ripping, because no one debates better than President Trump.
No, and I meant to say that earlier but got distracted. I hope tonight he is in true Trump form and just trolls the heck out of everybody that's at that debate tonight.
Yeah.
I want to see every single one of them. Nobody is safe. I want to see him talk about Chris Christie, Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, all of them. I want to see him just crush it.
I saw a stat the other day, which is, I didn't even believe it until I looked it up. The last time President Biden had an open press conference, I'm talking about you step out and you take questions.
You can ask a question.
It was over a year.
I believe that.
Over a year since he actually stepped.
I
don't think he is. I actually don't think he is. And that's why I don't think during the debates they're going to minimize the interaction between Trump and Biden. Trump
we're
is
never going to get a Trump and Biden debate.
You really don't think that's
No,
ever going to happen?
I don't think he's going to be the candidate.
Okay, but let's assume he is the candidate.
Okay.
I don't know. I agree with you on that. But if he is, if you're a Biden,
COVID, you're putting our lives at risk, Brian.
But if I'm a Biden advisor, I do not want to put Joe Biden on the stage with President Trump.
No. I mean, we learned all of this in 2020. Remember, we can't debate you. He's got to stay in the basement. You're socially irresponsible by talking to people and by being out there in the public. Do you remember this in 2020 was a super spreader event? Do you remember that? How crazy it is? And it turns out natural immunity actually is better than the vaccine. Can we say that? Are we allowed to say that now?
I think we are. I think we are. Which really amazing. Which, by the way, the wellness company, go check that out. That emergency medical emergency kit. Go check that out. If those guys in the studio want to put that up, because that's a great point. There's so many things that happen now, and that there's so many resources that we have to fight to stay healthy.
Right.
Think about all the millions. So the wellness company, go check it out on screen. Information, the emergency medical, go get it. Go put it in your office, your home. It can fight everything that you need. But here's what's interesting. All the millions and millions of money that the government put on getting everyone to go get vaccinated, right? Okay. All the marketing. How much money was spent on go get healthy, eat better? I don't know, Christina, go to the gym and work out. I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't have all this fried food. I don't know. Maybe we should relax. Maybe we should fight obesity. Maybe we should heart disease. None of that. We focused on just pushing the vaccine.
Ivermectin.
Yeah. Oh, I was actually canceled I actually lost a job because I talked about ivermectin.
Because you told the truth.
Because it ended up being the best thing ever happened to me because I love right side. But I mean, to think that social media, the government did not want you, Christina Bobb, to say the words ivermectin, even though it was a WHO drug of the year that has saved millions of lives around the globe. But we don't want you to say it in terms of a possible way that you can save yourself if you got COVID. And by the way, COVID, we know the mortality rate on COVID only existed if you were obese, you were old, you're out of shape, you had pre-existing health conditions. All that stuff was there. But they forced perfectly healthy people to just go in lockdown.
All right.
Let's see if we can show these people down there. Oh, he's love showing me. Well, we're going to put you on there. We're live. Thank you so much. Where are you guys from? Deerfield Beach, Florida.
All
That's
right.
around your neck of the woods, isn't it? Some there?
I don't know. I haven't lived here long enough.
Anyway, thank you so much. We love you. We love you. I love it. That's what we're on. That's why we do what we do.
Yeah, no, they're fantastic. I love our people.
I love our people.
I love our people. And you know what? America loves our people because our people are America. We are the heartbeat of America. And that's why the media and that's why the leftist elitists hate us, because it's so authentic. It's so real.
It is. It is
and
real.
They hate that because they cannot replicate it.
They can't. They cannot replicate that. And it's amazing now. And here's something we haven't really talked about. The Free Palestine, the ceasefire people, they were in front of the White House chanting, Biden's got blood on his hands, genocide, he promotes genocide, all this stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. And they said they're not voting for him. They had a very high-ranking, wait for this, they had a very high-ranking spokesperson for the Free Palestine group. And they said, listen to me, Joe Biden, and listen to me, all you Democrats and Republicans, we are going to sit out this next election if you don't cease fire and you don't back the people of Palestine. I'm thinking, hang on a second. Did they just say but did they just say they're not going to vote for Democrats?
Because they're trying to come up with a reason to switch out Biden.
I know, but I don't want them to vote on election day. I don't. They said there's millions of Muslims Americans that will sit out the vote. Good. Sit it out. Stay home. It makes us easier to beat you down.
That's true. That's true. But I think that the left is pushing that talking point because they want to have a justification for switching out Biden. Saying he lost.
Okay. I didn't think about that. You're probably right on that.
They're trying to justify why we have to switch him out.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. 6:16 on the beautiful night here in South Florida.
We still have speakers.
There was a program that was supposed to start at 5, I think. I don't know. It's just the Christina and Brian show, which we don't mind doing, although, it seems like we got some people walking around. It seems like it's always fun doing the show with you. It's funny. We were talking earlier about getting back on the campaign trail and how this is going to be, they're going to be doing these things. This guy just walking around, getting everybody to clap.
A hype guy.
The hype guy. What you're going to find is you have 2 or 3 of these a week, basically.
Oh.
You know, these things are going to be a lot. So obviously we're going to jump on.
I just.
I got to say it loud in the air, but I'm going to say I love you. I don't get to see your husband enough. I don't get to see him enough. I know. We miss you too.
So good to see you guys. I just noticed this. Can you show the scoreboard?
Yeah, let's.
Did you notice the scoreboard before, Brian?
I did not. I've noticed it. But they've done that before in a basketball arena, but I have not seen it here.
I didn't notice it. So it's 2024, 45 and 47, and it's the third quarter, the third term. So
it's great.
It's a nice little touch.
Yeah, I like that.
A shout out to Justin, probably Justin Corbin. One of them arranged
Let's
it.
talk about the Trump advanced team,
They're
shall
so
we?
Good.
If I ever decided to run for political office, I pray that I can get an advanced team, a communications director, all of the advisors that he has around him for me, because it's the best in the business.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so I moved into my house like a year and a half ago when I moved down here to work for President Trump. And I love my colleagues. My colleagues are the people that put this on, right? And I was talking to them and I was like, oh, I want to invite everybody over to my house. I want you guys to see. It's a new house. Or, well, it's not a new house, but it's new to me. And I was like, I want you guys to see it. And, and I go, but I'm nervous because I don't host. Like, I don't host. I don't have that gift. And I was like, I want you guys to come see it, but like, I can't just like order a pizza and be like, hey, let's put on a movie. And so I was talking to the team and they go, oh, we'll do it for you. And then I got terrified because I was like, they're going to blow it out. Like, this team does
You're going to have Colorado security manning your front driveway?
This team does nothing small. They're incredible. And so, of course, it never happened because I was like, I don't know how I could ever, like, pay them back or, like, justify the level of help.
That's funny.
Like, way too much for me. But it was just the idea of having the team that puts these on, like, help me throw a housewarming party.
That is incredible.
I can't do it. They're so good, though. They're so good. And for those of you that are wondering, they're really good people. They're just such good people. They pour their hearts and souls into these programs. They're doing everything they can to save this country, and they're doing it by putting on really great events that we all get to enjoy and get to see another opportunity with President Trump. So great job, team.
And they're all like pros in their individual category, They're great. And so we've had the privilege over the last couple of years to just really get to know them, work with them on a weekly basis, seems like, multiple times a week, and it's just been a great opportunity for that. So shout out to the Trump Advance team. Hey, if you're just now joining us, welcome. Christina, Bob, Brian, Glenn here in South Florida. Very beautiful night we have here. It's a very Hispanic area, and that's one of the reasons why President Trump chose to do the rally here. And a very densely populated Cuban-American, really from people all around Central America. We've met a lot of people from Central America, South America here.
From Venezuela.
Venezuela, Puerto Rico, amongst others. So, and he continues to really increase his numbers within those demographics.
Yeah, here we go.
Step aside.
Pastor Mario Baramnik as he leads us in today's invocation.
If we can please stand. Good evening, Miami. Nosotros estamos muy emocionados esta noche, no solamente que vamos a estar con el expresidente Trump, sino porque vamos a estar con el futuro presidente de los Estados Unidos. We are not only here seeing former President Trump, we are here seeing the next president of the United States of America. Muchos de nosotros nos fuimos de Cuba, de Venezuela, y venimos aquí para la libertad. Many of us left Cuba, Venezuela for freedom. We never thought communism would come to our shores. We need President Trump so that communism will never come to the United States of America. Let us pray. Padre, te damos gracias por el presidente Donald Trump. Padre, desatamos tus ángeles alrededor de él y su familia. Declaramos esta noche de Miami, el comunismo no va a venir a los Estados Unidos. Nosotros declaramos que el presidente Trump va a ser nuestro presidente en noviembre. Father, we thank you for President Trump. We release your angels round about him and his family. And we declare tonight from Miami, communism shall not come to the shores of America. Father, we declare that President Trump will be the next president of the United States of America. God bless you. God bless our communities. And God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Miami-Dade County Commissioner Kevin Cabrera to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Buenas noches, Hialeah. I'm your County Commissioner Kevin Marino Cabrera, and it's a pleasure to welcome you today to Hialeah. Es un privilegio darle una bienvenida a Hialeah, la ciudad que de verdad progresa. Now, who is ready to drain the swamp? I don't think I can hear you. We want to make sure we can hear them in the Arts Center. Who is ready to drain the swamp? Who's ready to defeat Joe Biden? And who is ready to make America great again and re-elect President Donald J. Trump? Now, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the greatest nation on earth. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Miami PD Sergeant Lizlinda Bremer to sing the national anthem.
different walks of life, but all have one thing in common. They want their country back. Parents who want to take back control of their children's education. Veterans tired of being kicked to the curb. They believe in protecting the sanctity of life, securing our borders, standing for the flag, kneeling for God above, and an honest day's pay for an honest day's work. Hillary made fun of them.
You could put half of Trump supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables.
Biden called them a threat.
The MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic.
And DeSantis degradingly called them listless vessels. No, they aren't, Ron. They're great Americans who know there's one person who will always have their backs.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Hialeah Mayor Stevie Bovo.
Welcome to Hialeah! This is a patriot city, and we welcome all of you. For those that don't know about this city, this is a city built by blue-collar, hard-working people. This is a city that has seen what socialism and communism does. This is a city built by folks from Nicaragua, Venezuela, Colombia, y Cuba. Now, I'm often asked, what is it about Hialeah and why they're so supportive of Donald J. Trump? And the answer is very easy. Because he understands us. He made a commitment to this community that he was going to reverse the treacherous policies of Obama with Cuba, and he did it. He made a commitment to make America first and protect our border, and they didn't let him do it, but he will do it. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you something. I've seen a lot of presidents come and go, but I gotta tell you, I've never seen a president in my life that actually did what he said he was going to do. And now we're seeing what the perception of a weak America looks like. We've got our enemies at the gate, pouring through the border with an aim to do harm to Americans. And my friends, there's only one person who could stop that, and his name is Donald Trump. Now, I'm joined here today by some of the members of the City Council. I want to also welcome all of you. They're sitting here behind me. If they could stand up. I got Jesus Tundidor. Thank you, Jesus. Jackie Garcia-Robles, the Vice President. Monica Perez, who just got elected, President of the Council. We're so humbled. We're so humbled that he picked Hialeah to do this rally because Hialeah loves Donald Trump. Now, I'm going to ask many of you that don't speak Spanish permission for 1 second if I could address some of my folks that only speak Spanish, if that's okay with you. Mi pueblo de Hialeah. Oye, no se oye la gente de Hialeah. Hialeah está de moda. Estamos agradecidos a este presidente que cumple con lo que promete. Estamos complacidos con un presidente que no lo dejaron gobernar. Pero vamos a estar claros. Para este tiempo, el año que viene, we're going to make America great again. And we're going to take back the White House. And we ain't going to take no prisoners. God bless the city of Hialeah. God bless the United States of America. And God bless the next president of the United States, Donald Trump.
thousands were brutally killed, including Americans. Before Iran helped Hamas plan the attack, killing Americans. Before Biden gave billions of taxpayers' money to Iran, Trump played hardball with Iran, destroyed ISIS, kept the Middle East at peace, kept us out of endless wars through strength.
History shows very plainly that evil only respects one thing: unyielding strength. When I'm back in the White House, our enemies will know if you spill a drop of American blood, we will spill a gallon of yours.
President Trump, the strength we need to make America strong again.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
As Commander-in-Chief, he always had his soldiers' backs, was always there to support them and their families. He kept his promise to keep them out of endless wars and to never forget about them after they served. America learned having a weak leader can tragically lead to American deaths, which is why America needs strength now more than ever.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage UFC fighter Jorge Gangbred Masvidal.
¿Qué hola? Hialeah, Miami, mi gente latina, what's up? I want to first and foremost say thank God. I'm honored that it's here in this city that fights communism harder than anywhere in the country, and socialism. We come out of the womb fighting that shit here because we know what that horror movie's like, and we'll never, ever concede to socialism or communism in this country. And this city probably knows it better than any other city in the country. Amen. I want to also say that I've been to many political events, and you know, I don't really want to call them Trump rallies or MAGA rallies. I want to see it more as a way that ideas are getting thrown, policies are getting thrown for a better America, for my kids, for myself, for my brothers and sisters, and everybody chasing the American dream. But this rally, this one feels different though. My morals haven't changed, my political views haven't changed, my feelings haven't changed. This one feels different, and you know, because the world is fucked up right now, and it's on fire right now, and it's different. It's not just America this time. I want to take you back to 2016 when Trump took office. World War III was on the brink as well. Our economy was in shambles on the ropes. Our border was insecure. And in a short time, Trump rocket-fueled that economy, secured our border, and brought peace through strength. There was no wars going on. We were involved in 7 different countries, and 8 different wars in 7 different countries. Pulled us out of all wars. Had Iran at his knees. Iran, with the financial sanctions, now couldn't fund all these terrorist groups. China was coming to the table with a fair trade deal. And Russia wasn't starting no wars in Europe. We see in just 3 years how crazy this horror movie has gotten. So it's time for us to fight now like we've never fought before, because there's only one guy we know. There's only one guy we know that can do the job. Because when he was in office, he didn't align his pockets with what people were telling him to do. No, he aligned himself with our pockets. He aligned himself with our values and beliefs and our freedom. So there's only one thing we could do, is fight harder than ever now for Trump. And it's not just enough to show up here. You got to show up here with people that are from the other side and convince them to come. And we got to be on social media. You got to grab phones, call people in fucking Tennessee and make it happen, because we know Florida's going red. But we need the rest of the fucking country to wake up, because everybody can have this freedom, all right? Everybody in the country should have these laws and policies. I love all of you. I'm just going to ask for one favor before I leave. You know who's coming next? Max Alvarez. Love that guy. One of the greatest speakers ever. So we're going to put our hands very warm for him. But before I leave, if we could just get a "Let's Go Brandon" chant. Let's go. Come on. Let's go Brandon! Let's go Brandon! Let's go Brandon! Love y'all.
DeSantis was struggling big time in his primary race for governor of Florida. Polls revealed DeSantis was failing so bad, he was losing by a staggering 17 points. Then DeSantis was saved by the endorsement of President Trump. Trump's support was so powerful, just 2 days after the endorsement, DeSantis took a commanding lead, and it propelled him to being elected governor.
I'd like to thank our president for standing by me when it wasn't necessarily the smart thing to do.
You're welcome, Ron. Unfortunately, instead of being grateful, DeSantis is now attacking the very man who saved his career. Isn't it time DeSantis remembers how he got to where he is?
Make America great again. Build the wall. Then Mr. Trump said, "You're fired." I love that part.
Truth is, there's only one person who can make America great again.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage President of Sunshine Gasoline Distributors, Maximo Alvarez.
Wow! Hialeah! Miami, South Florida, the entire state of Florida. They gave me 5 minutes to share with each and every one of you my story. 5 minutes. It would take me at least 5 weeks, never mind 5 minutes. But my story is not important. My story is the same as everybody here. Everybody has a story because all of us, all our parents, grandparents, and many, many Americans came from many other countries looking for one thing, the American dream. We're not here today about hearing stories. We're here today about looking at facts. The fact is, we must work very, very hard to elect the president who really make America great. We are here to elect the president that sacrificed everything that he had, everything he worked for, when he could have been enjoying the fruit of his labor because he worked very, very hard, just like most of us when we came to our country. We washed cars for a living. And this man made it because he's a wonderful businessman. Let me tell you, I look at him and the admiration is incredible because I look at myself and I remember when I first started at age 13, washing cars for 50 cents. And today, because of this wonderful, most generous land in the world, I can pay back some of the things that I received when I came to this country, unexpecting anything except being grateful that I had a mother and a father who understood that whatever I was going to end up was going to be much better than to live under a communist regime. Something that not only Cubans understand today, but people from Nicaragua, Venezuela, and every country in the world where communism has gone is being a destruction. I agree with you. It is so very important, simply because I cannot think of anybody else who can make America great again. I never thought when I first came as a little child, as a little boy, that this country was going to be threatened by what is happening today. I never thought I would live the dreams that became a nightmare. And let me tell you
how honored and how blessed I was, simply because my mother and father understood what it was like to be under the communist regime. And then I arrived at this country, and what a blessing. I encountered Monsignor Brian O. Walsh, who was responsible for over 14,000 kids, just like me, unattended, not knowing, not having anything. I was blessed for having attended some of the best schools in the country. And then I started my business. I'm just an average businessman. I started my business from the trunk of my car. And these are the things that we need to make sure that we secure, that everybody in this country has the same chance, because that's what America is all about. That's what the American dream is. And I don't want to get emotional, because when I talk about my mom and dad, and I really get emotional. When I talk about Monsignor Walsh, I get emotional. When I talk about President Donald J. Trump, I get emotional simply because he's the only one. He's the only one who is fear, who they're trying to destroy it every day, simply because they're scared of him. And let me tell you why we need him in this country, to make America great again. What is happening in our country today in the southern border is not about immigration. It's about an invasion. What is happening in schools is not education. It's indoctrination. And I'm telling you, Donald J. Trump, instead of enjoying the fruit of his labor, he's devoted his life for our children, for your children, for our grandchildren. And we should never, ever forget. We should be grateful and we should be loyal, because that's the least we can do. Be grateful and loyal, two of the most important values in life. Thank you. Thank you for being here and making sure that we elect Donald J. Trump as our 47th president. Go America great again!
Just how far are the radical left and inside the Beltway bandits willing to go to stop him? We all know they hate him for winning the fight to protect life, for exposing their deep state, for draining their precious swamp. And they already know he'll crush Biden. So like a pack of rabid wolves, they attack. So let's impeach him. Let's get tainted radical left prosecutors to charge him. Let's conspire with Hillary and the FBI with fake stories about him. All to distract from Biden's incompetence, weakness, and money-grabbing corruption. But here's the thing, he'll never blink. That's called having the courage of your convictions. And it's why he's our president.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage America's most inspirational MAGA comic, Roseanne Barr.
Singing, we will rock you.
tonight? God bless everybody here. It's so exciting. I've never been to a Trump rally before. It's my first one. It's so cool. Woo! It's exciting. I got to get you to do it with me. USA! 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 Thank you! USA! God bless America! I love you all so much. I got to get my picture taken with President Trump about a week ago there at Mar-a-Lago, you know, and it was so exciting. I could hardly control myself. I went in there and I just, I grabbed at him, you know, and he was so nice. He just kind of gently rearranged my arms so nicely. And afterwards I thought, oh my God, I could have got shot. The way I was grabbing at him with the Secret Service, I was just like, oh, I love you. But, you know, I could hardly control myself. I just flipped out. But then several nights later, I saw him again, and I was able to actually touch him and hug him, and it meant so much to me. And that was the night that Shabbat had ended. I don't know if y'all know, but I'm a Jew. Wow, that's the first time I've been cheered for that. Thank you. So it was Shabbat night, and I had just, said all my prayers all day, meditating and praying as I invite you to do for our country and for all the captives that, in our country whose minds are stolen by this terrible regime and they can't get free of it. And, we got to pray for them. But when I touched him, my hands were full of all the love that you people have given me over the last 4 years. You saved my life. You built me back up when they tried to take me down. You gave me so much love. I thank you for that. You saved me. And I put all of the love you've given me onto President Trump. I gave him 99% of it, and I just said, oh, we love you so much. You are our inspiration. You are our hero. We love you. I said, I want you to know how much we pray for you and how much we love you and how much we look to you and how much we hope for you. I want you to know how all the people I meet every day feel that about you, because it's true. And, I ran for president down here. I was on the ballot in Florida in 2012. I don't know. I didn't win. I don't know if you knew that. But I did run for president against Barack Obama. I didn't like him, and so I decided, oh, yeah, boo it up, baby. Oh, yeah. And this is his third term that we're living through. You know that, right? So I ran in 2012 because I wanted to run against him, and I ran because I said, this is the time for a woman to win, me, not Hillary. But I said, because this is the time for a woman, because anything a man can do, a woman can get another man to do even better. Yeah. I love you. Thank you, honey. But other thing I ran when I ran for president, I also ran on the thing, one of my platforms was, I will outlaw bullshit. Yep. And I want to show you this jacket that my friend made. And look at this here. Look at this. is the Magador. Yeah, and that's the deep state bull. So that kind of went along with my thing for president. I will outlaw bullshit, but I want to say right now, aren't we all tired of the deep state bullshit? I can't hear you. I want you to say it louder. Aren't we all fed up with the deep state bullshit? And the bullshit. We want Trump, the Magador, to kill that goddamn bull. And the bullshit, kill that goddamn bull. I love you. Thank you for having me tonight. Oh, I forgot my assignment. I got too excited. Oh, here, the next person up here is a beautiful woman. She's a lovely person with a wonderful sense of humor who helped me celebrate my birthday, which was just last week, but I've been down here in Florida for 3 weeks, totally celebrating my birthday for 3 whole weeks. It's just been wonderful. And she is married. She's in the Trump family. Also, I want to say, please, everybody, let's say a prayer of protection and love for the entire Trump family. And I'm very proud to introduce to you KG, Kimberly Guilfoyle.
It's an invasion of America. Streets flooded with poison, killing millions. Enemies and tyrants on opposite sides of the globe laugh at us. Wars threaten us. The threat of nuclear annihilation, once forgotten, is now real again. America's weakness has become their strength. The global elitists who send your kids to war, who tell you a woman is a man and a man is a woman, who teach your children their country, their faith, their beliefs are a lie. They have corrupted every facet of American government, weaponized it against you. While they watch our cities burn and violent crimes skyrocket, you and your families pay the price. Out of control inflation, an economy wrecked, a nation in decline. This is Joe Biden's America. Failing, weak. But one man, one movement can change all that for us. Put America, the middle class, first. And put the globalists, the elitist, and the corrupt in their place. Bring back pride and the American dream. To let the world know, don't mess with us. One man focused on the true owners of this great land. One movement focused on the true priorities. Make America great for us again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Kimberly Guilfoyle.
Sound.
And he's giving them hell, isn't he? Hell is coming for those people, and Donald Trump is coming with them, let me tell you. Today is a great night because it is one day closer to Trump being reelected President of the United States, and we're going to drain the swamp. We are going to clean house. We're going to kick them all out of D.C. It feels so good, right? And look at this crowd, and to all my Latinos for Trump out there, si se puede! With the help of the Latino and Hispanic vote, Trump will win this election in a landslide. We will not let him down. We are Trump faithful. We are America first, and we apologize to no one and bend a knee only in church. We will stand for our flag and for our true president who will take this country back and restore American greatness, American exceptionalism, and the American dream. We are done with the corruption and the chaos of Joe Biden. America is going to quit him and Kamala Harris while we're at it. Pink slip, baby. Just like we gave it to Nancy Pelosi, we're going to give it to them. They see it coming. He's just one slip and fall away from them pulling out the carpet underneath him, right? Bye-bye, Felicia. I love it. I'm in a good mood tonight. Are you in a good mood tonight? That's right, ladies and gentlemen, because make no mistake about it, Florida is Trump country. America is Trump country. While we take this country back, we're going to straighten out the rest of the world while we're at it, right? Somebody let Putin know, let Kim Jong-un know. We're all coming for them too, because it's about to be a reckoning and it's about to be a house cleaning, and I cannot wait. 1 year from now. We are going to bring back the world's greatest economy roaring back, and there is only one man that can deliver Donald Trump policies, and that is Donald Trump. America will not accept a substitution. America will not accept an imposter. America deserves the best, and the best that this country has to offer is Donald J. Trump, and we're going to get him. We're going to get him. Donald Trump will bring this economy back. He'll bring back manufacturing. He will bring back infrastructure. We will have a true commander-in-chief that the world will fear and respect once again. This nonsense like that horrific, abysmal withdrawal from Afghanistan would have never happened under Donald Trump. Putin will not be marching on Ukraine if Donald Trump were in the White House. Nobody fears or respects Joe Biden, and it's enough. We're ending that national embarrassment. Under Donald Trump, we had the best economy. We had a record number of women entrepreneurs starting jobs, 1,800 every day, new businesses. We had record low unemployment for Latinos, for African Americans, for our veterans and military who we stand for. And guess what? They deserve, too, a commander-in-chief that will stand for them and respect them. We love our veterans, we love our military, we love our first responders, and we stand for the men and women that serve us and back the blue. And we love a president who has put the sanctity of life and the value of human life as a top priority in his administration. That is what Donald Trump did. He stood for the unborn. He's an incredible man, and so many of us appreciate greatly what he has done, and he will do it again. I know that I slept well at night knowing that the commander-in-chief was Donald Trump. How many of you want that feeling back again? Well, you're all about to sleep like a baby because he's going to get reelected and he is going to save this country. And together with Donald Trump, we will make America safe again. We will make America strong again. We will make America secure again. And we will make America great again. Let's welcome Donald Trump Jr., the son of the President of the United States, the greatest warrior in the MAGA movement, the tip of the spear. Come on out here, Donnie, let's get him.
What's going on, Hialeah? I gotta thank Kimberly for that one, although the little kiss I just got, I'm gonna have lipstick and they're gonna pretend I'm doing like the DeSantis high heel drag thing. So for the record, you guys saw the potential transfer of lipstick. It wasn't me, okay? How you guys doing today? What do you think of the world right now, guys? What was Donald Trump right about? Every damn thing. Right? Everything they accused Donald Trump of, everything they said he would do, World War III, tanking the economy, ridiculous policy, is all happening under Joe Biden. They're crushing us with their ridiculous policies. They're indoctrinating our kids. They're telling us there's 4,978 genders, and since I started this speech about 90 seconds ago, they've probably added a few more. These people have lost their minds, but you know what? They turn a blind eye to it. Right? Imagine it was, say, I don't know, the Don Jr. laptop from hell. Do you think it would be a problem? Yeah. Do you think if I was getting checks from the Chinese government, you think that'd be a problem? We lived through Russia collusion and all of those lies, but when you have actual China collusion, it's not a problem. Because that's what's going on right now in D.C., folks. There's rules for you, and there's rules for them. The 2020 Summer of Love riots, remember, it was a mostly peaceful protest with buildings burning in the background. Mostly peaceful, you know. If you take over a couple courthouses, that kind of stuff. I'm told that's an insurrection, but again, it doesn't apply that way, right? Those people can burn down buildings, they can loot, riot, steal, murder. But no, in the name of social justice, it's different, it's fine. You know, yeah, I mean, the Gucci shoes that they stole, that's totally fine. It was for social justice, it's different. Just trying to figure that one out, right? I'm trying. You may do a better job of this than me, sir. But think about that. Think of the people right now in the last couple of months who've been sentenced to 20 years in jail for peacefully protesting. Meanwhile, I'm watching anti-Semites chanting for genocide at some of the finest universities. I say finest in air quotes because at this point, they're full of shit. They can do that again. No consequence, nothing. While they mortgage your family's future to the hilt. While they're getting ready to send your children, not theirs, to yet another one of their endless wars. But don't worry, folks, we're told the adults are back in charge. Remember that one? The adults were back in charge. I remember watching our Secretary of State right after the disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal, right? And I quote, Anthony Blinken, he said, he is shocked and dismayed that the Taliban did not install a more diverse and inclusive government in Afghanistan. I mean, think about this. These people want us to take them seriously. And they're shocked that there wasn't like a trans coalition. You know, last week they were throwing gays off of buildings. This week they're going to have a seat at the table. Did you really think that was going to happen? Yeah. Yes. You should help me with this speech, sir, because, yes, take down the UN, because all we do... Yeah. No. Speaking of serious people, right? The UN has, like, Iran on the Human Rights Watch. Like, you know, the world's leading state sponsor of terror gets to sit on that committee. I don't know. Seems a little bit freaking insane, but, you know, that's just me. I have an IQ, unlike the people involved. They were the same people that were on the women's rights panel like 2 years ago. I don't know. They don't seem to be in favor of women's rights, but minor details, right? But we fund all of it. It was like what my father did with NATO. You have an agreement. You're putting X% of GDP towards protecting yourselves. They just choose not to pay. My father said, we're going to make you pay your fair share. How dare they? Because they're used to an America run by freaking morons who are on the take. Those leaders have a deal in paper to actually do X, but they're like, why would we do X if we know that the U.S. will take your hard-earned money and fund it anyway? Right? While you can't afford grocery stores. And guys, I'm not pretending. Like, I get it. I know where I'm from. I'm the son of a billionaire from Manhattan. And if I go to a grocery store today and I'm pissed off, no, what does it tell you? How is it that I get it and they don't? All right. Again, they want to get us in another war. Chuck Schumer, Mitch McConnell. Yeah, no. All right, we're going to do a little survey because the fake news is here and covering this, and I've done this. A little survey from the crowd. All right. Because I hear from Mitch McConnell that funding the Ukraine is the #1 priority of Republicans across America. See, it sounds like you're with me, but I'll take a chance. There's... No. I saw Mitch when he wasn't doing a Mitch glitch, you know, when it's just... Sorry. When Mitch wasn't in glitch, he'll tell you that funding Ukraine is the #1 priority for Americans right now, Republicans across the board. And I say this, I have been in front of, this crowd alone would have put me in front of more real Republicans than Mitch McConnell has ever been in front of in his entire 4,000-year career. All right. This is like close to the 20th time I've done this. This is the largest group, but between 2,000 and 5,000 people I've done this. Raise your hand if funding yet another never-ending war in Ukraine is a top 3 priority for you in this room. Sir, you're not raising your hand. You're booing, right? Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah. How about, is it a top 10 issue for you? Has a single hand, because they'll call me fake news, I'll be canceled, I'll be thrown off social media, I'll be put in the gulags where the Democrats would put us all if they had a choice. Did anyone see a single hand go up that funding Ukraine is a top 10 issue for what? 10,000 people here? Not one. I got one person one time, he raised his hand. One person. It wasn't a top 3 issue, it was a top 10 issue for him. And I said, sir, why is it top 10? Well, he goes, I'm from Ukraine. I was like, okay, I understand. So now we've surveyed about 30,000 people, and I have yet, and one guy. But it doesn't matter. He'll still do that. He's still going to try to roll the new Speaker of the House to believe it. They're going to put in front of him intelligence reports, folks. And you know what those intelligence reports are? Also bullshit, yes. It will be propaganda designed to get whatever the deep state wants. So Mitch, Senate Republicans, rhinos, listen to the people here. For once, we would like some actual representation from our representatives. This should not be that hard, folks, and yet it is. Those people who we send to D.C. need to actually start listening to those who send them there. Not to do what they want. Not to get some board seat at Raytheon to sell more missiles. To mortgage our children's and our grandchildren's future. So we can fund some of the most corrupt countries in the world and get nothing for it. It's happening in Ukraine. It happens every time. Because you know what? They don't care. Their retirement plan is to get on the boards of those companies. You only get on the boards of those companies by selling more missiles. And it's a vicious cycle that goes forever. It never stops. And you know what? I'm not sending my kids or yours to go die to get Zelensky another house. No way. And if they do, vote them out. They better start listening, because that's what's going on. Where are the checks and balances? Well, we have none. Ukraine, just so we're clear, prior to them becoming the next deity, right? The left has deities. It went from climate change, led by Lord Priestess Greta Thunberg. COVID became the next religion of the left, right? Led by High Priest Fauci. An imbecile, but, what difference does it make? Now it's COVID, now it's Ukraine. I don't know. It seems fair, because I know that if I lied to the American people, the way he lied to the American people, in a position like that, I'd be in jail. No, I would, because, and you know why you know how he lied? Because his emails to his colleagues in medicine are the exact opposite of everything he told the American people. He never met a TV camera he didn't love. And this dwarf that everyone probably beat the shit out of his whole life finally had a moment. Right? Finally had a moment, was on the cover of every magazine. He has the page, making millions of dollars and other stuff while lying to all of us. This is how our government functions. There's no accountability for that. But Joe Biden and Hunter Biden and the Biden grandchildren and Hunter's mistress and Hunter's girlfriend, which was also his wife, his brother's wife, and I mean, they can all take money from China and nothing happens. I'm wondering why grandchildren, but your favorite president, Donald Trump, but who kept us out of wars, who put us in jobs, who led the strongest economy in American history. They want to put him in jail for 1,000 years. And maybe the death penalty, because, we all understand that he is a very young and vibrant man, unlike Joe Biden. But 1,000 years still feels like a lot, doesn't it? Seems excessive, but that's what happens. That's what happens when you challenge the power of the deep state, the power of the swamp. And guys, that's why they're going after my father the way they are. They understand that now, especially now, it's worse now than in 16, right? In 16, they figured this could never possibly happen. The American people would take arguably the least likable old hag in the history of old hags, Hillary Clinton, and somehow elect this person, yeah, they were going to elect crooked and everything was going to be fine. But now they realize that Trump has your backing. He has the American people. He has a track record now of actually winning and getting things done. You guys make this easy for me. I like to come up here organic. I don't have the note. It's not like Joe Biden, right? Struggling to get the teleprompter. The American people are doing great under Bidenomics. Pause for applause. I think someone said it best, right? Then, the stage is about this size. And whatever they gave him to make him, he's never coherent, but borderline semi-coherent. In about 90 seconds, it wears off. And then, I forget who, I saw it somewhere. It was sort of the perfect, and Joe Biden turns into a Roomba. Well, guys, I, for one, know that literally no one should feel safe that a Roomba has the nuclear codes. What do you think happens when they call Joe Biden at 3 a.m. when something goes wrong? No, they don't. And you know how they don't? Because on October 7th, when a terrorist organization flew paragliders with machine guns into a daytime concert, murdering and killing innocent women, children in Israel, we didn't get a response from him till after lunch. No, but think about that. Think about that. They couldn't bother to respond because, they couldn't even probably wake him up. He wasn't present, and he's not. Again, none of it matters because Joe Biden, for the Democrats, has actually been effective pushing the radical leftist agenda. And that's what it is today, folks. There are no more Democrats in power. There are radical Marxist communists. They would jail each and every one of you. They're not pretending about it anymore because they're doing that to your grandmother who may have walked in between the velvet ropes taking a selfie on January 6th. It never ends, right? Anyone and anything in their way, they will destroy. They will lock up their political opposition. They are functioning like the communist dictators so many of the great people of Hialeah escaped from. When I talk to guys like my friend Jorge, when Jorge Masvidal did this, we did this in 20. We went around. His story, if he gave you the longer form version, is so incredible with his father and escaping. And so many of the people in this very theater right now understand what it means. There's a reason that the boats only go one way, folks. Okay? Despite what Bernie Sanders tells you, it's not so good. He's telling you the great virtues of communism and socialism, from one of his 4 vacation homes, right? It's a little different. But everyone in this room right now understands exactly what we're fighting for. They understand exactly what's at stake. And that's why we need to end the nonsense, the dog catcher debate going on down the road, No, but that's the problem. The Republicans are guilty of this stuff too, right? You know why that's continuing? Not because they have a chance. You can see that just by looking at this room, looking at this area. But because there's a couple billionaires that gave more money to a super PAC, and the consultants who are all part of the DC swamp will take about 60 to 75% of that money into their own pockets by running the ad, by hiring their marketing team to come up with another brochure. It never ends. So they're going to drag that out. They're going to burn all that money that we could be using to defeat this sickness, the depravity that is today's Democrat, Marxist, Communist Party. Guys, we need to end this nonsense, and we need to save our country, because it's not going to save itself. Our leaders have failed us for decades. The results you got from Trump, despite unprecedented incoming from your media, unprecedented assistance, lies, and bullshit from big tech, unprecedented sabotage from Republicans. You got results because you had someone that can actually deliver, someone who'd actually done it, someone who's actually signed the front of a paycheck, not just been a taker. We can do that again, guys, but we cannot do it without each and every one of you calling out the nonsense, calling out the bullshit, talking to your friends, and fighting like you've never fought before. Because, guys, there is a point of no return. And they're hoping they get there. They're hoping they demoralize you so badly that you think there's no chance. That you believe, that you don't believe your lying eyes, right? You go to the grocery store. No, it's all good. No, I saw this. Did you guys see the last week in the New York Times, Paul Krugman, Nobel laureate economist, right? He won a Nobel Prize in economics. And he says, no. He shows a nice, beautiful graph. It shows inflation coming down. The problem is there's an asterisk. Inflation, he says, is going great if you do not include a couple of things. Everything, yeah. Inflation is going along perfectly if you don't include housing, energy, food, and transportation. Hey, if you don't include literally everything that you need to survive, things are going great, folks. You can get transgender surgeries like 50% off. Everything else you're paying like 3x. That, minor details. But that's what they're doing. They changed the way they record the statistics. They changed the methodologies they did to make it look great because they think that you're just going to blindly follow their nonsense. But we get it. We see it. As much propaganda as they run and create, they can't fool us anymore because we're on to their lies and we see it. It's not going to stop them. It's not going to stop them, guys. Only you can stop them. Only you can put an end to it. But I see you. You guys will. Because we love freedom. We love our country. We love God. We love our Constitution. And we are going to fight for our children and the next generation. Thank you, Hialeah. God bless you all. Thank you.
There must be lights burning brighter somewhere. Got to.
All right, that kind of wraps up what was a fiery conversation. Excuse me, just one second. Can you step up a little? No, I gotta stay right here. Does Don Jr. know how to open up the show or what? I mean, this is exactly what we expected out of everybody. Hello, everybody. Brian Glenn, Christina Bob, as we start our pre-show into the main show.
So excited. President Trump's going to be coming out soon. I think we have at least one more speaker before he comes out. But it's going to be a great rally tonight.
It's going to be a little bit of surprise who's going to come out here in a few minutes.
A little bit of a surprise. Somebody I was not expecting, but happy to see out here. This has been such a fun rally so far. And all of the speakers that have come out, and the part that I have really enjoyed the most is the local Hialeah leaders and the local community that has come out and really spoken to this crowd and knows the crowd demographics and the people here. That's been really fun.
The excitement whenever one of the Cubans would come out here, the Latino.
So fun. And you can tell they'll be like Venezuela, Cuba,
it was
Nicaragua.
Great. Yeah.
So,
all right, we're going to kind of preview some of the things that you might hear tonight. But first, let's talk about our friends over at Tax Relief. And look, you know what? October 15th was the deadline to file your taxes. But if you didn't file your taxes, do not worry, because they have a solution for you. No matter if you owe $1,000, $10,000, $1 million, if you haven't paid your taxes in a year, 5 years, 10 years, don't worry. Take the anxiety out of that. The information for that is on your screen. Take advantage of the fact that they want to help you reduce your tax bill right now. Go to it while we have a few minutes before President Trump walks out on stage. The energy in this place is electric. This is a thing where you've got a GOP debate, I guess, going on right now. I'm not sure who's watching it.
I'm sure they don't have the crowd that we've got here. And it's so interesting. We were right about the fact that this is a Wednesday night debate. People had to work all day. And so President Trump speaking, we thought he was going to be speaking at 7, but then speaking at closer to 8 o'clock. People came after work, and man, did they pack it out. I would guess there's probably 10,000 people here, maybe? There's a lot of people here.
There's a lot of people there that would be close to it. And of course,
something like this.
This all builds up to what has been the presumptive nominee for the Republican Party. And if you look at the polls, the latest polls, there's a reason why President Trump is down here in South Florida. He leads, and he has been really adding on to the percentage of approval that he's getting from the Latin American population, Cuban Americans down here, Central Americans down here. He continues to build on that base. There's a reason why he's here, and I really see that is going to translate into, as we get into next year, even a higher percentage, not only here in Florida, but across this country.
Across the nation. And as they see these Hispanic communities really pushing their support behind Donald Trump and really supporting him, it's just going to catch fire. I mean, it becomes acceptable within the community, right? And so you start to see more and more growth on that. So I do think his lead is growing in this demographic, and it's only going to continue to grow. And a lot of that is, these cultures, these Hispanic cultures, are often deeply Catholic, very family-oriented. They have very strong family groups, their relationships with their families. And this woke agenda is pushing them to the right. They're pushing them into the Republican camp, into not even the Republican camp, it's into Donald Trump's camp, because they've just got these strong family values in these cultures, and the left doesn't have it right now.
And it's interesting because if you look at all of the obstacles that President Trump has had to overcome during this whole process, legal proceedings, you've got numerous legal proceedings, so no one knows this better than you, and still that continues. His approval ratings continue to grow because of that.
Well, people are tired of it. I mean, we've been watching this for 7-8 years at this point. The Russia, Ukraine, all of these crazy stories about Donald Trump. We've been listening to it for so many years that people are just tired of it and they don't buy it.
Yeah, it's a continuum. Okay, before we go into our next speaker, let's remind everybody also, go over to Birch Gold Group. They are the experts in gold, silver, and precious metals. When you look at what's going on with this digital dollar and this move away from an actual currency, that should scare everyone. My friends over the Birch Gold Group want to make it really easy to take that first step in investing in gold, silver, and precious metal. Simply text the words Trump to 989898. That's Trump to 989898. They'll send you a free information kit. Matter of fact, on a qualifying purchase, you could get up to $10,000 in free gold. They'll also show you how to transition from a traditional IRA into a gold-backed IRA. The Birch Gold Group, good partner for tonight. Simply text the words Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. We talked about the economy with many people earlier today, since we were kicked off this broadcast at 2 o'clock local time. Everyone's concerned about the economy, and it's interesting. Don Jr. threw out a question in the crowd about if funding a war in Ukraine was even in your top 10 of the most priorities right now. We all know that no one raised their hand for that.
Right.
It is simply the economy is what people are worried about the most right now. People are struggling due to Bidenomics.
But due to so many things, certainly Bidenomics, the open border is an issue. Taxes are an issue. Over-regulating so many of our industries that people are having a hard time making a profit in their businesses. Education. The school system is putting several burdens on parents. Parents are now having to have the burden of actually teaching kids, right and wrong values that they didn't have to worry about before. But now these kids are being indoctrinated in schools. And so parents are having to moderate that as well. Everything that the Biden administration is doing is adding burdens to the American people.
It often talks about taking apart the Department of Education, and that's one of the things that a lot of people hear. He's promised to do that, and there's two things that the crowd really erupts, and they all has to do with kids, and one of them is stopping the gender-affirming care on minors. That tends to be a very popular thing amongst the base. But second of all is doing away with the Department of Education and really getting our education back to where it needs to be, because that is part of the reason why you're seeing so much chaos right now in our society, is because these kids are not being taught the fundamental things that you and I grew up on. It's more of a woke agenda.
It is. Even, I believe it was Oregon passed a law that said they weren't going to teach, I'm sorry, it may have been a regulation. They passed something saying that they didn't want to teach kids math and reading because they thought it was racist because minority students struggled with those subjects more. So we're not going to teach anybody how to read or do math.
Yeah, I think that was California was introducing that as far
But
as.
I think Oregon did it too.
In Oregon as well.
So.
So you've got the education. Of course, you got the open border. I was really surprised how many people we talked to tonight that was from Cuba, from Venezuela, from South America. That said, the first thing that President Trump should do when he gets in office is to close the border. And we're seeing a lot of that. Now, if you missed some of the talking points we had earlier on the show, we can very much close the border right now, at least get close to it, if everyone in Congress would come together and, I don't know, impeach Mayorkas and really hold people accountable for what's going on at our southern border. That can be easily done if we just come together as a conference and do that. But these border policies that President Trump had, they worked. They worked.
Yes, they worked. As you know, we discussed this earlier, but all Joe Biden had to do was go to the beach. Don't touch anything. Just go to the beach. But he undid all of President Trump's policies, and look at the mess that our nation is in. I mean, it's not surprising that we're having the problems that we're having. And I think what President Trump did that was so important was he outed the fact that it is the Democrats, it is the political establishment, it's the rhinos, it is this political class of people who are destroying our nation. It is not the conservatives that want to stand for family values and stand for what they believe in. Conservative values do not infringe on anybody else's rights. It works the other way. And I think a lot of people struggled to see that before. Even under Trump, they struggled to see that. But now, under Joe Biden, I think people can see it a lot more clearly. And that's why we're starting to see this huge pendulum swing of support behind Donald Trump, because people realize that his policies worked, his motivations were right, they were in the right place, and he actually did help Americans, and Americans could thrive under his leadership.
If you look at what's happening in the independents, I mean, President Trump is gaining on that as well.
Yep.
Music dies. All right. Looks like we got another
danger
video.
Zone.
Little danger zone action. So independence is going behind Trump.
Yeah.
You've got a lot of, I even think, moderate Democrats to a certain point, because I think their party has been somewhat hijacked from these radical left. It's not the Democrat Party that our parents might have seen when we were little, and even when they were growing up. So the party has changed very much. And I think that's all in the swing to President Trump. I think he can take advantage of the fact this country has been so lost and so out of control the last 2.5 years, that Americans know that the policies that he had work, and they know that his personality is strong. I mean, we often talk about the war in Ukraine, and President Trump will probably talk about it tonight, that would not have happened if he was in office. And people say, well, how can you say that? Well, guess what? Putin, they talk a lot. Him and Putin talked a lot, and there's no doubt that Putin would not have invaded Ukraine if he was in office.
Of course not. Well, he invaded Ukraine under Obama. The last time Biden was in office, he did. And then he took a 4-year sabbatical while Donald Trump was in office, and then he invaded again under Biden.
Right.
So, yeah, I think the track record speaks for itself. That Donald Trump, and I've said this before, I actually think Donald Trump, even though he's not in office right now, the threat of him coming back into office is what is currently holding back World War III. Because we know the global powers that be are trying to start World War III. The elitists in the United States are trying to start World War III. Why hasn't it started? Because of Donald Trump. People know that if he gets back into office, he's going to level everything. I don't mean,
we know
with explosion. Like, he's going to shut it all down. So even though he's not in office right now, the potential that he could be in office, I think, is keeping World War III at bay.
And we talk about the leadership and strength, and that goes across all levels of government. You must have great leadership that has strength. In other words, they're willing to make decisions in the best of the American people, no matter how unpopular it might be with some. And I think President Trump did that on the world stage. And, of course, every world leader around knew that he meant business, and if you were in a meeting with President Trump, you weren't going to get over on the United States like they've been getting over on us for decades. They changed the game. He was a businessman. He made sure the trade deals were fair. He made sure that the military assistance and the foreign aid that we would give countries was not just one big lopsided check where the American taxpayers just keep funding these countries for no reason. So he has a certain dominance on the global stage, and that's what we need right now. Look at Joe Biden, and we can do jokes aside, and there's memes, obviously, of him falling down and tripping.
Yeah.
But he is a weak old man. In all due respect, he is a weak old man, and I think that does translate into whether or not people they fear him as a leader. And I know it's sad, but there is something to be said about having confidence. And when you enter a room, when you enter a meeting, there's a sense of you're in control. Joe Biden doesn't know what meeting he just walked into at this point.
Or out of. He doesn't know where he is.
And so I say that all due respect, I think it's time for this country to have a real leader, someone that can physically walk into a room and govern and organize the way they need to do it.
Absolutely, and Donald Trump does that. When Donald Trump walks into a room, he owns it, and everybody knows that, and people are very deferential to him.
Yeah.
I thought we might.
Oh, well.
Oh.
I like some of the ads there, and of course,
I haven't seen this
they're
one
always the Trump team always does an amazing job.
They're coming up with good ones.
Campaign stuff.
Yeah.
But so you've got the physical presence of President Trump being a leader. You got his policies, and you got the support. I mean, folks, you're seeing these cutaway cams of probably 10,000+ people inside here on a Wednesday night in South Florida. Meanwhile, there's a GOP debate going on somewhere in the vicinity. This man can pack the house no matter what day of the week, no matter what time it is. I challenge you, show me another Republican candidate right now that can show up on a night like tonight and do 10% of what he has in here. They don't exist. Joe Biden can't do it. Kamala Harris can't do it. Or none of them can. None of our presidential contenders can do it.
None of our presidential contenders can do it. And I think they all would love to have a turnout like this. Not only does Donald Trump have turnouts like this, there's probably close to 10,000. I would imagine there's about 4,000 seats down here, and then when you add in the sides, close to 10,000 plus. You've got standing room on the sides, and then there's some open space in the back behind the press risers. But the difference is he doesn't just do an event and get this crowd. He does this every week, oftentimes multiple times a week, and it's a packed house at every single event. Whether it's a stadium that holds 10,000, whether it's a theater that holds 5,000, whatever it is, he packs it out every single time. And he's not a rock star in the sense where people are coming to sing songs and party. It's a speech, and it's largely, his speechwriters are fantastic. He does a great job with it, but it's a speech, and we've all heard parts of it many times. And yet people continue to come. Continue to come.
That's correct. They will continue to come. All right, we want to make sure that you follow us on social media as well. You can follow me at Brian Glenn TV on X. You can follow me on Truth Social at Brian, B-R-I-A-N. Make sure you're following Right Side across all of our social media platforms as well as we get into this 2024 season. Having an opportunity for people to follow you as well.
Yep, you can follow me at Christina_Bob. And then if you're interested, my book is Stealing Your Vote.
I was just going to say, if you want to buy the book.
Yeah, it's available on Amazon. It's called Stealing Your Vote, the inside story of the 2020 election and what it means for 2024. And it chronicles my time on the Trump legal team post November 3rd, 2020, into present day.
And it's amazing that someone earlier today had her book with him.
That was fun.
And I thought that was a perfect timing for him to come out because it is, it's something that's on everybody's mind right now as we go into 24.
Yeah.
We see this amazing crowd here. We know the support the president has across the country. But then all of us in the back of our mind are saying, well, did we do enough to secure the election in 2024 so that when America goes to the ballot box next November, that we can trust the fact that we've had an open, transparent election? Based upon all that you've seen so far, are we any better off now than we were back in 2020?
Yes, we are better off. We're not where I would like us to be a year from now, but we are doing better, and especially in key states. And it's thanks to great patriots like our viewers who have gotten involved and really helped to clean up, scrub voter rolls. no matter what your capabilities are, no matter how much time you have, your resources, there is a place for you in cleaning up our local elections, because it's something that needs to happen from the bottom up. It has to start at the precinct level and get cleaned up all the way up through the federal level, because it's not, we've been waiting, and clearly it's not getting resolved from the top down. So get involved in your precinct, get involved in your county. Thanks to the great American patriot, Mike Lindell. There's a network already available for you, causeofamerica.org, cause, C-A-U-S-E, causeofamerica.org. And you can just send them an email, contact them, and say, hey, I live in this county, in this state, and they will put you in touch with an election integrity organization in your area where you can figure out how to get plugged in.
Of course, we just came off elections last night in several states around the country, just basically localized, like amendment type single ballot issues. We know that in Ohio, they kind of pushed further into abortion as far as a woman's right, which we know that Roe v. Wade does kick that down to the states. So that came up. The legalization of marijuana, recreational marijuana in Ohio, that passed overwhelming. And I really think sadly, there's a couple races that I feel like Republicans did not show up for those races. And I hope that as we get closer to 2024, that the participation rate, the voter turnout for Republicans will be high, because President Trump often says we've got the policies in place to change this country. The plan is in place. We just need the voters to swamp the vote, come out and make it impossible for any discrepancies to prevent Trump from legitimately winning the election.
Well, I think what yesterday proved was that the voters showed up for Donald Trump and no one else. I mean, that's effectively what happened. I mean, you didn't have conservative turnout in a lot of these places. I mean, the Mississippi governor, Republican governor, won re-election. The down ballot in Kentucky was all Republican, with the one exception of the governor voting Democrat. I thought that's an interesting race that, I don't have any reason one way or another to try to opine on what happened in Kentucky, but it is interesting to me that the entire statewide down ballot, which had about probably 5 other races on it, all went solidly Republican, about 60-40, and yet it flipped on the top of the ticket for the governor, which he was the incumbent, so that's not unheard of. But it's interesting that Republicans would vote for the Democrat at the top of the ticket and then vote Republican all the way down.
But we did have a win last month with Jeff Landry of Louisiana, the Attorney General turned governor of Louisiana. So that's a great victory there.
Yeah, and Jeff Landry is fantastic. He's such a great patriot. He's great for the state of Louisiana, so I'm really excited to have him in that office.
So I guess the bottom line is here, as we get closer to 2024, and it seems like we're just now less than a year away. I mean, think about this, and we said this earlier. We're sitting right now on whatever date today is, November 7th, I guess, or 8th.
8th, yeah.
We would we know the results of the election, and we're very happy with the results of the election, or we're scratching our heads going, no, wait a minute. How did they stop voting in the middle of the night and then resume 3 days later, and all of a sudden we have a different outcome?
Right.
We want to make sure that does not happen. So, like Christina said earlier, volunteer to be a poll watcher, volunteer, get involved on the local level. That's where you come in to help be the eyes and ears of the American people, because it's, a lot of times we need some accountability, and if they have somebody in the room watching them, the shenanigans that we saw in 2020 simply won't happen.
No, that's exactly right. It all comes down to our involvement. It all comes down to Americans getting involved, whether you volunteer, whether you work for your county, any way you can get involved. And if you're physically limited, like you can't leave or you can't do things, you can help scrub voter rolls. You can do that from home. You don't have to even leave your house to help do these types of things. So just get plugged in with someone in your area who can help you find something that will work for you and get involved and do it, because we need everybody involved right now.
There we go. All right, so we're coming up. Let me check the time. It is 7:53. My guess is that this is going to kick off around 8 o'clock. So we've got about 7 minutes left, and I want everyone right now to share this broadcast. Hit share. Post it up on someone's timeline right now. Maybe text a friend the link and say, hey, check out this. I know there's a GOP debate going on, but don't worry about watching that, because the Plan for America, quite honestly, is going to step on the stage in 7 minutes. This is the real show. So make sure you do all that. Also, make sure you follow us across on social media. This is a time to go thank our sponsor. Go thank all of our advertisers. Go to them. Go to Birch Gold Group. Go text Trump to 989898. Get that information about getting into gold, silver, and precious metals. Go over to the Wellness Company. Get that medical emergency kit that we've been talking about in case the next pandemic comes. You have that on hand. Go check out the Wellness Company. Go check out the tax experts that we have. You know, there's all kinds of, this is where this all comes in. These companies help us go out and do just this. So tonight we want you to make sure you support all of our sponsors, as they are always here for us. And of course, make sure you subscribe to Right Side. There's a lot of times you get people, this is the first time they've ever watched us. They're like, hey, somebody said you should, you know, here's one way to watch the rally. And we get the, you know, they get the link, they watch us, they go, hey, it's the first time I've seen you. So welcome into Right Side Broadcasting Network. Also, go download our app. Go to your Google, your Android rather, your iTunes store, download our app, put it on your phone. Good way to keep involved with everything that's going on. And while you're there, go over to our website, rsbnetwork.com. That's rsbnetwork.com. Sign up for our newsletter. The cool thing about the newsletter is not only are you going to get the news that matters to you, but there's special offers inside that newsletter that you won't find on the app, you won't find on the website, you won't find during this broadcast. So go sign up for our newsletter, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. Click on it, sign up, get it to your inbox, and Grace Saldana does a great job of pushing out the news stories. Because look, I'm going to tell you, you and I both know this. When we get into this 2024 campaign, it is going to heat up. Things are going to change almost on the daily. On this stuff.
It's gonna get wild. I think right at the beginning of the year, I think it's gonna get really, really wild. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's, you know, we're gonna save America. I'm looking forward to getting through that. But sign up. Make sure you know what's going on. Make sure you know where you're needed, because this is an all hands on deck moment. So we need everybody involved. We need everybody involved in your local elections. If elections just don't move you, get involved on your school boards. Get involved in your your districts on education. Whatever issue moves you, get involved in that, because we need good Americans involved in that.
Yeah, get involved, and of course, all the things that are happening in the House right now will be there as well. You can always rely on Right Side to be able to stream all the House proceedings, all the oversight meetings, all the speaker votes. We were there for just about every one of those as well. So make sure you tune in for all of that, because the House is going to be so important as we move forward, not only on some of the issues like the impeachment inquiries that we have on Joe Biden. Mayorkas, I think, is going to drop here the next 1 or 2 weeks. We'll be on that as well. So make sure you stay up to what's going on in the House, because it's important that we have a new speaker, Speaker Johnson. I've met him. I've had interaction with him. I've got nothing but good. I don't have anything bad to say about Speaker Johnson at all. But this is what he's got to do right now. He's got to lead and take up the agenda that is best for the American people, and try to close his ears to the military-industrial complex that wants to just fund wars. He must focus in on doing what the people want. Don Jr. said it earlier about what the priority is. It's the border, it's the economy. It's getting out of these global, endless wars. And I just hope that our speaker listens to the American people, and not the insiders of D.C. that would love nothing more than to get their claws into him and to make them the next kind of rhino speaker that we do not need at this point in the game. We need fighters. We need leaders. I think Johnson's it. He's got it in him.
Yeah.
But we just need to make him happen. He just needs to make it happen.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned this earlier. I think it's important that he show commitment to the conservative agenda early on. This is not something that he can sit around on and say, oh, but we're gonna look into an impeachment. Oh, but we're gonna subpoena the Bidens. But we're gonna subpoena these other people. No. We're gonna doesn't work anymore. You have to do it. I think he will do it. I think we'll see more action out of him than we saw out of McCarthy.
I think so too.
But we need to see it.
I think the time of having strongly worded letters or 2-minute clips from your floor speech or some C-SPAN clip that goes viral on social media, those days of just getting that and walking away, it's over. Matter of fact, that's less important. Your actual vote on things is the most important thing that you can do right now. So I'm just making a plea to all those in Congress and the Senate that the time for kabuki theater with the American people of having this stance of being America first, but then you go to vote and it's everybody but America first, those days are over. It's time to put the American people first. And I'm telling you, if we were to do a rally in some of these districts where these Congress people reside in, and we were to bring up the topics that they vote against and vote for, they would be shocked. Because people that you thought was so MAGA and so America first end up being the exact opposite on their voting record. Those days need to change.
And they are changing. I think that is one of the key differences now, is that the American public is actually paying attention to how their members are voting. We need it to happen more, and we need it to happen faster. But most Americans, for a while, I don't think could have even identified who their member of Congress is. Well, that is changing.
That is true.
And if you're watching and you can't immediately say, I know who my member of Congress is, I know who my state senators are, you need to look it up right now. Stay informed. Make sure you know who your elected officials are. And not just the federal offices, the federal level, but look it up at a state level, because in a lot of ways that's even more important. What's happening in your state? Who is your state rep and who is your state senator? Make sure you know that as well.
Yeah, school boards, Christina. We talked about this. If you want to get involved and really change the world in your immediate world, check out the school board races. Check out the city council races. Check out the races that directly affect your community. Yes, the statewide races are great. Oh, that stops. Nope. Thought we might have a walkout here, and we don't. But those statewide races, yeah, those are great. But those local races, they control so much. And if you don't think there's any kind of election discrepancies on the local level, oh no.
Tony Billy Boy has been in prison for 25 years.
No, the county commissioners, the county clerks, the county recorders, the county supervisors, those are some of the most important races, because those are the people who determine and administer your elections. And so when there's discrepancies and you have problems, it's the county clerks and the recorders who go, well, I don't know, we're just incompetent, we're not bad. No. Like Maricopa County is the perfect example. Every election that they have had for at least the last 3 years has been completely run incompetently. The most recent one was yesterday, where it is an improvement. Only 17% of the polling locations had a problem where they miscommunicated the time that the polls were closing to the people who ultimately were unable to cast a vote. Again, these are election day voters. Conservatives tend to be election day voters, so it disadvantages conservatives. It always amazes me how these counties that feign incompetence only are incompetent in a way that disproportionately affects Republicans, conservatives. Back to the whole point of this. Know who your county officials are and know which ones need to be replaced, because they have so much authority. And don't assume that because they have an R behind their name that they're somehow good for us. They are not.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at you, Arizona. You got a lot of R's in Arizona that really should be D's.
We've got a lot of R's in Texas too, and
Yes,
I know
you
I don't want
do.
to call some of them out that they aren't, in my opinion, a true Republican. So get involved in your state, your local elections, your school boards. We've had several examples. I've had people that said, "Hey, we watch Right Side. We hear you talk about getting involved in city council, and guess what? I went out and ran for a seat, and I won." And that's great. We'd love to hear that. And we've got a couple of people in California that did just that there in the city of Burbank. And I thought that was pretty cool, which has got to be tough. And they're conservative, so that's got to be a tough place to play. We often talk about, California. And, of course, I was with the president in California for the California GOP. And I did notice that the huge support that lined the streets everywhere we went, huge support. I am not completely convinced that California is beyond saving. I think California, there is a lot of conservatives in California. For all of you guys watching us right now on the West Coast, keep fighting. Do not leave the state and come to Texas.
Right.
I don't want them to leave. I want them to stay and fight. Now, obviously, if it's economic reasons, you're like, Brian, I'm not making it here.
A lot of people have to leave.
They have to leave. God bless you. I want you to leave to save your family and your livelihood. But we need fighters. We need fighters in California right now. And if everyone leaves and goes to red states, then we abandon the state of California. So I'm speaking to my brothers and sisters in California. Keep fighting. I do think it's possible to save without a doubt. And you know, Mike Lindell often talks about California, how it's more conservative than we think.
It really is. It really is. I think they've got a lot of problems with their elections in California. There are liberals there. I'm not trying to pretend like California is a conservative state. Oh, here we go. Is that the motorcade?
Well, let's see. Let's step aside. We might better get a little bit of motorcade shots there.
I thought he was here already, but that did look like a motorcade.
Motorcade, probably pulling up. Well, we're not going to get, maybe from this vantage point, we may not get a direct shot, but obviously these people in the
super
stands,
excited,
they're reacting to something they're seeing right now.
They're seeing it. They're seeing it.
This is always an exciting moment, isn't it?
It is. And look at everyone's got their phones out. They're standing on their chairs, hoping to catch a glimpse of when he exits his vehicle. I just love how packed this place is on a Wednesday night.
Yeah.
And we couldn't have gotten better weather now that the sun has gone down. But
now that the sun has gone down, this is great.
For this evening, it's perfect.
But you know what? I think this is what we're going to see on the way out. And the reason why, Christina, is America is broken. And they want someone to fix the policies.
They want hope.
You know, I'm not going to. I'm not talking biblical terms. We know that God's in control. I'm talking about our government, our policies. They need someone that is going to fix that, and they know that President Trump, based upon past experiences and how real he is to the American people. I mean, we often said, "Show me another political elected figure that can do this and have this much support." I have not seen it in my lifetime.
No, this is really, really incredible. And it happens time and time again at every single location. People are so excited to see him. They're fired up. It's just a sea of MAGA hats and red T-shirts. Now they're chanting, we love Trump? Or we want Trump? I couldn't tell.
Donald Trump running for president?
Let's go ahead and listen into this.
All right.
Full-page ads in 3 East Coast newspapers today stating his views
I don't have
on
anywhere to
foreign
go.
policy, and these ads will win him a following. In the ads, he says, there's nothing wrong with American foreign policy that little backbone won't cure. And he says, we have no business spending ourselves broke in the Middle East, protecting ships that are not ours, and oil that we don't need.
Rumblings in the Trump camp point as far as the presidency.
Somebody has to help this country, and if they don't, the country and the world are in big trouble. Because within a short period of time, as sure as we're sitting here, there's not going to be a country and there's not going to be a world. I have no intention of running for president, and if it got so bad, I would never want to rule it out totally.
Together we will determine the course of America and the world for many, many years to come. For too long, a small group in our nation's capital has reaped the rewards of government, while the people have borne the cost. That all changes, starting right here and right now, because this moment is your moment. It belongs to you. The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
Trump leading in 5 of the 6 most important battleground states.
Biden continues to trail Donald Trump. Our latest polling out of Iowa also shows former President Trump with a 30-point lead over his nearest rival.
The Republican primary is over.
Donald Trump basically has this nomination locked up.
Everyone is listening to you now. I will fight for you with every breath in my body, and I will never, ever let you down. My fellow Americans, our movement is far from over. In fact, our fight has only just begun.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Hialeah, Florida for President Donald J. Trump's Make America Great Again rally. Please put your hands together and welcome to the stage the former White House press secretary and current governor of Arkansas, Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Good evening, Trump country. You know, I've spent a lot of time at Trump rallies, and I gotta say, this is one of the best. Because our country has never needed Donald Trump more than we do right now. And I love you too. I was going to Trump rallies way back in 2016 when I first worked on the president's campaign. 8 years later, it is just as exciting as when he came down that beautiful golden escalator the very first time. I know I'm upsetting a lot of Democrats by being here tonight, because they like to pretend that they are the party of women. They don't like that the very first woman to ever serve as governor of Arkansas is a proud conservative Republican. And my message to them is very simple. You cannot be the party of women if you cannot tell us what a woman is. The truth is, it's not even a question anymore between right and left. It is normal versus crazy, and the left is doubling down on crazy. We've got out of control inflation, violent crime, an open border, a rising China. Biden and the left have failed over and over again, and they know it, and you know it, and it is time for a change. That is why tonight I am so proud to endorse my former boss, my friend, and everybody's favorite president, Donald J. Trump. Think back to 4 years ago. Our economy was booming, gas was cheap, homes were affordable, people were thriving. President Trump put conservatives on the Supreme Court. He cut taxes and he rolled back Obama's big government regulations. He made us energy independent. He cut America First trade deals. Donald Trump was building the wall and rebuilding our military. President Trump was the first president in my lifetime to take a hard line against China. And I'm proud to be the first governor in the country to ever kick China off our farmland and out of our state. Under President Trump, ISIS was destroyed. The cartels were on the run. China was weakened. Iran was isolated. Our enemies actually feared us, and our people loved us. President Trump made us great, and I know that he will do it again. That's because he's not afraid to be an outsider, a change agent, a disruptor. He put America first, the first president in a long time, to do exactly what he said he was going to do. He's the complete and total opposite of Joe Biden, the corrupt Washington insider. I know that a lot of people may complain that President Trump was too loud, too disruptive, and sometimes even a little too direct. Bye-bye. But to me, that's the very best thing about this president. He tells it like it is. He's not afraid. We want Trump! 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 President Trump's not afraid to make waves and get the job done, even if it's politically incorrect. And you know what? I'd take a lot of mean tweets right now, especially since I'm no longer the White House press secretary, out of over-inflation, open borders, and World War III. When I worked under President Trump in the White House, I saw firsthand a side to him that a lot of people didn't. A great boss, a mentor, and an outstanding father. When I was press secretary, I had to endure some of the most nasty, malicious attacks from the left and the media. They attacked my appearance, my character, even my fitness as a mother. We love you! Thank you. But I will never forget the time that President Trump pulled me aside, looked me straight in the eye, and said, "Sarah, you're tough, you're beautiful, and you're good at your job. That's why they attack you. Never let them get you down." Then in true Trump fashion, he popped me on the shoulder. He said, "Okay, now get back to work." It was exactly what I needed to hear. Again and again and again, as a working mom, as a woman, President Trump not only empowered me, he defended me when I needed it most. That's the man I know, and that's exactly the kind of leader we need back in the White House. During my 2.5 years serving under the president, I traveled on every single one of his foreign trips. We'll give him a minute. We'll stay here all night for President Trump. The most unforgettable trip we ever took was December 25th, 2018. It was Christmas Day, and my husband Brian and I had just cleaned up wrapping paper that was shoved in literally every corner of our house. When I had to walk out on my own family's Christmas, I couldn't tell them the place that I was going because the place I was traveling to was so dangerous. They didn't want anybody in the world to know that the president would be on the ground even for a few hours. Yet we have men and women living, serving, sacrificing every single day in that exact location. We boarded Air Force One in complete and total darkness. There were no lights on the plane, no lights on the runway. Our phones and computers shut down. We were going totally off the grid. And 12 hours later, in the pitch black of night, we landed in war-torn western Iraq. Again, no lights on the plane, no lights on the runway. The only light you could see was coming from about a mile away. The reason there was light in that one location is because there were hundreds of troops packed into a dining hall, gathered thinking they were having dinner with senior military leadership from around the region. They had absolutely no idea that the President and First Lady were about to walk into that room. And when they did, it was a sight and a sound and a scene that I hope I never forget. That room absolutely erupted. Men and women from every race, religion, region, and political party stood up and started chanting over and over and over again, USA, USA, USA. That was the kind of patriotism President Trump brought back to our country, and he's going to bring it back again. One of the young soldiers yelled from the back of the room, "Mr. President, I re-enlisted in the military because of you." And without missing a beat, the president said, "And son, I am here because of you." As the president made his way around the room, that same young soldier came up to me and said, "Sarah, you have a tough job." I told him what I do is nothing. You take bombs and bullets. That is a tough job. Then the soldier reached up and he pulled the Brave Rifles patch that he wore on his shoulder, and he placed it into my hand. He said, "Sarah, we are in this together." I couldn't say anything. I just reached up and I hugged him and thanked him for being the hero that he is, that helps keep us free. As we sit here tonight, I'm thinking of people like that young soldier. They fight every day to keep us free, and they deserve a leader at home who has their back like they have ours. But today, our country is under attack from the outside and from within. And let me be clear, Joe Biden is not up for the job. His party has gone completely crazy, and we need President Trump to step in and help bring our country back. We need him to finish what he started 8 years ago. We need him to make America great again. This is our movement. This is our moment. This is our time, and this is our president. Please help me welcome everyone's favorite president, Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time day. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Well, I want to thank you very much. And Sarah, thank you for the wonderful endorsement. And Arkansas is in very good hands. It's a great place. It's a great state. Florida, great state. We love to be with you. And I didn't have to come too far. I'm thrilled to be here in the heart of Miami with thousands of proud, hardworking, God-fearing American patriots. That's what you are. Just think of it, 7 years ago tonight, on November 8th, 2016, the American people delivered the greatest election victory probably that the world has ever seen. Probably so. The only one that's going to be more important is the one that's coming up in 1 year from now. It's going to be more important, I think. On that magnificent day, you didn't just crush the dreams of a person that we used to call crooked Hillary Clinton. We don't call her that anymore. We call her beautiful Hillary. Because we use the word crooked for the president because he's crooked as you get. You stood up and smashed the grip of the globalists, the warmongers, the open borders lobby, the outsourcers, and all of the liars and leeches who had been sucking the life and blood right out of our country for years and years. And for 4 great years, we dealt the radical left maniacs and special interests one historic defeat after another because we put America first. It's very simple. They weren't too happy about it either, were they? Every day since our 2016 victory, that was some year, the sick political class we defeated has been trying to scratch and claw their way back into total control over our lives. They are working so hard. It's actually all they're good at. They're bad at policy, they're bad at everything, but they're only good at that, and they're really great at cheating in elections, but we're not going to let that happen. They've put you, me, my family, and our country through hell, but in the end, they will fail and we will win because we will never stop fighting to save the America we love. Crooked Joe Biden and the radical left Democrats are turning the United States into communist Cuba. And you know, because we have a lot of great Cubans here. We have some great Cubans here. And nobody ever did more for Americans who love Cuba than a gentleman named Donald J. Trump when he was president. We had it going beautifully. You were going to be taking it over very quickly. And then they blew it. We want Trump. 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 What they've done is so terrible in the last 3 years with respect to Cuba. We had it just where we wanted it. It was all set to go, and they blew it. They blew it so badly. Just like the Cuban regime, the Biden regime is trying to put their political opponents in jail, shutting down free speech, taking bribes and kickbacks to enrich themselves and their very spoiled children. My children aren't so spoiled, are they, huh? Rigging and cheating in elections, using the fake news media to cover up their colossal incompetence and stupidity, what they've done to our country. Nobody can even believe it. and using the fear tactics of a police state, because that's what we've become, to persecute Christians and especially Catholics. What's going on with Catholics? They're after Catholics. What have Catholics done? They're after Catholics, aren't they? Any Catholic or Christian that votes for a Democrat, I have to say, you're fools if you do that. You're fools. It's what they're doing is unthinkable. But we're here tonight to declare that crooked Joe Biden's banana republic ends on November 5th, 2024. It ends. As you know, Biden and the radical left Democrats claim to be defending democracy. He's always talking about democracy. He doesn't know what the word means. He can't define it. Define it for us, Joe. Joe, what does MAGA stand for, Joe? Tell me. I don't know. I don't know. We'll ask him that during a debate. What does MAGA stand for? I don't know. But like power-hungry regimes all over the world, just because they put the word democratic in their name does not make it true. The radical left Democrat communists are against voter ID. Therefore, open borders. How about that? Open borders where criminals come in from all over the world. They're for massive censorship and blacklisting. They're for shredding the Constitution, gutting the rule of law, and threatening their political opponents with violence and ruin. Remember, we are not the ones endangering American democracy. We are the ones saving American democracy. We are saving it from these very terrible people. If you don't want to let the communists destroy America like they destroyed Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, and so many other countries, you need to send a message by voting crooked Joe Biden and all of his friends, the people that are actually really running our country. And every last Democrat, get them the hell out of office. We have to get them out. Because this race is not just about beating crooked Joe, it's about defeating the entire rotten, corrupt, and tyrannical establishment right now that you have in Washington, D.C. Nobody thought we'd see this. This election will decide whether power in America belongs to them forever or whether it belongs to you, the men and women who make this country great, who make this country run. 2024 is our final battle. Stand with me in the fight. We will finish the job that we started so brilliantly 7 years ago. We never had a country like we had just 3 years ago. The job we did things that nobody thought were possible. With your vote, we are going to win the Florida primary for a third straight time. We are going to win this wonderful state in a landslide like we have done right from the beginning. Remember, you got to remember, we got 1.2 million more votes than Ron DeSanctimonious. You know that, right? Everyone says, oh, he did so well. He did well because I endorsed him. That's the only reason he was gone. But we got 1.2 million more votes than Ron DeSantis, as NBC called him the other day. Ladies and gentlemen, Governor Ron DeSantis. That's called good branding, isn't it? Did we do a good job? And we're going to make America great again, greater than ever before. That's what's going to happen. And job number one is to make America safe again. For 4 straight years under the Trump administration, I kept America safe. I kept Israel safe. I kept Ukraine safe. And I kept the world safe. Israel, Ukraine would have never happened under the Trump administration. There was no chance it would have happened. Those 2 events alone would have never happened. Inflation would have never happened, It was caused by stupid people on energy policy. But we'll get it back really fast. Before I took office, there was a terrorist attack seemingly every week. People were getting massacred left and right, including the Pulse nightclub murders in Orlando. You remember that, how horrible that was? With me in the White House, we stopped it cold. Nothing happened. For 4 years, nothing happened. I completely obliterated the ISIS territorial caliphate. They said that couldn't be done. And I terminated its founder and leader who was trying to rebuild it again, al-Baghdadi. And we also ended the life of the world's top terrorist ever probably, Qasem Soleimani, the father of the roadside bomb. When you see young men and women on the streets where they have no legs, their arms are wiped out, their face, everything, he was the one. 94% of it was all done by Soleimani. He's no longer with us. And here in the United States, I implemented a strong, powerful, really incredible travel ban. They call it the Trump travel ban, and I said, that's okay if you want to do that, to keep radical Islamic terrorists out of our country. And we did. We did. When countries were sending their young, strong people that had bad intentions, we didn't let them do it. And the countries paid hell for it, but we kept it and we had no problems. And then you look at what's been taking place now, and you look at the millions and millions of people that are coming into our country totally unchecked. Nobody knows who they are. But under the crooked Joe Biden, we were weak and soft and in danger like never before, and that continues. And, you know, we have an election that's coming up very quickly, but 1 year is a long time. The destruction that they've done to our country, 1 year seems like it's quick, but it's not. It's a long time for them to continue, because we're close to having no country at all, and we're also close to being in World War III, a war that you've never even conceived or thought about, but we're very close. You know, they have a hat. I saw it the other day. It said Trump was right about everything, and I said, well, that's a big statement. And then you think about it, and I sort of was right about everything. Russia, Russia, Russia hoax, the whole thing. Our country has never seen the likes of what you witnessed in America last weekend with the menacing mobs of Hamas supporters chanting their jihad slogans in the streets of our cities. In Washington, D.C., pro-jihadist demonstrators climbed up the fence in front of the White House. Excuse me, that I built. I built it. You know, the fence wasn't too good. The one that they had up there was falling apart, and we built it. Titanium, it's the strongest stuff, and they damaged the fence, and they damaged police vehicles. They desecrated statues of Ben Franklin and other great heroes of our country, and they shouted, Allah Akbar, while calling the barbaric Hamas terrorists martyrs. They were saying martyrs. In times like these, you can't afford to have a president who wants to be politically correct. We have to do things properly. We cannot have an administration that takes foreign policy advice from Ilhan Omar or Rashida Tlaib. Can't do that. Can't do that. AOC +3, right? AOC +3. But that's a movement that's growing. On day one, we will restore the Trump travel ban on entry from terror-plagued countries, and we will implement strict vetting and ideological screening for all new entrants into our country. We don't do that at all now. Anybody can come in. Anybody can come in. When people want to go and take the test, where do I learn to take the test? People say to them, you don't have to take any tests, just go to the southern border and walk in. You don't have to bother with tests, you know? We had a good, strong policy. We wanted people to come to our country, but we wanted them to come in legally. If you hate America, if you want to abolish Israel, if you sympathize with jihadists, then we don't want you in our country, and we are not going to let you come into our country. To all the resident aliens who joined in the pro-jihadist protests and became very violent and started destroying our capital and many other places, we put you on notice. Come 2025, we will find you and we will deport you. You know, during my term, we had a Little bit of a problem with people coming into Washington and want to knock down all of our statues to our great heroes, in many cases great heroes. But these were beautiful works of art, and they represented Washington, they represented our history, and they came in and they started getting more and more. Then all of a sudden they started talking about taking down Lincoln and taking down George Washington and Jefferson. They wanted to knock down the Jefferson Memorial, little things like that. And I was able to find an old law, because only old laws are tough. Our current laws are weak. They're weak. They're for a weak country. They're for people that don't want to be told what to do properly. And we found this old law, and I immediately had a press conference. I signed it, and I enacted it. First time in almost 100 years. And it said, if you so much as touch one of our statues or memorials, you go to jail for 10 years with no probation, no anything. You go for 10 years. And you all remember that. And as soon as I signed it, everybody ran away. That was the end. We had no problem. I'll never forget, we signed it. There were people on top of one of the most beautiful statues in Washington, and they had ropes, you know what I'm talking about. And they were all set to do something, and they heard about this, and they got off that thing so fast you wouldn't believe. And they all left. We ended the problem. I will also quickly cancel the student visas of all Hamas sympathizers on college campuses, which have been infested with radicalism like never before, college campuses. On day one, I will stop the invasion of our southern border. We will stop it. Think of this, 1.5 million people, in my opinion, are coming in every 2 months. I think the number is going to end up being not 3 million people, not 5, not 7, not 10 that you hear. The real number, you know, talking about gotaways. You know what the gotaways are? Many, many times the ones they catch. I think the number is going to be more than 15 million people, which is larger than New York State. Thank you. Under Biden, the United States has become the dumping ground of the world. Inmates are being emptied out of their prisons, insane asylums, and mental institutions, and they're pouring into the United States. Think of it, empty insane asylums. That's a bad word. My people say, please don't use those words, sir. Why? Because it's so nasty. Well, that's true. Now, an insane asylum is Silence of the Lambs. Anybody ever hear of Hannibal Lecter? He was a nice fellow, but that's what's coming into our country right now. And mental institutions, which is a number of degrees below that, and prisons and jails, there's a little difference. And they're coming in at levels never seen before, probably never seen before in any country. There's never been anything like this. Our country is being invaded. This is an invasion. It's an invasion. A few months ago, right here in Florida, a sadistic illegal alien in Lee County was charged with kidnapping a woman from a nightclub, dragging her into the woods, beating her, raping her, and leaving her with what were called bone-chilling injuries, so bad that she's still trying to recover, and she's still very close to death. In Alabama, a previously deported illegal alien was charged with savagely murdering, just absolutely murdering a 34-year-old woman and her 14-year-old son before dismembering their bodies while holding captive the woman's 12-year-old daughter. Who watched? This is the kind of monstrosity you'd expect from terrorists in the Middle East, but it's happening right here because of crooked Joe Biden. It's right here. Florida, in our country, all over our country. On day one, I will terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration, and we will begin the largest domestic deportation operation in American history. It will happen. So sad we even have to talk about this. Wouldn't it be great if we could just talk about fixing our country, making it great without having to do all this? But we have no choice. We have bad people, terrorists at levels that nobody's ever seen. I saw a chart the other day on one of the networks, one of the fake news networks. They're all fake news now. They're all fake. They're all fake news. They put commercials on that are so bad, even when they're with you, and then they put commercials on that are so bad and ridiculous. But I saw a chart that in 2019, there were no terrorists coming in, zero. And I said, it must be wrong, it can't be. But they had actually zero. And then the following year, they had many, many, many. Once Biden took over, the terrorists have flooded into our country. And bad things are happening. When you see from China thousands and thousands of young, strong men coming into our country, what's that all about? When you see from the Middle East, all over the Middle East, young, strong men, not to insult women, but young, strong men are flooding our country. They've got something in mind. There's something in mind. And in many cases, these are the same people that did the attack on Israel just a few weeks ago. These are the same people. And for any radical left charity, nonprofit, or so-called aid organization supporting the caravans, a name I came up with. And by the way, right now you have the largest caravan that anybody has ever seen walking through Mexico and making its way into your country. It's a disgrace. We will prosecute them for their participation in human trafficking, child smuggling, and every other crime that we can find. I will also use Title 42 to end the child trafficking crisis by returning all trafficked children to their families in their home countries immediately, back to their parents, where they were stolen from their parents. You saw the movie Freedom. They were stolen from their parents. It's no wonder crooked Joe Biden and the far-left lunatics are desperate to stop us by any means necessary. They're weaponizing law enforcement for high-level election interference. That's what it is. They want to damage our name and my name so we don't quite get over that little threshold that we have to. But right now, our numbers are higher than they've ever been. You see that, the poll numbers. We're beating them so badly in the polls. You probably saw last week the New York Times, no big fan of mine, I would say, and the Siena poll, very respected, of the general election. We are leading crooked Joe Biden in almost all of the swing states. In Pennsylvania, we're up 4. In Michigan, we're up 5. In Arizona, we're up 5. In Georgia, we're up 6. In Nevada, we're up 11 points. And nationally, we're up at numbers that, frankly, nobody's seen before. Nobody has seen it before. And I don't think I've changed that much, but when you look at the difference between what we did, the success that we had just 3 years ago with the energy independence and even dominance, all of the things that we had, and then you look at what's happening right now, it's a big contrast. We're proud to see that these great numbers are led by surging support from Hispanic Americans, African Americans, and young people. How about that? In the primary, we're leading the field with an average of 61% for Trump. And you have about, 7 or 8 candidates left? I think they're at a debate tonight. Nobody's talking about it. Everybody's watching. So it's 61% for your favorite president, me, and 10% for Ron DeSanctimonious, and 7% for Bird Brain. You know Bird Brain? I will never run against him. He is a great president. I will never, ever run against him, said Bird Brain. I will not run against him. He was one of the greatest presidents in the history of our country. And then about 3 months later, she goes, I've decided to run. This is the craziest business politic. They said to me at one point, who's worse, business people or politicians? And I said, because this was very early, and I said, definitely business people are worse. Then after about 3 or 4 months of Russia, pencil neck Adam Schiff. You know, he's got the smallest neck I've ever seen. It's like the size of a finger. I don't know how it holds up his head, which is oversized. I don't know how it holds it up. It's like a miracle. It's an engineering marvel. Adam Shifty Schiff. But after dealing with Pelosi, who's crazy, by the way, she's nuts. After dealing with all of these people that I had to deal with the Russia hoax, every hoax that you could imagine, I called up the people that I said, I think business is the worst, because that was very early. That was like my first week I said that. And I said, I'm changing my mind. The worst people, the worst by far, are politicians. They are far away. They're more deceptive. They're liars. They're much more disloyal. So I give the business people, I will tell you, you're much nicer and much kinder and much softer than politicians. Our nation is in very serious trouble. And it's time for the Republican establishment to stop wasting time and resources trying to push weak and ineffective rhinos and never-Trumpers that nobody wants and nobody's going to vote for. I watch these guys coming in. I had this thing, and I was watching these guys. They're not watchable. You know, the last debate was the lowest-rated debate in the history of politics. So therefore, do you think we did the right thing by not participating? Somebody said, one of the dumber ones, he doesn't have the courage to stand up. Well, listen, I'm standing in front of tens of thousands of people right now, and it's on television. That's a hell of a lot harder to do than a debate. That's a hell of a lot harder. Now, I would say standing up here in this beautiful podium, you know, a podium where these stairs are not obvious enough, Biden could never get off. Now, but think of it. Here's a guy can't find or figure out a way to get off a stage with about 5 sets of stairs. I got one here, I got one there, I have one there, I have one here. And you could even jump off the front if you have to. He can't figure it out. So he can't find out how to get off the stage. And he would also, by the way, half of the times he falls. And listen. So he can't get off the stage. He can't put 2 sentences together. And he's in charge of our nuclear talks. This is the closest we've ever been to World War III. This is the closest. And I hope that one's wrong. And that's not a prediction, because I would never make that prediction. It's too horrible a thing to say. But we have never been closer to World War III. And only for one reason. We have incompetent people talking on our behalf. You know, when you deal with China, President Xi, and North Korea, Kim Jong-un, and Russia, Putin, you deal with all these people. The press hates when I say they're smart. He said they were smart. Well, what am I supposed to say? They're stupid people? Kim Jong-un leads 1.4 billion people, and there's no doubt about who the boss is. And they want me to say he's not an intelligent man. They get very personal when I say that, because they're fake news. That's why they do that. They're fake. They're fake people, and they're hurting our country very badly. You know, when that poll came out, I watched a certain anchor on ABC who truly doesn't have it, how they pick this guy as an anchor. And he was almost crying when he saw the numbers in the New York Times poll, because it has us up by 10, 11 points and beating Biden everywhere, with women, with everything. Women, I'm finally doing something. I always felt I did well with women, because women want security, right? Women want security. Women. I'm winning with young people. I thought I'd do well with young people. Look at the people here. They're all young people. They're all young and beautiful. They're young people. Look at that. So We're doing well with every category. And this guy was up on ABC and he was saying, do you know what this means? You know, yeah, it means we're going to have strong borders, great education. You're going to be able to buy a house. We're going to have interest rates come down. We're going to have a great military. We're going to have safety and security. It means everything. It means we're going to have a country, because you're not going to have a country left. If we don't win this election, you're not going to have a country left. I'm telling you, this country's going to hell. It's going to hell, and you know it, and we know it, and I hate to say it, because it's a very negative thought, I would say. Look at the front row Joes. Will you stand up? These people, they follow me all over the place. They're the greatest. But you know what? They love our country. How many now? Tell me. 32, that's nothing compared to some. 65, 76, 98. They are great. They love our country. And they must be doing very well because they travel all over the place. You guys, you got to be making a lot of money, right? Huh? Well, we love you too, and everybody here loves you too, because you know what? You love our country, and that's what we want. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election of 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2024. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, they indicted me. Can you believe? My father and mother are looking down, son. How did that happen? We're so proud of you, son. How did that happen? That wasn't a word that was in, but this is a political indictment. This was a Biden indictment. Even that stupid trial going on in New York, which has been totally discredited. Everybody's been discredited. That's all comes out of the White House. That's to discourage people from voting. That's to hurt us. The only difference is we have a big voice. We're a very big voice. This is the greatest movement in the history of politics. And we have a great voice, and we're not going to let them get away with it. But every time I'm indicted, I consider it a great badge of honor, because I'm being indicted for you. Thanks a lot, everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm being indicted for you. And never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom, because I will never, ever, ever let them take away your freedom. I won't let it happen. They want to silence me, because I will never let them silence you. I will never let them do it. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you. I just happen to be standing in their way, and that's true. That's true. You know, it is true, though. When you look at these crowds, it's crazy. If we had one of these candidates, pick the best one, whoever that is. I don't know that you have a best one. Well, one of them said last week that on the stage that President Trump is the greatest president in many generations. I sort of like him. You know who that is, right? I mean, how can I dislike him? He's so nice. A lot of people say that, why are you running? Well, he said, I'm a younger version, and it's okay to say. But we want the older version, right? But that's okay to say. And, you know, you got to remember, Biden's not too old. That's not his problem. He's too incompetent. He's not old. So many people. I know a man that fought all his life to make money, and he became a billionaire from 80 to 90. From 80 years old to 90, he made all of his money, became a very rich man, fought his whole life, and he made all of his money. Some of the greatest leaders in history have been way over 80. Some of the people I know, some of the smartest people, I have one of them here tonight. He's one of the most incredible businessmen in the world. And I won't say he's over 80, but let's say he's right around that. I don't want to insult him. The great Ike Perlmutter, he's right over here. He's one of the greatest businessmen. He owned Marvel. He sold it to Disney. He's not too happy with Disney going woke, I will tell you, but he's one of the greatest businessmen. And he is here with Lori. We have some incredible businessmen and businesswomen with us tonight, and some of them are over 80 years old, and they're just as sharp. I would say a couple of them are sharper now than they were 15 years ago. I don't remember them being that sharp. But we have people, and he's not, you know, they like to say that, They like to say that because I think, they're trying to say, well, Trump maybe isn't that far behind. I think I'm really far behind. I think I'm really way far. But his problem is not age. They keep saying that. His problem is that he's grossly incompetent. And by the way, 25 years ago, he was incompetent, too. He had the worst foreign policy judgment of any human being. And the Secretary of State said it. The Secretary of Defense said it. We're pleased to be joined tonight by some really incredible people. A woman who ran a fantastic race for governor of Arizona. And they said, come on Tuesday, come. Republicans, rightfully, they like to come on Tuesday to vote. They don't like sending out their ballots into the open atmosphere and maybe never seeing them again. That happens. But she really ran a great campaign. And on Tuesday, they had lines that were miles long in Arizona, miles, and it was hot. And unfortunately, over 50% of the machines in the Republican areas only didn't work. So they always find something. That's why they ask me, the first question they ask me is, sir, how do you take it? How do you do it? How do you wake up in the morning? How do you go through it? They're after you like nobody's ever been after you before. They're persecuting you. I said, that's okay. I do it because I love it, because we're doing something so great. It's history. We're saving our country. It doesn't bother me at all. It doesn't bother me at all. And the second question I get is, will they do it again, sir? And you know what they mean. Will they do it again? Will they cheat again? Because they cheated like a bunch of dogs. Will they do it again? And we have the best everything. They're going to try. Look, that's all. You can't win elections when you say open borders, bad education, high interest rates, high taxes, tremendously big and impossible regulations, weak on every nation, not respected by anybody. The United States right now is a laughingstock all over the world. They don't respect our president. They respected me. They don't respect our president. They don't respect anything about us. And then you're supposed to win an election. They win their elections by cheating. That's what they do. That's the only way. You can't win an election with open borders. And I don't even care if they're liberal as hell. When you see people pouring in from these mental institutions and from jails, from Africa, from Asia, from all over Europe, and from South America, it's not just South America, who the hell is going to vote? They cheat like hell. And I will say it. I've been indicted for saying it. And yet they used to say that about me in 2016. The election was rigged. The election was stolen. We're going to put up a slate of electors against Trump. You know who did that? Thomas Jefferson did it many years ago, and it's been done many times. But in 2016, they even tried to get me on Alabama, and I won it by like 45 points. They said he cheated on Alabama. I said I won it by 45 points. I must have cheated by a lot. It's a great state with incredible people. But they did the same thing. When you look at Maxine Waters, watch the way she talks. Look at Tlaib today, what she said, the mouth, the horrible things she said. Look at some of the things that they say. They want you to walk into that restaurant and knock the hell out of them, they said. Right? All of the horrible things they said, and far worse than that. And nothing happens. But if we say peacefully and patriotically, oh, that's so threatening. These people are sick. They're sick. And we're not going to let them get away with it. We're not going to let it happen. And it happened once. It's not going to happen twice. You know, we did much better the second time than we did the first. I say it proudly. We did much better the second time. You know, we won in 2016. And then we got millions and millions of more votes the second time. Never happened to a president. Usually a president will, if they win, they'll win with less votes than they got the first time because people get bored. You know, he's a boring guy. I don't think I'm too boring, but he's a boring guy. I got the largest number of votes ever gotten by a sitting president, and I got the biggest increase. There's never been somebody. I went from 63 million to, I believe, over 75 million, and that's been recorded by them, not by me. How about the real number, okay? How about the real number? So we got like 12 million more votes, and the most before that was a couple of million votes. Obama Barack Hussein Obama. Has anyone ever heard of him? Barack Hussein. Remember Rush Limbaugh? The great Rush Limbaugh? I gave him the Presidential Medal of Freedom, Rush. Remember he used to go, Barack Hussein Obama. Barack Hussein Obama. But Obama got less votes the second time, by a lot. I mean, he was against a candidate that didn't do too well, but he got far less votes. And most presidents do, but some get a little bit more, but they get this much more. We got like millions and millions and millions of more votes. I was told that if we get 63 million, the original number, we can't lose. So we got millions of more votes than that, and they stole the election, but we're not going to let it happen again. We're not going to let it. We're going to be vigilant. We're going to be there. You know, I went home. I did like 6 or 7 rallies twice in the last couple of days. I did rallies. I started off in 82-degree weather, and by the time I finished at 2 o'clock in the morning, the weather was about 7 degrees below zero. That's called I would say pneumonia time, right? That was like, you start off wearing almost a bathing suit, and you end up wearing fur coats in the same day. Pneumonia. But I went home and I did my job. I thought we did great, and we had such great turnout. We had crowds like this. We had such great turnout. And after the turnout, all of the things that happened, all of that great turnout was so incredible. And I thought I did my job because I went home to watch it on television, and I loved seeing. And at 9 o'clock, it was over. 10 o'clock, it was really over. And then bad signals. We have found some additional votes. Oh, here we go. Then at 3:02 in the morning, we saw some things happen, and then we watched it. We watched it be stolen. We watched it be stolen. Very serious thing. And again, we can't have a country if we don't have borders and if we don't have elections. If we don't have fair elections, we can't have a successful border. We can't have. But Carrie Lake ran, and she did great. She did phenomenal. It was a part of our movement, but it was a whole big part of a movement in a great place. And they got there, and they actually had to take her offline. Stand up, Carrie, please. They had to take her offline. Because it's Arizona, and the weather is warm, to put it mildly. And she was standing in line, and the police came. They said, "I'm sorry, ma'am, you could be waiting for hours. We'd like to take you to another area to vote." They took her to a Democrat area. She walked in, voted, and left. The lines were miles long, and many of those people had to leave. They had to leave because, it's hot. They have Little League games for their kids. They have doctor appointments. They have to leave no matter how much they love her or me. They had to leave. And she lost a very, very close race and went to court. And normally a judge would say, oh, wow. It's an interesting thing with judges, and I have a lot of respect for a lot of judges. But an Obama, let's say Obama, because let's not even talk about Biden yet, but an Obama judge will say, I'm an Obama judge, and I'm proud of it, and I don't care what the merits of this case, you're in deep trouble. It's hard to win. Whereas a Republican judge, a lot of them, not all of them, they have some that, and we just want fairness. But a Republican judge will say, oh, I want to show my fairness. So what I'll do is I'll screw the Republican and everyone will think I'm fair. It's so different. It's so different. But she had a situation where she had a judge and judges that, how obvious could that be? A large percentage of the machines just didn't work, and people had to leave. By the thousands, they left, and she lost a very close election, and the courts just didn't want to hear it, and it's a shame. But she's a great person. Now she's running for the Senate, and I think she's going to do great. And I saw a poll where you're leading today. It's going to be maybe a 3-party race, a 3-person race, and she's leading. Also, Ambassador Carlos Trujillo. Carlos, where are you? Carlos Trujillo, who's been a tremendous supporter. Miami-Dade County Commissioner Kevin Cabrera. Where is Kevin? He's around here. He's around here someplace. I don't know where he is, but he's around here someplace. State Senators Ileana Garcia and Ana Maria Rodriguez. State Representatives Juan Porras, Alina Garcia, and David Barrero. Where are they? Just stand up and thank you very much. And thank you for the endorsements. And thank you. That was a recent endorsement. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We got a lot of endorsement. U.S. Senator Rick Scott just endorsed us the other day. It was a great endorsement. He'll do well. He's going to do very well. And your Congressman Carlos Jimenez, do you know him? Carlos Jimenez. Some people say Carlos Jimenez. Oh, you don't like him? Yeah. What's going on? Carlos, come on, Carlos. We got to get that straightened out. Carlos Jimenez. Really? Wow. Carlos. State Senator Debbie Mayfield, who's fantastic, and Representative Randy Fine just came across. Also Webster, Barnaby, Jessica Baker, Kevin Steele, and Mike Beltran are here with us, and they endorsed, and I want to thank them. A woman that opened a television show and got 28 million people. You don't know what that is. That's like unheard of. You know, that would have been maybe heard of years ago. They actually had more people watching television. It was more honest in those days. They had real news. They used to have real news, not fake news. But she opened up a show, and she said a couple of words tonight. I know, but I'll introduce her again. Roseanne Barr, 28 million people. 28 million, wherever you may be, Roseanne. She's an incredible person. A man that I will never fight. I don't mind fighting people. Like Biden said, I want to take him to the back of the barn. Remember, he used to say, if I said that, they'd say it's a terrible thing. When he says it, it's okay. He wanted to take me to the back of the barn. If I went like this, he'd fall down. But this guy is so tough. And he grew up in the streets of Miami, the mean streets. One of the greatest fighters in the history of the UFC, a champ, a great guy. I promised him I wouldn't tell him what a great person he is because I'll destroy his image, but he's a great person. He loves what we've done. He loves MAGA, and he's all man. Jorge Masvidal. Where is Jorge? Where are you, Jorge? Where is he? Thank you. With his beautiful son. His son looks at me and he puts up his fist. He wants to fight me. The kid's this big. You know what they call that? Genes, Jorge. That's genes. He's got good genes as a fighter. His kid, he's like about 6 years old. He puts up his fists at me. And I didn't want any part of him because I know who produced him. Another man that's great, just like Jorge, but in a different world, the world of politics. He's a truly knowledgeable guy, and he's a great, great person. Roger Stone. I hear he's here. Roger Stone. He's a great guy and very, very talented guy. And a person who's really taken the country by storm. Very powerful person, very strong person, very courageous person, a warrior. Laura Loomer. Laura, where are you? Thank you, Laura. Great job you do. And also my son, Don. By the way, how did he do? Good? He's good, right? He's good. He's a good guy. He loves our country. He loves you. He's a good guy. And Kimberly Guilfoyle, who's fantastic. Kimberly was on the 5 years ago, and she was always nice to me, so I never forgot that. She was one of the few. Rapper Lil Pump. Lil Pump, L-I-L, Lil. I said, how do you pronounce that? They say Lil. And a great pitcher for the New York Yankees. They call him the Hialeah Kid, Nestor Cortez. Where is Nestor? He's a great pitcher. Got that fastball. We're also honored to be joined by the Gold Star family members of 3 heroic Marines who gave their lives in the horrible, horrible, stupid, the way they did it. We're going to withdraw, but we're going to withdraw with dignity and with pride and with strength. from Afghanistan, the way they withdrew. They took the military out first. How stupid are they? You know, we had nobody killed for 18 months in Afghanistan. I spoke to the head of the Taliban. The press went crazy when they heard. I spoke to him over the phone. I said, Abdul, don't do it ever again. No more. He killed a lot of people under the Biden and Obama regime. And I called him. I said, no, don't do it. We'll hit you so hard. You're not going to believe how hard we're going to hit you. For 18 months, we had nobody killed. Not one soldier was even shot at, which was shocking. And we would have pulled out with dignity and strength. But instead of that, they moved the soldiers. You could ask a young child, should you take the soldiers out first or last? And he would say, oh, I think take them out last. But we took them out first because we had stupid people running things. The mother-in-law of fallen Sergeant Nicole G. Christy Shamblin, wherever Christy might be. Christy? And Christy, I've gotten to know the whole group. Thank you, Christy. Nice to see you. Great person. I got to know all of them. And they called me because they were so devastated by what happened, and they knew it was a horrible mistake, and the administration refused to do anything. I mean, the whole thing is just horrible. Those young people should all be alive. You know, they don't talk about, Christy, all of the 38 people that were so badly wounded, so horrifically wounded with arms and legs and just obliterated. The mother and brother of Corporal Humberto Sanchez, Coral Brasino Vital, and Axel Lauren. Thank you very much. Please. Hi, Axel. Hi, Axel. And the great father of Lance Corporal Kareem Nikoyi. And that's Stephen Nikoyi. Please stand, Stephen. Oh, you look good, Stephen. I had them as my guests at Mar-a-Lago, and we sat down, we listened to music all night, right? And we thought about your loved ones. It was really a beautiful evening, actually. But thank you, Stephen, very much for being here. And we love you all. It's a shame what happened there is just a shame. Everything. Has Biden done anything right? Think of it. The border, the economy is destroyed. Inflation is killing. What has he done right? We have tens of thousands of people tonight. There's not one person could stand up and say one good thing they've done. I don't think they've done everything. And we're laughed at. We're just being humiliated all over the world. Nobody respects us. It's too bad. No, we'll get back. We have to get back. Thank you. We have to, he says, we have to get back. It's not like making a speech. We have to get back. We have to bring sanity. You know, a lot of people say, oh, you're conservative. Not a question of being conservative. We're people with common sense, because it's really about common sense. It's not about you're conservative and you're this. But we're people that want to see borders, and we want to see education. We want to see low taxes. These people, you're going to have a tax increase of 4 times more than you're paying right now with these maniacs. I've always said, you have to lower taxes if you're going to be a politician. This is the only group that can raise taxes, and they make it sound like it's a good thing. It's a bad thing. And, we gave you the largest tax decrease in history, largest tax cut in history. And we were going to do something. We have more liquid gold under our feet than any other nation, more than Saudi Arabia, more than Russia. We were going to drill, baby, drill. And we were going to sell the oil to Europe and Asia and all over the place. We had them all lined up, and we were going to pay off our $34 trillion, and we were going to lower your taxes still further. And these stupid idiots come in, and they say, oh, we don't want to do that. But not least of all, we have a man here who I was very proud to endorse. I heard about him. I got to know him. He's actually one of the best mayors in the country as far as I'm concerned. But I gave him an endorsement, and it went on to a tremendous victory. Hialeah Mayor Steve Bovo. You know Steve? And Steve, could you come up? He said he wanted to say something. Let's hear Steve. But he's a great guy and a great mayor. Come on up, Steve, wherever you may be. Oh, he has a sign. I don't know. Whoa. Thank you,
What a crowd. Please. Mr. President, we're so honored that you're here in the city of Hialeah. And I told you how honored we were that we were going to do right by you, because you've always kept your promise to the residents of this great nation, and we're appreciative. And I will be asking next week the City Council of Hialeah, some of the members of the City Council are here with us today. Our Council President is here. Our other council members are here. And I will be asking them next week to be able to authorize and vote affirmatively as we name a street after you, Donald Trump Way.
Thank you very much. Wow, that's an honor. Great honor. I did not know that. Thank you very much. And he's a great mayor and a great council you have. So thank you all very much. Appreciate it. This is more than a campaign, what we've been doing for now 7 years, 8 years when you add it all up and we started. This is a movement the likes of which this world has never seen before. The world has never seen a movement like this. Together we appointed nearly 300 federal judges, a record, and 3 great Supreme Court justices. We took on communist China like no administration in history, bringing hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into our treasury when no other president had gotten them to pay us even 10 cents. Nobody asked them for anything. They said they're a third world country. They're a developing nation. Well, so are we. We're a developing nation. They were given so much. I ended the NAFTA disaster, worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with a brand new USMCA, the best trade deal ever made. That's United States, Canada, and Mexico. I canceled Barack Hussein Obama's deal with the Cuban dictatorship and reimposed tough sanctions on the regime, and they were ready to do anything that our great Cuban Americans wanted. But then they came in and they just canceled everything, and they put us back in the same weak position we've always been in. They were ready to do anything for our Cuban Americans, and for me, I kept my promise, recognized Israel's eternal capital, and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. No other president. They went through many, many presidents. I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. And I think most importantly, but they did nothing with it, I withdrew from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal. But they did nothing with it. Under President Trump, we had peace through strength all over the world. I'm the only candidate who can make this promise to you that I will prevent World War III. You're going to have World War III if we're not careful. I was very honored, a very great head of a country, Viktor Orban, Hungary, very powerful. He fronts on both Russia and Ukraine, knows them both very well. He told me a lot of things, a great guy. But they asked him about 2 weeks ago, what should Biden do? What should he do? Because the world is blowing up. The world, the United States, everything's blowing up. He said, I have a very simple answer. You know, he's one of the toughest, smartest leaders of a country, very tough. He didn't allow anybody into the country. He said, no, my country is for Hungarians. He didn't want people blowing up his shopping centers. He said, if you don't mind. But he said, my country is for Hungarians. But he said to the interviewer, here's what Biden has to do. Resign from office, let Trump take over again, and you will have peace. Because everybody respected him or feared him. China, Russia, North Korea, everybody. And I was very honored by that statement. No, I think they did. They respected me and they respected our country. And we didn't have what's going. The whole world is going crazy now. And he actually said, we're not talking just the United States. The United States has such power if it wants to use it. But you know what? With every day, we're losing our power because we're losing our wealth, we're losing our strength, we're losing our spirit, we're losing our power with every day that goes by. And there'll be a time when we don't have any power. There'll be a time when we just, if things keep going like this, there's going to be a time very quickly, it's almost probably here, where we no longer have any power to help the world and help a lot of great people that are dying. We have people dying all over the world right now. Nobody would have died in Ukraine. Nobody would have died in Russia. Lost many, many soldiers. Nobody would have died. Nobody would have died. Nobody in Israel. The attack would have never taken place. Would have never taken place. To protect our citizens from foreign threats, I will build state-of-the-art missile defense shields, and the Florida space industry will be a center of the action, so you're going to be very happy. You know, it's true. I want to build a dome because, you know, you have all these countries now, and more they want the weapons, and they got the missiles, and they got everything. And we now have it down. Ronald Reagan wanted to do that. He was met with tremendous anger from Russia. I said, why are they angry if we want to build a shield? But that's the way it was. But we're going to build a shield, and we have a technology. You see it now working all the time. It shoots down needles in the sky. We have the greatest technology in the world, and we're going to build a dome right around this country, and we're going to save ourselves from some maniac that wants to start shooting at us, all right? And it means a lot of jobs, and that's one that I like a lot. I will end Joe Biden's war on American energy, and we will unleash our most powerful economic weapon. We are going to drill for so much oil. We are going to, as I said before, we are going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to bring down your costs. We are bringing down your energy costs. We have the highest energy costs anywhere now. And, you know, energy is really what started inflation. And I don't know if you've ever heard, but inflation is called a country buster. You can go back 300 years and you can see why some great empires failed. Many of them failed because of the word inflation. You look at Germany, old day Germany, and you look at so many other countries. Inflation is a country buster, and it's busting our country right now, where bacon is 5 times more expensive than it was just a short while. Bacon! Even I say, I don't want any bacon, it's too expensive. But we're going to get it under control, and we're going to do it fast because we're going to have so much energy, and the prices are going to come down, and everything else is going to follow. Under crooked Joe Biden, the economy is floundering. Families are suffering, and the largest growth industry in our country by far is government. It's the only thing that's growing. When I'm reelected, we will stop Joe Biden's inflation disaster, and we will rebuild the greatest economy in the history of the world. We'll do it. And unlike Ron DeSanctimonious, I will always protect Social Security and Medicare. He did not protect it. He wanted to do bad things to it for our great senior citizens. And when I get back into the Oval Office, I will totally obliterate the deep state. We started with Comey. We got rid of him. And we got rid of a lot of bad people. We will root out the corruption, bribery, and influence selling in our nation's capital, and we will start by exposing every last crime committed by crooked Joe Biden. Because now that he indicted me, we're allowed to look at him. But he did real bad things. We will restore law and order to our communities. And I will direct a completely overhauled DOJ to investigate every Marxist prosecutor in America for their illegal, racist, and reverse enforcement of the law. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto our children. And I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. No, we're going to make America great again. It's not going to take very long. Not going to take very long. And I will keep men out of women's sports. Is that okay? I will fully uphold the Second Amendment. I will continue to protect innocent life. We will restore free speech. And I will secure our elections like they've never been secured before. And by the way, our goal on elections will be one-day voting with paper ballots and voter ID. Is that okay? Now they'll really cheat. They'll get those machines humming. They'll say, we got to get this guy out of there. He's going to cause us to lose a fortune. Yeah, we want paper ballot. You know, they make paper now. Watermark paper, that's amazing. We want paper ballots. France did it. France just went to paper ballots, one-day voting, voter ID, 36 million people. It took place at a winner. They had a loser. Everyone home, and the loser was unhappy. The winner was happy, and they'll already started the next fight. But you know what? They had no disputes. They had mail-in ballots a long time ago, and they turned out to be so corrupt. Anytime you have mail-in ballots, you have corrupt elections. I don't care what it is. It's anybody that wants it, they're corrupt. And that includes Republicans, by the way. Anytime you have mail-in ballots, you are going to have really corrupt elections. But until then, Republicans must win. We have to win so we can do this. And in conclusion, this is what we must do to restore our country to greatness. Together, we're taking on some of the most menacing forces and vicious opponents our people have ever seen. No matter how hateful or corrupt the communists and criminals we're fighting against may be, you must never forget this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. It belongs to the people with us tonight. That's how we won. This is your home. This is your heritage, and our American liberty is your God-given right. From Tampa to Tallahassee, from Pensacola to Sarasota, from Gainesville to Jacksonville to Miami, we inherit the legacy of generations of American patriots who gave their blood, sweat, and tears to defend our country and to defend our freedom. We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the oceans, blazed the trail, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, dug out the Panama Canal. Nobody thought it was possible. Raised up the skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and from right here in this beautiful state launched our brave American astronauts to plant the American flag on the face of the moon. Together they made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world. But now, we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has the highest inflation in 50 years, where banks are collapsing and interest rates are skyrocketing. Likewise, we are a nation where energy costs have reached the highest in our history. We are no longer energy independent or energy dominant. We were just there a very short number of years ago. We are a nation that is begging Venezuela and many others for oil. Please, please, please help us, Joe Biden says. Yet we have more liquid gold right under our feet than any other country anywhere in the world. We are a nation that just recently heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will be reducing their output of oil and substantially increasing the price. And that threat is met by announcing that we will no longer be drilling for oil in large areas of Alaska and other parts of our country. We are a nation that is consumed by the radical left's Green New Deal, yet everyone knows that the Green New Deal is fake and will lead to our country's destruction. We are a nation whose leaders are demanding all-electric cars, despite the fact that they can't go far, cost too much, and whose batteries and all of the other elements of those horrible cars are produced in China with materials only available in China, when an unlimited amount of gasoline is available inexpensively right here in the United States. But it's not available in China. And now we are a nation that wants to make our great army tanks all electric, so that despite the fact that they will not be able to go very far, fewer pollutants will be released into the air of the territory that we are trying to conquer. And they also want to make our fighter jets with a green energy stamp losing 15% efficiency, but allowing us to keep our enemy's atmosphere crystal clear while we attempt to knock out their air force. We are a nation that ended oil exploration and production in the United States just as the price of oil reached an all-time high. What other country would do such a thing? We are a nation that surrendered in Afghanistan, leaving behind dead soldiers, American citizens, and $85 billion worth of the finest military equipment anywhere in the world. We are a nation that allowed Russia to devastate a country, Ukraine, killing hundreds of thousands of people, and it will only get worse. It would never have happened with me as your president, and for 4 straight years, it didn't happen. And China, with Taiwan, is next. We are a nation that has weaponized its law enforcement against opposing political parties, something that we have never done before. We've got a Federal Bureau of Investigation that won't allow bad election-changing facts to be presented to the public, and which offers $1 million to a writer of fiction about Donald Trump to lie and say it was a fact, not fiction, where Hunter Biden's laptop from hell was Russian disinformation, and the FBI knew it wasn't, but 51 intelligence agents said it was, and they knew it wasn't also. And a Department of Justice that refuses to investigate egregious acts of voting irregularities and fraud. And we have a man who is totally corrupt and the worst president in the history of our country, who is cognitively impaired, in no condition to lead, and is now in charge of dealing with Russia and possible nuclear war, which would be World War III and far more devastating than any of the previous world wars, because of the weaponry that no one ever wants to think about, talk about, but it's there. We are a nation that no longer has a free and fair press. Fake news is all you get, and they are the enemy of the people. They refuse to discuss the Biden crime family, but enjoy covering false indictments of Donald Trump, who has done nothing wrong. We are a nation where free speech is no longer allowed, and where crime is rampant and out of control like never ever before. We are a nation that is allowing Iran to build a massive nuclear weapon, and China to use the trillions of dollars it has taken from us to build a military to rival its own. And less than 3 years ago, we had Iran China, Russia, and North Korea in check. They weren't going to do a thing against us, and everyone knows that was the fact. Now Russia and China are holding summits to carve up the world, and perhaps most importantly, we are a nation that is no longer respected or listened to on the world stage. We are a nation that in many ways has become a joke. We are a nation that is hostile to liberty, to freedom, and to faith. We are a nation whose economy is collapsing into a cesspool of ruin, whose supply chain is broken, whose stores are not stocked, whose deliveries are not coming, and whose educational system is ranked at the very bottom of every single list. We are a nation where large packs of sadistic criminals and thieves are allowed to go into stores and openly rob them, beat up and kill their workers and customers, and leave with armloads of goods but with no retribution, where the authority of our great police has been taken, where their families and pensions have been threatened, and their lives would be destroyed for the mere mention of the words law enforcement. We are a nation where fentanyl and all of the other forms of illegal drugs are easier to get than formula for our beautiful little babies. A nation whose once revered airports are dirty, they're crowded, they're a mess. You sit and wait for hours and then are notified that the plane won't leave, and they have no idea when they will, where ticket prices have tripled. They don't have the pilots to fly the planes. They don't seek qualified air traffic controllers, and they just don't know what the hell they're doing. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, its willpower, and its strength. We are a nation that has lost its way, but we are not going to allow this to continue. 3 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. It was the hard-working patriots like you who built this country, and it's the hard-working patriots like you who are going to save our country. We will fight for America like no one has ever fought before. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists. We will throw off the sick political class. And we will rout the fake news media. We will drain the swamp. And we will liberate our country from these tyrants and villains once and for all. We will win. Like those patriots before us, we will not bend. We will not break. We will not yield. We will never give in. We will never give up. And we will never, ever back down. Together we will complete the mission. We will cross the finish line. We will give your support to everybody that is good, and you will support us in this primary. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House. We will take back our country with a righteous and magnificent victory on Election Day 2024. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. The great silent majority is rising like never before, and under our leadership, the forgotten men and women will be forgotten no longer. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together, we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. and we will make America great again. Thank you, Florida. God bless you all. God bless you all. Thank you, Florida.
We are live here in the spin room where we're going to have some Trump surrogates step out here in a few minutes. But Christina, that was classic President Donald J. Trump here in Florida.
Classic Trump, and I love it when he kind of pulls the crowd and basically has a conversation with the people in the crowd. You know, he was introducing some of the notable people who were in attendance, and I thought it was interesting that one of them was booed. And President Trump says, "Oh, you don't like them?" And he's like, "Oh, we gotta fix that. We gotta get that figured out." So it's great that he gets feedback from the people in the crowd as well. A fantastic job by President Trump. Again, fantastic job by his team. I think this was one of the better rallies I think that we've been to in a while.
Wonderful. Okay, let's talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group with another government shutdown looming. It's important to invest in gold, silver, and precious metals. Our friends over the Birch Gold Group want to do that. Simply text the words Trump to 989898 and get your free information kit on how to do that. Plus, our friends over at the Tax Network USA. If you've got tax problems, they can help you out no matter how bad they are. Simply go to taxnetworkusa.com or call the number on your screen. That's taxnetworkusa.com. Also, our friends over the Wellness Company, if you get that emergency medical kit that everyone should have in case of the next pandemic or anything as small as a small virus or even a dog bite, they've got that for you. Dr. Peter McAuliffe has developed that. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. That's MakeCareGreatAgain.com. And lastly, our friends over at MyPillow.com. Go to the website, get your early Christmas shopping over at MyPillow.com/RSBN. The crowd is going crazy behind us. Let's step aside so we can show it. We're going to step back behind the spin room area here as we get ready to have several of the Trump surrogates will be coming by as well as.
And it's great to get to see the crowd as a lot of the speakers. I understand Roseanne Barr, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Carrie Lake, they're all going to be filing through. They're going to be doing like a media row, kind of like a red carpet event. There's approximately 20 other news networks here that they're just pretty much going straight down the line. And the crowd here are folks from, of course, from the crowd that was watching President Trump speak. They were selected to come back here, given, of course, some swag, some Trump hats. We've got the flags and the flyers that they're waving, the signs that they're holding. Everyone's in good spirits, excited to get up close and personal with some of their favorite Trump surrogates, with some of their favorite political candidates and office holders.
I really love the UFC fighter that he talked about tonight and said, hey, I don't even want to mess with this 6-year-old son. He's got the genes of a fighter. I thought that was a good moment. It was a very interesting moment here tonight because we know how passionate the people are here in South Florida for the president and how passionate they are about this country. They love this country, and the Latin American citizens here, when someone was get up there and speak in Spanish to them, they loved it, and they went absolutely crazy when that was happening.
That was a lot of fun, and as the speakers would speak in Spanish and ask questions and engage with the crowd, the vast majority of the crowd was responding, and they were reacting to the Spanish language, the Spanish message that they were giving. So, it's just been a really fun, very Latin type, very Hispanic type of rally, more so I think than we've really seen before. And of course, a lot of people representing the Cuban culture, the Nicaraguan culture. We heard from folks from Venezuela. So there's a lot of pride in those communities, a lot of pride from those cultures, and they're all excited to be out here today and represent with President Trump, but also with the folks that are going to be coming down Media Row here in a minute.
Yeah, I think it's kind of one of those special moments that, Christina, we really haven't had anything like this post-Trump rally. Of course, we've had backstage interviews with the president, which are nice, but nothing like this setup we have. Now, obviously, the space is tight. There's a reason why you're not seeing Christina and I on camera right now, because there's nowhere to stand. But I love what they've done here. They've got a great crowd assembled in front of us. It was a tremendously successful rally. We've talked about this all night, that the team has put together a formula here that works, and size-wise, I think the time, obviously the timing of the GOP debate tonight, it was very good on that as well. And I got to say, our views across all of our platforms we're back in that rally mode viewership category, which people are known to, are getting so used to watching us. The numbers were great tonight. We probably had more people watching us that were possibly watching the GOP debate on a lot of these stations. So very happy with tonight's broadcast. And I think today, after this is over, and this is the first time we've done the spin room, so this could be 15 minutes, could be 20 minutes. We don't know. But nevertheless, we're glad that we're here right now. I'm almost thinking, in a way, like we should probably maybe move over right. I'll tell you what I am going to do. Move about right here. You can stay right there. I'm going to move right here just so we have a little bit more room to talk. But just a great night here in South Florida.
Absolutely, and I give a lot of kudos to President Trump's team for arranging this. They try to keep these rallies fresh and current and provide something new. We've got the hype guy walking the crowd right now, getting everyone riled up. They're all
I'm really curious to see if we're at the very beginning of the walk or after the walk. Do they come in through here, or are they coming down there? So we're the last ones they'll get to down here, which we like that. We like that. We like to be the last ones. So we are on the very end of the row here, which is great. So we're going to see them after they come through all the other media outlets. But yeah, what a fantastic rally. And to kind of go programming wise, on November 11th is when we'll be back in New Hampshire. Matthew Alvarez will have the coverage in New Hampshire. Very special remarks there in the Granite State. And of course, as we go towards Thanksgiving, Christina, I have been told that the guy watching the rally right now on the app, I love when the people do that. I've been told we'll have about 3 more events possibly before the end of the month. So probably going to be back in Iowa, back in New Hampshire, and go visit the great state of Nevada.
Yeah, and it's really, I don't know how President Trump's, I can't even call them challengers because it's not quite a challenge. He's crushing them by 50 points. but how they can even compete with him, because not only is he out campaigning them in all of the early states, but he also has to deal with the legal challenges that are being thrown at him. And there's a reason that the federal government is only going after Donald Trump and why they're not going after the Ron DeSantis's and Nikki Haley's, because the Ron DeSantis's and Nikki Haley's of this campaign are part of the problem. They're in bed with the swamp. They're political opportunists. And, oh, here we go. We've got...
See you. Hey, buddy. How are you? Good.
Can we ask you, this was another debate of, I guess, the 5 remaining contenders that are trying to take on the former president.
Well, we call it...
don't consider it not worth your time, right?
Well, it's actually a interview to be the first place loser. With everybody polling in very low double digits. The president's at 50 some points. Way ahead. So they're really irrelevant. I mean, in tonight's debate, actually, because we were watching it backstage. Tonight's debate, it didn't move the needle at all. There weren't any major contrasts made. I mean, a couple faux pas from a lot of the folks that were there. But at the end of the day, it was just another example. Donald Trump won the debate again. We had a great, energetic crowd here in Miami and in an area that beloves him. And, while Donald Trump is having names, streets named after him, Ron DeSantis is getting paved over.
Despite that,
right?
You guys are going back to Iowa.
Yeah.
Because there's
got a campaign to run.
Right. And that's at least the one state where perhaps things aren't as strong as they could be.
Well, maybe according to Ron DeSanctimonious but from our standpoint, what we have going on in Iowa is second to none. I mean, we have a solid organization in all of the counties. We have the precincts staffed up. I mean, from where the campaign was in 2016 from where it was today, let's not forget, Donald Trump ran for election in the state of Iowa 4 times, won 3 of the 4 times. So he's got an enormous amount of goodwill there. The campaign, the data backs it up. So we're just being very aggressive. And when we are aggressive and when we're running a campaign and when we're doing the things that we have to do, it scares the other side. And they're like, oh, my God, if you're winning, why are you running a campaign? That's like the dumbest question I've ever heard.
What do you make of what happened in Ohio and Virginia and Kentucky?
Well, I live in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and I think a lot. And if you actually look at what happened in Virginia, Republicans lost the Senate by less than 2,000 combined votes. They lost the House by less than 2,500 combined votes. So what I see is a very split state that, tactically, maybe we could have done things a little differently, but at the end of the day, I still think it's very much a purple state, very much one that is in play. Governor Youngkin's done just about everything that he could do with what he has, but and then in Ohio, really didn't follow a whole lot going on in Ohio. Kentucky, in Kentucky, they've only elected 3 Republican governors since Truman. So they clearly look at things a little differently there, but obviously had a big win last night in Mississippi, getting Tate Reeves over 51.
But abortion was a factor in all those losses, and it's an issue that's going to be hard for Republicans to avoid next year. There's some polling that shows inflation is the issue Republican voters want him talking about, your boss.
Well,
but abortion's a big concern for a lot of Americans.
Abortion's always been an important part of the issue set, at least for Republicans. Democrats are very much motivated on it. But look, at the end of the day, the economy and a whole lot of other issues are going to take dominance, but it's one that we're going to have to deal with, and I think that one the president's very well equipped to deal with.
And how's he been to be around this week, having had to go to New York to testify, having seen his children dragged into court?
Well, no one wants to see their children go through something like that, and I know it was tough, but he's very defiant, and took over the whole courtroom. So again. He's very much motivated, and when he sees this and he sees these crowds, they really buoy him, and they really get him motivated and get him out there, and so he's looking forward.
And the next debate is scheduled for next month in Alabama. He won't be there. He will be there.
He's not going.
So still
Heard
no,
it here first.
There you go.
Still
won't
no
be
plan
there.
to debate.
No.
Until
He does.
Until he does. Would
Until
he,
he does.
if it were down to like 1 or 2, would he do it then? Like if it was
When
him
you're
and
winning,
DeSantis
I mean,
and
we could play hypotheticals all night long, but when you're winning by 50, there's no need to go and show up.
And would he debate President Biden?
Oh, that's without a. How many times will he show up? That's he's our guy. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi. Oh, hey, Jason.
Hello, man. How are you? Hey, Brian.
How are you doing? Hey, what is the biggest challenge right now for the campaign? We've got this massive lead already, but is there any challenges or anything you guys are particularly focused on right now?
Great question. Well, with President Trump ahead by 50 points in the primary, beating Joe Biden in the general election, not just at the national level, but in all of the swing states, right now we have to just keep the pressure on. The thing that the president always tells us is do not play prevent defense. The only thing a prevent defense does is prevent you from winning. So he says, don't let up, don't take your eye off the ball, stay aggressive with it. We're going to do that all the way through.
And we've seen, obviously, we're here in a very dense Hispanic community. What does the president think about these poll numbers that keep increasing amongst the Latina American?
Well, communities all across the United States, whether it be Latinos, Black Americans, White Americans, Asian Americans, everyone wants to have the economy that we had just 3 short years ago. People want to have a safe and secure southern border. They want to have streets where they can actually walk in without getting mugged or shot. They don't want war in Ukraine. But that's what Joe Biden has done to our country.
When President Trump walked off stage tonight, did he say anything to you or the team?
He just gave us a fist bump and said, let's do it again tomorrow.
Did you watch any of the debate?
Yeah, watch the entire
What'd
debate.
you think?
Look, I think while President Trump was here in Hialeah, having streets named after him, Rob DeSanctimonious was in Miami getting paved over.
You used that line too, so you workshopped that one
I know.
backstage.
I'm on message. I'm focused. Sorry, the glass is fine.
One of the things that we just heard was that he doesn't have any plans to attend the next debate. I mean, do you want to elaborate on that or just comment?
President Trump? Oh, yeah, President Trump won't be participating in the primary debates. He's ahead by 50 points. Why would he go and participate? He's very much looking forward to debating Joe Biden in the general election. I'm not even sure Joe Biden's going to show up. I'm not even sure Joe Biden even knows there is an election next year, quite frankly. I think there's American public, as we've seen with the New York Times polling, all of the polling shows that people are just absolutely sick and tired of Joe Biden. Not only does he demonstrate weakness, but the feebleness that he's shown, the disastrous economy, southern border, everything's been a disaster. I'm sorry, what was it, Jen? I think you ought, yeah.
Like, what do you, like, are you concerned about that?
I think.
First candidate, and, you know, he said, culture of winning, Trump winning is back.
Well, not concerned about it because, again, when President Trump is on the ballot, Republicans win. So next year when it's President Trump on the ballot and Joe Biden on the ballot, it's going to be a completely different scenario. But I think when you look at Kentucky from last night, first of all, Kim Reynolds, the RGA chair, should have been in Kentucky on Monday night campaigning for Daniel Cameron, but she was in Iowa campaigning for Rob DeSanctimonious. But if you're the RGA chair, right, that's just like you have one job. To go and campaign for candidates for governor, and she couldn't even do that right. But I don't think that Daniel Cameron was able to talk about abortion right. I think President Trump was right on that. Hey, Republicans better figure out how to talk about it. Democrats are the extremists. If they're supporting abortion at 7, 8, 9 months, they're the ones who are out of step with Americans. The other thing, too, I don't think that Daniel Cameron was able to wash the stink of Mitch McConnell off of him. I think that was a big problem.
I mean, he was your endorsed candidate, though. He was who you all selected.
He was. We very much wanted him to win. You saw President Trump campaigning for, or doing the tele-rallies, doing the commercials, doing a number of things for him. So he didn't win, but there's some candidates you just can't pull across the finish line.
And then with Virginia, Youngkin and the Republicans are kind of tried the moderated stance on abortion, a 15-week ban. That was rejected too. Like when you look at them yesterday, you're thinking, oh, this is going to be a problem next year. That both three states, Ohio, Virginia.
Well, keep in mind that
I don't think Ohio or Kentucky are going to be in play.
Keep in mind that
but like that dynamic on abortion rights is still there. It's still having a big impact.
Well, look, if the debate is about Democrats being the extremists and how we can come to some sort of consensus as a country, then I think Republicans are going to be winning. I think Youngkin led with his. I think Youngkin led with his chin, making the debate all about weeks. and I think that put him in an unfortunate position on his heels. So I think that's part of the reason. But look in Mississippi, where the Trump-backed candidate won. Tate Reeves was reelected, and there's a reason why everyone wants President Trump's endorsement.
What's your take on RNC reform?
On the RNC reform, look, we'll have to see what the RNC members do on that, but better have their act together for next year.
And Jason, did you have any reaction to the debate tonight?
Yeah, I thought President Trump dominated the debate. If you watched it, I know you were here.
I do love it. It's like the debate spin room. It's like the
we were watching it. We were watching it in the back.
So you can speak with
but look, while President Trump was here in Hialeah, having streets named after him, Rob DeSanctimonious was in Miami getting paved over. It was a disaster. DeSanctimonious did nothing to reverse the trend in this race. I don't know. I mean, DeSanctimonious will be lucky if he's even in third place tomorrow. Not a good performance for him. President Trump's on the trajectory to win. He's going to make sure that he wins. He'll be back in Iowa campaigning. But again, nothing happened on that debate stage in Miami tonight to change the trajectory. Jen, I got
just one more. How do you think about the trials as they relate to the campaign schedule next year?
Won't impact anything that President Trump is doing.
You seem to do well making the trials work for you.
Well, every time they indict him or attack him legally, his numbers go up. I mean, the American people see what's going on. They see the witch hunt. They see this is Joe Biden and Merrick Garland. And it happens to be the truth. I mean, there's only one reason why they're doing it, because they're scared about Joe Biden losing next fall. And so here's the deal. We have a plane. We have social media following of well over 100 million people. We have the best candidate in world history. These indictments are going to backfire on Joe Biden and the Democrats. I go.
Thank you, Jason Miller. Joining us here in the spin room, as it looks like we have Carrie Lake is coming up next, but just to give you guys an idea, they've got this long line. Now, obviously, you can't see it by the way the cameras are positioned. So, let's see. All right, so let's see. I'm not quite sure who that is, so I'll let you switch over. So as we wait, obviously Jason Miller really going over some of the talking points for the president, saying, look, there's streets named from Trump here in South Florida. This is very much Trump country, and you know what? I think the people showing up tonight reflects that.
Absolutely Trump country, and I got a little bit of insight. I asked what the hang-up was on Carlos Jimenez, the congressman that they ended up booing, and apparently he endorsed Hillary Clinton in 2016, which people have
not forgotten about that.
They have not forgotten, and I don't mind that they're holding grudges. However, since then, my understanding is he's been great and really voted along, true conservative lines. But they're holding that one grudge from a few years ago that he might have a hard time shaking that.
Well, I can't say that I did not get a few calls from friends that said, did I just hear that right? Did they just boo somebody on stage? We've seen that before, though. We've seen that with Mo Brooks. He said something about the election. Lindsey Graham was booed in Pickens, South Carolina, where he actually grew up in Pickens.
In that county, yeah. That was actually, I enjoyed that one. Yes. Not going to lie. Lindsey Graham. Well, and he came out and was trying to, I don't know. He was trying to act like he's all MAGA, and everyone was telling him that he was a warmonger and whatnot. But so it wasn't anything as severe.
All yours.
Yep, thank you. Come on in here. This is perfect. The thing just opened up for us a little bit more. But yeah, so, it happens. I mean, that's something that, unfortunately, and this is the world of politics, people, they have memories. And what I'm hoping is that by the time we get to November of 2024, that people remember how some of these people in Congress has voted, and they remember who they need to step up and replace. But
well, that's exactly what we were saying before, and it was demonstrated tonight, that people are paying attention now. Before, people may not have even known who their member of Congress was. Correct. But now they do, and now they remember who they endorsed in 2016.
Yeah. There we go. Who we got?
Mayor of the City, Hialeah. How are you?
How you doing, Mayor?
Good, man. Doing well.
Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. We're live on the air here in the spin room. Let's talk about the popularity of President Trump here in your town of Hialeah.
We love him, and we've loved him now for the last 4 years. I mean, we saw what happened during his presidency. They didn't let him govern. It wasn't just Democrats. It was some Republicans also running interference. Never seen anything like that in our life, except in socialist and communist countries. And so there's a lot of Cuban Americans here that know exactly what that looks like, and that's why you see them gyrate toward the president.
Yeah, on the pre-show, we were outside talking to a lot of your residents that live here in your town, very passionate about the president, but very passionate about this country, and you just touched on it. They know what the alternative is if we're able to go walk down that path of socialism.
Look, I've said this many times. I think sometimes, liberals and big thinkers think in some way Hispanics need to be talked down to. Cuban Americans, Mexican Americans, others want the same thing that everybody else wants: prosperity, opportunities. You don't need to give us any kind of handout or any skew test in our favor. Just give us an opportunity to compete. And that speaks to every American, I think, right? So that's why I think when he speaks, he's not speaking just to Hispanics. I think he's speaking to all of us, and we get it.
Yeah. What are some of the biggest concerns of your citizens in your town? I know the economy came up a lot, and people are struggling to make ends meet. What are you seeing as a mayor that people are wanting to change here?
Well, let me tell you a narrative that doesn't get talked about. When you don't have border security and you have people coming in, a city like ours takes in a lot of folks, okay? What it does to our rent market here is just throws it out of whack. And I got a lot of people knocking on my door looking for some sort of subsidized housing because they can't afford where they live. That's a direct product of what's going on at the border. The story is there's about 420,000 Cubans that have come in to the United States over the last 2 years. That is the equivalent to a Mariel boat lift, okay, back in the 80s. I would tell you about 40% of that ends up being in my city. If New York can't handle it, imagine a city like this one that is blue-collar, small-town mentality. It's tough. So when you talk about border security, the cities are the ones that are dealing this at the front line, and we're no exception to that.
Did you have a chance to talk to the president when he walked off stage tonight?
I didn't get to talk to him off stage. I did get to talk to him a little bit before we went on stage. I told him, we're going to name a street after you because we care about you here and we support you. And, I think he was a little surprised. He didn't think I'd do it, and I said, we're going to do it, absolutely. So,
well, Mayor, we appreciate your time. I know you got a lot of folks here. I'm going to talk to you as well. Thank you. Mayor of Hialeah, I mean, hey, we've talked about how the citizens here are passionate and the concerns of them. And the border, once you do it, he brought up the border again.
Yeah. And he is a perfect example of the importance of local politics and local elections. He's the mayor here of Hialeah, and he is engaged with what his constituents want, what they need. He is raising the issues that need to be raised with the president. He's got the audience that he needs to have. I can't stress enough how important it is that Americans pay attention to the local politics, local offices, and make sure you're voting for someone who actually supports your values, not who has an R behind their name, but who is the candidate, the right candidate to support conservative values. This mayor, I was really impressed with his speech too. The crowd was fired up. They loved what he had to say. He seemed to resonate really closely. So
you can definitely understand why they love him here in this town. I mean, when like you said, he came out and spoke to the crowd, got him fired up. Spoke in Spanish, which I love, so everyone loved that. But you can obviously you can tell that he is very popular in his town. And he brought up a great point about rents, the rents, and that it does drive the rents up, which is amazing. I never thought about that aspect of illegal immigration, but now I do.
Yeah, well, it changes a lot of the dynamic in the economy, especially when you have a large chunk of the now population with these illegal immigrants coming in, and all of their rents and their needs are being paid for by the government. And so now you have other people who have to, the actual citizens here, who have to make up that difference, and it drives prices up because the landlords know that the rent's going to be paid because the government's paying it if they provide for these illegal aliens. But citizens have to pay their own way, and it's causing prices to go up, and it's a real problem.
It is. We also have Stephen Chung, communications, I believe, director over that. He's got an interview right now. We'll hopefully get him back over here. And then I also see Carrie Lake is the next section over. I would imagine she's going to progressively walk towards us. If you're just now joining us, yes, we're live. We're still live in Trump country here in South Florida. For the spin room, Christina, Bob, Brian, Glenn, with you along for the ride. Wrap it up a little bit longer. The spin room, then we'll wrap up what's been a fantastic day here in South Florida. And of course, we kicked off this coverage today at 2 p.m. local time. So I do encourage you that if you missed a lot of the fanfare, talking to the people, the Trump supporters that were lining up outside, I do encourage you to go back and watch that. And kind of re-rack that and watch it. And usually what we see is people will do that. They'll go back and watch that. We certainly appreciate all of that. We'll see if we can't get Carrie Lake over here. Yeah. Here we go.
Hi. Oh my gosh, the War Room Posse. Hello. I bet you guys were all watching tonight. I am so excited for our future. I know you're thinking, wait a minute, Carrie, we're living in Joe Biden's world. It's a nightmare. And it's true, it is. But President Trump laid out his plan to get us through this. We're going to have a lot ahead of us in the next year, but he laid out his plan on how we turn America around. And I'm so encouraged by that. I don't want anybody to lose hope in our future. We're going to get President Trump in office, and he's going to immediately get to work, roll his sleeves up, and get things done. We know he did it before. We had 4 great years under President Trump, and even people in the fake news media, if you ask them, they'll say that they were doing better under President Trump. You know, they may not want to admit that too loudly because they've been pushing and fighting for Joe Biden and his failed policies, but it's incredible. What I heard tonight was an absolute plan for turning the nightmare around and getting us back on the right track and actually having our best days ahead of us. So I'm excited. I'm excited for my children's future, but we can't rest on our laurels. We know President Trump is so far ahead in the polls. We know that, when it comes to beating Biden, that's going to happen because he's doing great in all of the polling with the battleground states. But we can't then now lay back and say, okay, somebody else has got this. We have to be there with them. It's going to take we, the people, to save our country. We have a great leader and a candidate and president that will do that with President Trump, but he can't do it alone. And just like, an 81-year-old Thomas Jefferson said when he was crafting the United States Constitution, and a woman stopped him as he was leaving and said, "What kind of a government have you given us?" And he said, "A republic, if you can keep it." We're in the if you can keep it part, and it can't just be one man trying to keep it. It has to be all of us. And we can never fall into a slumber again. Once we start turning this around, we have to stay vigilant and on top of it, because this is our country.
He often talks about swapping the vote. It's going to take a lot of people that might not have felt like voting again for whatever reason, but it's going to take an overwhelming response at the polls in November to beat whoever the opponent is. Could be Joe Biden, could be somebody else. What's your thoughts on voter turnout in 2024?
I think it's going to be massive, unlike anything we've ever seen. In the past we've seen really low voter turnouts. 20 years ago we'd be shocked at how few people were voting. Because of what Joe Biden and the Democrats have done to our country, left it in shambles. People struggling so much. People who can't afford to feed their families. They can't afford the gas in their car. They're losing their jobs. They're watching as a war is starting to rage. The border's wide open. Sadly, it's gotten so bad. That's going to get people off the couch and out to the polling places, and they're going to vote like their lives depend on it, their children's lives, and their country depends on it. So I think he's right. We are going to swamp the vote. Absolutely.
We talked to a lot of people on the streets today that live in this area. Broken border, immigration, big issue here. What's your thoughts on the president's border policy?
Well, Brian, and you know this, I worked as a journalist, a fair and honest journalist in Arizona for almost 30 years, 27 years, and I'd never seen that border more secure than under President Trump. He took the laws we had on the books, he started enforcing the laws, he was building the wall. It was incredible. And he even talked about that tonight, how the very few people able to get across illegally. And then on day one, Joe Biden tore that policy back with a wink and a nod, told the world to come across. We are seeing millions of people pour across. Our world is not safe anymore. The Hamas terror attack that we saw on October 7th in Israel, it only takes one phone call from these terrorist networks to their cells that are in America right now to send us into a tailspin of absolute horror. And so we've got to secure that border. I frankly hope we don't have to wait for President Trump to get back in office. I frankly hope that Washington, D.C. gets their act together and makes it priority numero uno to get that wall built and secure that border. And I'll tell you who wants a secure border more than anyone. As somebody who came here legally, as somebody who went through the legal immigration process, they're horrified at what they're seeing. And many of these people came here. Many of the people in this amazing rally tonight came from countries. They came here through legal immigration, and they left communism. They left socialism, and they're seeing it come back, and they're seeing the borders be overrun, and they're horrified.
Carrie Lake, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Good seeing you. God bless. Yes. Yes. All right. I tell you what we're going to do. That looks like we've run the gamut for all of this. So I tell you what, we're going to go ahead and see if we can spin this around, and we'll kind of recap. Yeah, we can go right here. So what we've learned today is, well, South Florida, doesn't matter what day of the week or what time, President Trump is just Trump country.
It is Trump country.
And we also learned that, well, when it comes to the GOP debate, for the next debate, President Trump has no plans on going to it. But we've talked about this many times. Yeah. There's no need to debate. It's almost like a football team going 14-2 in the regular season, or 16-0, I should even say, and then expecting to play somebody in the first round of the playoffs. It's not going to happen. No. But we heard it first to hear tonight. So that was one of the questions that I got asked a lot was, is he going to debate? And we got that answer tonight, folks, and he's not.
No, and I love how the critics love to say, oh, is he scared to debate? And they act as if the RNC debates are the main event. Judging by this row of 20-something news outlets here that stayed behind to interview Trump's surrogates. Remember, this isn't even for President Trump. This is for the Trump surrogates, the people who came and have endorsed and are supporting Donald Trump. I think it's safe to say that this is the main event. It's not whatever was happening elsewhere in Miami tonight with the RNC, and I have a feeling the numbers are going to reflect that.
There you go. All right, as a reminder, go to our website, rsbnetwork.com. That's rsbnetwork.com. You can do a lot of things on that website. You can sign up for our newsletter. You can click, point, put a couple information in, get your newsletter. You can also donate on that website as well. You can set up a one-time donation or a reoccurring donation. It's completely up to you. Don't forget to, go visit all of our advertisers, our websites. Go support them. They're the ones that allow this to happen. Also, follow us on social media. You can follow Christina Bobb
at Christina_Bobb, B-O-B-B.
There you go. You can also follow me at Brian Glenn TV across the board and at Brian on True Social. Next broadcast for Right Side will be in New Hampshire. Matthew Alvarez will have the president's remarks there in the Granite State. And then after that, Christina, I would imagine we're going to be in Iowa, maybe back South Carolina or even Iowa or South Carolina and New Hampshire again. Who knows as we go on. All right, so for a very great evening here. I'm tired. You can tell that. It's a little late here in South Florida. Christina Bobb, Brian Glenn says so long, everybody. Until next time, goodbye and God bless.
You asked and we listened. We've taken your suggestions and we've made our already amazing Percale bed sheets even better. As a thank you, we're bringing these to you for as low as $24.98 with your promo code. And our new line of Percale bed sheets include everything you loved about our original sheets. Lightweight, durable, breathable, and they sleep cool and crisp. But now, because of you, they're made with 100% long staple cotton and the highest thread count to date. These sheets are softer and more durable than ever before. Plus, they come in all these new colors and styles. And you'll be getting 5-star luxury sheets delivered directly to your front door for as low as $24.98. Not only that, they come with our 10-year warranty and the 60-day money-back guarantee. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen now. Use your promo code to save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. This introductory offer won't last long, so please order now.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
My Towels solved a problem that we've all had with towels. You go into the stores and they feel lotiony and soft, but then you get them home and they wind dry you. That's why I made My Towels. They actually work, they're soft, and they absorb. And now I'm excited to announce 2 brand new lines of My Towels. What makes them the best towels ever is they're now made with 100% long staple Shapir cotton. This is a combed ring spun cotton that makes My Towels even softer and more absorbent than ever. And now you get a 6-piece set for an amazing introductory sale price as low as $29.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get My Towels for only $29.98. Or you can get my designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% now on all My Towels. They actually work. What a concept. This offer won't last long, so please order now.
mypillow.com